gonna backtrack. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. As we go, how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, maybe something you can talk about.
In the courtroom glow, I stand so steady. Eyes on my belly, I know they ain't ready. 8 months in and I'm stronger each day. 3 kids deep, but I won't walk away. Suit is sharp, but your lies are dull. The truth's my weapon, my heart's so full. Your fake charm crumbles right on the stand. This is war, bad boy, I got the upper hand. I testify for love, not fear. Your bad boy ways have no place here. I'll raise my truth like the gavel falls. You can't hush this lioness's call. Lioness's call. Lioness's call. They think I'm fragile, but I roar so loud, carrying this life I work so proud. The judge sees fire behind my stare. Just as a woman, I'm her heir. I'm dancing in my skin, fierce as can be. You can't break a heart that's built a legacy. Your lies like smoke, they blur and fade, but truth's the anthem this mama's played. I testify for love, not fear. Your bad boy ways have no place here. I'll raise my truth like the gavel falls. You can't hush this lioness's call. Lioness's call. Lioness's call. Those rings on, you make us leaving. And I was born with, instead of needing. No, I reason on my hand ain't never. No, I'll never reach that. So all I need of. I testify for love, not fear. Your bad boy ways have no place here. I'll raise my truth like the gavel falls. You can't hush this lioness's call. Lioness's call. Lioness's call.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, everybody. How are you doing this fine Friday? TGIF. Yep, we got Cassie back on the stand. Well, there's a little bit of an issue. Oh, we left off with yesterday where I don't really know what they spent all day yesterday doing. They were just basically making Cassie read through like explicit text messages and asking her about Kid Cudi. It is very difficult to really get an understanding of what's going on in the court because it's not televised. We can't see it. So, hold on. Let's mute someone already this early, 9:38 a.m. 9:38 a.m. Eastern, Friday, May 16th. We are going to be reading Diddy trial updates. So thank you. Thank you, Alenka. I've been trying to work on it. Using this new camera, girl. I mean, it's a lot going on. Okay. Anyway, okay. So good morning to the mods in the chat. Diamond Rainbow, good morning at Birmingham Leprechaun, and good morning Oklahoma Outlaw. Good morning to other mods in the chat. Yesterday we had Monica, we had the people just mentioned, we had also Christy. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Okay, so I wanted to start today a little closer to time because I figured they would be up in here arguing, and indeed, yes, they are. So Inner City Press, let's start there. So far the tabs I have up are CBS, CNN, New York Post. We didn't do that one yesterday, and there actually was some stuff in the New York Post, Washington Post, and NBC. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, so they started before 9:30 this morning. The judge says the government has indicated, or excuse me, said that Agnifilo and them can do cross-examination. Not Agnifilo, it's who is it? Ana Estevaya. They're going to let her do her cross-examination of Cassie until 4:30 today. The government said they only have 30 minutes of redirect. That is pretty that would be pretty astounding if they really only had 30 minutes of redirect, because usually it's like, hour, 2 hours, I don't know. Okay. So then Ana Estevayo, Diddy's lawyer that's been doing the cross-examination, she says to the judge, Your Honor, we have evidentiary issues. We have some issues with some of the evidence. And the judge is like, what are they? This should have come in writing. Sorry. I need to get my little pen. Then Diddy's lawyer goes, we don't understand why they are taking time up of the hearing, objecting to all our exhibits. The feds say, oh my God, listen to this, y'all. 16 minutes ago, what is Diddy's team trying to get in? He's trying to get in a video of Diddy walking in nature and talking about God. They want to put into evidence, breaking news 16 minutes ago, they want to put into evidence Diddy walking in nature talking about God. And who is they? Diddy. Diddy wants to put that in evidence. Okay, Diddy's lawyer said it was about, sorry, this hair is tickling me. I'm like forever having a hair issue this week. Diddy's lawyer says this was about him being in rehab, which Cassie didn't remember. So we want to refresh her recollection. Okay. The assistant U.S. attorney said, well, you can't play that in front of the jury. No, you can't do that. The prosecutor said, no, you can refresh her recollection, but it needs to be done with some type of headphones or something, because the jury can't hear this. And okay. I'm sorry. I'm just reading ahead a little bit because I see they're actually talking about a few different things. Okay, so first thing, it seems like they're getting hold on. Oh Lord, girl, this how y'all know I'm not AI. All right. Sorry, I'm just getting all my little stuff set up. I'm gonna be here for hours, so I'd rather not be like hurting my neck to try to read. All right, here we go. So, oh no, my mouse gonna die. So cute. I rebuke. All right, there we go. Okay, so Diddy's trying to get into evidence, a video of him walking in nature talking about God. This was apparently about him going to rehab, which Cassie is alleging she does not remember on the stand yesterday. Then the assistant U.S. attorney is like, okay, yeah, that's cute, but you can't play that in front of the jury because it's not admissible evidence. And so then Estevayo, Diddy's lawyer, is like, okay, that's fine. We have headphones. Okay, moving on. The judge says, okay, the jury is ready. Any more issues? Remember, because we're having an issue with time. Cassie is about to give birth any moment, and she could go into labor truly at any moment. They've had her on the stand pretty much all week. I think she came on Tuesday half day, and then Wednesday all day, Thursday all day, and she'll be there all day today again, Friday. So I highly doubt Dawn Richard is going to be testifying today. However, they did say to have her ready yesterday afternoon. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to the super chats. I'm going to get to those in a little bit. I want to get a little caught up to where they are now. See, I thought I was getting here on time. Apparently, they still started earlier. If you are so inclined, you can please also donate to the legal fund. I am in the middle of a legal battle myself. I've won many court cases against this person, and it's, I still owe the attorneys. So I do get a little bit of larger percentage if you donate directly to the legal fund. It also goes to a separate bank account. So that one's not linked up to my like own personal bank account. So if y'all are inclined to donate to that, I really appreciate any and all donations. I have been getting a lot over the past couple days. Thank y'all so much. That's like a huge help. Okay. So let's get caught up, and then I want to scroll through some of our different sources, and then, hopefully we'll be able to stay a little bit more on top of it today than yesterday, because I've been starting a little later because I hate to do that like refresh thing, but it's like a lot of news coming in yesterday. So we're going to try it this way today. Bear with me while we get our bearings together. Get through the drama together. Okay. So first thing first, they get rid of this issue outstanding having to do with the video of Diddy walking through nature. The judge said Diddy can hear it. Diddy can listen. Excuse me. No, not Diddy. Cassie can hear the video, listen to the video. But the jury cannot. So what next? A judge says the jury is ready. Y'all have any more problems we need to get to? And apparently, I was listening to Mims. I was listening to Tisa yesterday. They're both in the court room, or they were yesterday. I don't know if they are today, but Tisa said that the judge really got visibly annoyed and aggravated with Mark Agnifilo. The judge did get annoyed and aggravated, and we did read that. It did kind of even come through on the tweets yesterday. So the judge is like, all right, I'm ready to get the jury in here. Anything else? This 12 minutes ago. The lawyer, Estevallo, who's doing the cross-examination, she said the R, so the incident of the R word, is after the charged conduct. It shouldn't have come in. It's a huge issue for us. The judge said it's not a huge issue. You've never raised this before. You didn't raise it at the time, and I'm not getting into this with you. And then Diddy's lawyer goes, we thought we could cross-examine Cassie on it. I don't know what comes up later. We will scroll through the different tabs and see if we get more context. But then the jury does come in. So this doesn't appear to be resolved, at least as far as inner city press's coverage is concerned. He says the jury is ready. What else? Anna Estevallo is like, oh, the R word. Oh, that happened after the charged conduct. That happened after the conduct of the racketeering and the conspiracy and the ST. It's a huge issue for us. It shouldn't have come in. It's a huge issue. The judge said it is not a huge issue. You should have raised this at the time. And then something about cross-examining on it, but I don't know what. We'll read through the other updates and see. Next tweet from Inner City Press. All rise. Jury comes in. Good morning. You are still under oath, Cassie. Okay. So then Anna Estevallo asks Cassie, first question of the day. You believe Diddy was blackout for the Intercontinental event? She said, I believe he was intoxicated. Everyone's definition is different. Yeah, but you said blackout. Wow. Inner City Press has gotten so many Twitter followers. I'm so happy for him. Y'all go support him. I have his link permanently linked in my description box. Okay, I refreshed. This tweet here is from about 9 minutes ago. Next question. What did you write here? Cassie says, I wrote, when you get effed up the wrong way. You meant drugs? Cassie said, and alcohol. Somebody said they like my faces that I make when I'm doing the Cassie. Like, I just imagine this is, I'm relaying on my face what I imagine what she must feel like. Obviously, I don't know anything more than y'all because I'm not in there, just reading these tweets and these updates, but I like to do the little, character, whatever. So the lawyer's like, did you mean substances when you were talking about when you get effed up in the wrong way? Cassie said, yeah, and alcohol. Here in the next one, Diddy writes to you, I am so aroused for you. And objection, Your Honor, this is not in evidence, says the prosecutor. Why did we go through evidence at all? Here, Diddy is asking you for relations soon after the Intercontinental, right? Okay, I don't know what this sentence says. I mean, I don't know what the sentence means. It says, quote, I was saying who he felt. I was maybe how I felt, how he felt. I'm really not exactly sure because I mean, you can read right here. It just says, I was saying who he felt. I don't know what that means. But the question is here, Diddy is asking you for relations soon after the Intercontinental, right? And I was saying who he felt. I don't know what that means. What did you write back? I wrote, okay, so this is what Cassie says. Oh my God. Miss Spacek, she is funny. Are you in the chat? Cassie responds, what did I write back? What did she write back? She said, I wrote, we need a different vibe than Friday at the Intercontinental. Okay, so expressing that she was definitely not okay with that. Okay, we have a new tweet. And then Diddy wrote, this is the lawyer asking to Cassie, F Friday. I don't even want to do that again. Then what did you write, Cassie? Cassie says, I wrote, LOL, true. Mr. Combs suspected you of having an affair with someone else in the industry. What happened when he took your phone? 18 seconds ago, we get another tweet. Oh, let me start liking them. We were in a car and he told me to call my mom. When I did, he grabbed my phone and took it. It was a big fight, the lawyer said. Cassie said he was just gone. For how long? The lawyer asks. A few hours until my mom called the police, Cassie said. Okay, now let's see what CNN is having to say. Okay, so they do talk about the video. Okay, so CNN has done about 5 today. Let's just start from the beginning here. I want to get all of them. The judge is on the bench at 44 minutes ago, and the attorneys were in the courtroom. 34 minutes ago, the prosecutors wanted the defense to finish. So the feds wanted Diddy's side to finish the cross-examination of Cassie by 4:30 today, which we did find out from Inner City Press. Prosecutors and defense attorneys are discussing the remainder of the defense cross-examination. Okay, so they're talking about the rest of what Diddy and them are going to be doing. The prosecution submitted a letter earlier today asking the judge to ensure her cross-examination. Okay, so earlier today there was a filing, I guess. We can pull the pacer up. Earlier today there was a filing asking the judge to basically order to make sure Cassie's cross-examination was done by 4:30 today. The defense 25 minutes ago asked to show Cassie a video of Diddy talking about God. The defense wants to show Cassie a video of Diddy on a hike in the woods talking about God. Woo! He sent her the video from rehab a month after the 2016 altercation. Diddy's lawyers argued they needed to show Cassie the video because she had testified Diddy never went to rehab while they were together. I think what I remember her testifying is rehab wasn't really a thing. But he did say he was going to a spiritual therapy. So maybe this is like the spiritual therapy rehab. I mean, really, I don't know. The judge said, yeah, Cassie can review this video, but it can't be submitted into evidence for the jury because they were supposed to give all their evidence they wanted submitted to the jury by April 27th. And the last I checked, it was May 16th. Okay, so too late. He reviewed the video in the courtroom, but only the audio could be heard in open court. Okay, so the judge did look at the video and you could hear it. So CNN is telling us what they said on the video of Diddy walking through the woods talking about God. Quote, just keeping you posted because as I grow, I want you to know I'm growing and I want you to grow with me, Diddy said in the video, allegedly, according to CNN. This is CNN.com. They give us another update. Oh, this is just an analysis. I'm going to skip that for now. Cassie back on the stand. The jury is entering and Cassie is back on the stand 19 minutes ago. 12 minutes ago, Cassie says she believes Diddy was intoxicated during the 2016 hotel altercation. The defense attorney was picking back up where she left off yesterday, questioning Cassie about Diddy's drug use around the time of the 2016 altercation. The lawyer asked if Cassie told investigators in previous interviews that Diddy was blackout during that incident. Today, Cassie said, I believe he was intoxicated. She said everyone's perception of a blackout is different. That's true. 11 minutes ago, we get a quote from a text message that the jury saw. Quote, I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child. Jury sees text message Cassie sent to Combs. The jury just saw a text message Cassie sent to Diddy on March 10th, 2016, in which she describes the abuse. When you get effed up in the wrong way, this is a quote. You always want to show me that you have the power and you knock me around. I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child. The message, which was read aloud in court, said. All right, let's go to where we at? CBS News. Oh my God, you can't hardly even see anything because the ads are so huge. What is this up on the top? Can you go away? Huh? Okay. 28 minutes ago. They got somebody outside the courtroom. What are freak-offs, girl? I think we know. "28 minutes ago, just reminding y'all, I think, CBS News, Cassie accused Diddy of R-ing her in 2018. She testified 2 days ago. She went to dinner with Diddy in August 2018 to have a conversation about closure after ending their relationship. They were not together then. She was seeing another man who is now her husband, she testified. And then he R me in my living room on the floor, remembered crying, saying no, Diddy just wasn't himself. She said she was intimate with him one more time after the incident, voluntarily. Okay. Okay, we already saw that. I'm not a rag doll. Okay, so updated 6 minutes ago. I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child. Cross-examination of Cassie resumed. Today, Diddy's attorneys asked Cassie about a message she allegedly sent Diddy after the Intercontinental Hotel incident. Quote, when you get effed up. Yeah, so same quote. Quote, when you get effed up the wrong way. You always want to show me that you have the power and you knock me around. I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child. Today, we are going to be incorporating as well the New York Post. I didn't have them up yesterday. Okay. All right, Mr. Fine. We have Cassie's husband arriving with his Carhartt sleigh. Oh, they got married in 2019. I guess they met in 2018. There he is right there. Okay, 3 minutes ago, New York Post gives an update. Cassie shouldn't be called back to testify Monday over fear she could go into labor over weekend. That is what the prosecutors said. Prosecutors say if Cassie hasn't. Yep, I knew it. Oh, I knew this. I called it in live. Put it in here if you remember me. Say, yes, I remember. If you remember me 2 days ago or whatever, saying they're going to try and force a mistrial over the fact that she's going to go in labor. Look, Cassie shouldn't be called back to testify Monday over fear she could go into labor over the weekend. Prosecutors say if Cassie has to continue testimony Monday, there's a possibility she could go into labor and force a mistrial in the bombshell case against Diddy. The prosecution team filed a letter after midnight asking the judge to make sure that Diddy's lawyer wraps up the cross-examination by 4:30 p.m. today, so Cassie will not be forced to come back to court again next week. There is a possibility that Cassie, who's 8 months pregnant, could go into labor over the weekend. I mean, she could go into labor any second if that's the case. She could go into labor right now. Like, look at this, though. She's 8 months pregnant, could go into labor over the weekend, and could put the case at risk of a mistrial, the letter says. Let's go to Inner City Press. I will pull up the docket, and we'll look for that document. Okay. So the most recent tweet we read was 9 minutes ago from Inner City Press, and he said, and it was where Cassie said, "We were in the car. He told me to call my mom. When I did, he grabbed my phone and he took it. It was a big fight. He was just gone." And the lawyer's like, "For how long?" Cassie said, "A few hours until my mom called the police." Did Diddy go through your phone? The lawyer asked. Cassie, "I think so. And he called someone on it." "The person you had an affair with? An NFL player?" She said, "I don't know if he was playing anymore." She said, "But he was an NFL player and he was jealous. Wasn't there a time he found you were dancing with another person in the entertainment industry and he took your phone, right?" Cassie, I don't remember." The lawyer said, "It was Chris Brown." Cassie said, "I was not dancing with him. I was not dancing with Chris Brown, no." "Look at this. It's from 2013. Cassie said, "Oh, okay, now I see." "What else did Mr. Combs take?" She said, "My car, my passport when he was angry." Passport, y'all. Taking somebody's passport is like a big factor in these HT and ST ficking cases. "My car, my passport when he was angry." The attorney says, "Okay, fine. Now let's refresh you about Diddy being in rehab." She said, "I vaguely remember." So now she kind of vaguely remembers something about a rehab or whatever. But yesterday she said when they were together, it wasn't really a thing. So it wasn't like she was like, "Absolutely not. I would remember that. And I for sure don't remember him ever being in rehab." She was like, "It wasn't really a thing when we were together. But we did both separately take the ibogaine journey or whatever. And both of us did actually stop doing the OPI ATES. And it did work for a while." Okay, we have a video from Inner City Press. Let's see what he says, because he is in the courtroom. Sometimes his videos say stuff.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse today, Friday, May 16th.
I don't know if y'all can hear it.
We're heading back into the third day of Cassandra Ventura on the stand in the U.S. versus Sean Combs criminal trial. Yesterday, the cross-examination yesterday.
I know it's kind of quiet. I'm just wanting to watch through it real quick to make sure we're not missing anything. Plus, he doesn't have any new tweets.
Was kind of meandering. It sort of jumped all over the place. It definitely was trying to score some points and make her read embarrassing texts from 2000 and whatever. Professions of love, expressions about drugs. What it accomplished, we're not sure. But Judge Subramanian has said that it must wrap up today by noon to allow time for some redirect. Maybe there'll be recross. Nobody knows. But it'll be done. She'll be done. She'll be done this week. Sorry for all these ambient sounds. And Dawn is going to be the next witness.
Okay, Dawn Richard is going to be the next witness. Let's look at the CNN update. And then I want to go to the docket and see if I can find that document where the prosecutors are mentioning a mistrial. That's a little scary. It's a little concerning. Okay, let's do CNN update 4 minutes ago. Here's what else Cassie and Diddy texted each other days after the hotel altercation. The jury saw messages between Cassie and Diddy from a couple days after the Intercontinental altercation in March 2016. In the messages, Diddy expressed a desire to engage sexually with Cassie. Under cross-examination, Cassie confirmed that she thought it was a little strange that he would be suggesting something sexual after what happened at the hotel. She said, okay, this is what Diddy wrote. I felt that way from Friday, which was the day of the altercation. Diddy wrote that. He wrote, I felt that way from Friday. And then they're saying that was the day of the altercation. Then Diddy said, what are you doing? Cassie said, not a good vibe. We need a different vibe than Friday. He said, F Friday. I don't even want to do that again. Cassie responds, LOL, true. In the following message, Diddy referenced a card and told Cassie that he loved her. Love you, Cassie responded. I'm refreshing Inner City Press. Oh, Lord. Nicki Minaj. When is this from? Oh my Lord. They are making fake Inner City Press posts. Y'all. Oh my God. Look at this tweet from 26 seconds ago. He's like, Inner City Press has been informed that a falsified post of its reporting has been circulating. This post below is not from Inner City Press, which is reporting right now what's said in the United States versus Sean Combs trial, and has not included the below. So someone is circulating a fake tweet that Nicki Minaj encouraged Cassie to stay. Oh my God, look at this, is crazy. Someone said, hey, please sue them. They are lying on your name. Okay. The most recent tweet that we get from actually inside the courtroom, poor Inner City Press is dealing with fake news on his name. "43 seconds ago. Next question. Why did you go to Sedona?" Cassie said, I went to Arizona to get away from the drugs. Okay, fine. Now I'm going to go to a new topic. Diddy told you to get the video you heard about. What did you write? Cassie said, I wrote, you keep putting me down. Okay, we've switched topics here, and now the lawyer is asking Cassie, new topic. Diddy told you, go get the video you heard about. What did you tell him? Cassie said, I wrote back, you keep putting me down. New York Post has given us another update. Oh, okay. Let me go to I'm going to go to the docket because I want to see this document about some type of alleged mistrial. That's not my password. Hold on. Okay. Whew, I'm in. If you're just joining, hi, hello. I'm actually looking up a docket item that was just mentioned in court where the government is acting like Diddy is trying to get a mistrial. They're saying if Cassie goes into labor, it might be a mistrial if she goes into labor this weekend or something. So I'm getting bits and pieces from different places. I want to just read the filing myself. Letter by USA. Nice. Okay, we got a few cool filings. Let me get these. I'll show y'all what I'm looking at here. So here's some docket items. Stop, Jay. It's not case dismissed. Stop. Look at these docket items. Look at this one right here. Notice of press application to docket and unseal the government and defense's communications to the judge on evidentiary and other issues as to, oh my gosh, it's Inner City Press. He is such an icon. Oh my gosh. I want to be like him when I grow up. Seriously. What a freaking boss. Oh my Lord. Y'all better go show him some love. He is filing court documents on the behalf of himself and the people. Look at this. This is real hero stuff right here. May 15th, this is yesterday, he filed 10:30 in the morning to the judge. Dear Your Honor, The subject line says press application to docket and unseal the docket and unseal the government's and the defense's communications to chambers on evidentiary and other issues. Dear Judge Subramanian, Intercity Press has been covering the above captioned case like many others since its indictment. This morning, before the jury came in, this is yesterday he sent this, and so he's talking about yesterday. Before the jury came in, both the government and the defense referred to multiple communications to the court about evidentiary and other issues. But these are not in the public docket on PACER. This application/letter motion argues that many, if not all, of these are judicial documents to which the public and the press have a right of access. I agree. I totally agree. They should be put in the docket now and going forward in this trial. See, for example, the judge's recent trial in which issues USA versus Nunez, where issues in the letter were docketed overnight in real time. So these were going up in real time. Oh my gosh, slay. Somebody better go. Like, oh, wow. Assistant U.S. Attorney Slavic this morning, that was yesterday, referred to Judge Stein's Menendez trial. In both of those, letters on such issues went into the docket overnight, Your Honor, just so you know how they're doing it in the rest of the courts, in the SDNY, like the other courtrooms. If necessary, the filer can make a public argument for sealing, which states the common law right of public access to judicial documents is firmly rooted in our nation's history. He's right. I went on a whole rampage about this the last day or two. At a recent meeting of this court's Media Access Committee, it was suggested that such a request be made in writing to the district judge. I am copying the assistant U.S. attorney and the defense. Oh my God, he copied. Intercity Press filed this yesterday to unseal all these backroom secret filings. I'm copying the assistant U.S. attorney and I'm copying Diddy's lawyers. It would seem to be up to the court to docket this and such filings and to direct the parties to file public letters going forward. Please docket this challenge to the sealing in this case. Wow. Wow. If deemed necessary, this now is a request to intervene. Please act on and docket this request as soon as possible. And he did. Look who he put in here. Maureen Comey. Wow. Wow. He is so amazing. I am such a fan. Okay, now let's see this mistrial thing. Letter to the USA. As to Combs. Okay, it's 3 pages long. Let me just get it off of here because I don't want to have to pay for it again. So if you're just joining, hi, hello. I am reading a document that was filed by the government after midnight. It was filed by the government after midnight last night. So it has something to do with a possible mistrial. So they mentioned it in court, and I do just want to read it. The government respectfully submits this letter. This is tiny font. My God, 10-point font. That the court exercise its discretion to limit Diddy's cross-examination of Cassie if necessary to ensure her examination concludes by the end of the day today. This exercise of discretion falls comfortably within the broad authority of the district court to manage trials. The defense has had ample time to prepare for cross-examination of this witness. And this request will allow the defense to cross-examine Cassie for almost 2 full trial days, multiple hours longer than her direct examination lasted. The court should exercise its broad discretion and end the cross-examination no later than 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. The government conferred with Diddy's lawyers before filing this letter, and although they indicated that their goal is to conclude the cross-examination before the end of the trial day, they will not provide, or they cannot provide, assurances that they will do so. So yeah, they're like, oh, we'll try our best. It is well established the judge has the authority to do this. In exercising its discretion, a district court should consider the need to ascertain the truth, avoid needless consumption of time. Okay, so this is one of the things that the government has to take, that the judge has to take into consideration whenever he's deciding whether or not to cut Diddy's team off today. The judge has to consider, is this really needed to ascertain the truth? Is this just a waste of time, right? We, have to avoid the needless consumption of time. Also to protect witnesses from harassment and undue embarrassment. Right. I think it was like undue embarrassment yesterday to sit there and make her keep reading over and over just all these different text messages about I want to lick your XYZ LMNOP and all this other stuff. Like it was like graphic sexts that Cassie was having to read out loud yesterday, which I do think, maybe there was a reason to read some of those just to show some things. However, it does appear like they were just like dragging it out. Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't in there. I was just reading this stuff. A good faith basis for proposed questions on cross-examination is relevant. Here, Diddy's team has had communications from Diddy's devices for at least 5 months and has had her Jenks Act material for almost 2 months. The defense has known and indeed noted repeatedly on the record from this case beginning that Cassie would be a central witness at this trial. There is thus every reason to believe that the defense was preparing this cross-examination for months and has had more than enough time to do so with the benefit of her communications and the Jenks material they've had for almost 2 months. The defense has also been on notice for weeks that this witness is needed to complete her testimony by the end of this week because of her pregnancy. They never raised any concerns with that timing until today. Now, y'all remember, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Everybody who's writing in this case, including the judge, is doing so with the knowledge that probably this case is getting appealed. This guy's bosses are probably going to be looking at this. And so everything needs to be set down in writing like this. A lot of times it's easy to forget details too. So you got to put them down, mark them down. So the government is saying, all right, we have been telling them that Cassie has to be done by this week. They never raised a single concern with that timing until today. As the court is aware, Cassie's direct examination finished before the end of the day. Look, another note they're putting in here for the judge to make his decision, but also for the appeals court when it inevitably goes there. Because Diddy's going to appeal this and ask for a mistrial. If Diddy loses, he will be appealing and he will be asking for a mistrial. That is my prediction. So they're putting all the evidence down in here so that when he gets that appeals court judge in 2 years or whatever, a year, whatever, it says all the evidence. As the court already knows, see right here, they're like, they never raised any issues with it till today. So if it's such a big deal, I don't know why they never said nothing about it. Second of all, remember that time 2 days ago when Cassie's direct examination was finished before the end of the day on May 14th? And then at that point, Diddy's lawyers then told the court that the cross-examination was going to be finished on Friday, which is now today. Remember that when they said it was going to be finished and we left 15 minutes early? Like 15 minutes is a huge chunk of time in court. The defense says Diddy's lawyers also requested to end the trial day early instead of beginning cross-examination. So Diddy's lawyers requested to end the trial day early instead of starting their cross-examination. That's a huge, huge bit of evidence. They should have left. They should have at least asked some questions. What's your favorite color? And the government, yes, the court granted that application. And look, the prosecutors are saying, don't come at me, buddy, because we, quote, strenuously objected. Look, the court granted Diddy and them's application to leave court early 2 days ago. Now they're acting like they're not going to have enough time. We had 15 extra minutes, which is enough time to get quite a few questions in. That is a lot of time in court. Whenever the whole entire testimony of Cassie is in the matter of hours, like what, 8 hours maybe total, like actual testimony, like actual Cassie talking, like 10, 12. The defense, Diddy's lawyers said, let's leave 2 days ago early. The government objected, but the court granted it. The reason that the court granted it was because Diddy's lawyers represented that Cassie's cross-examination was still going to be done before the weekend. That very same night, however, Diddy's team produced for the first time ever over 400 exhibits to the government for potential introduction. Okay, so they ambushed us with all these exhibits, despite the government's repeated requests that any of these exhibits supposed to be produced far in advance. as possible. That late production appeared to be a strategic choice by Diddy and his lawyers. Of course it is. I mean, these people are getting paid for this. When? At whatever cost. That's their job. Whew, they better be happy Alex Spiro isn't on this case, or Busby. Those two, oh my God. So the feds are saying that late production appeared to be a strategic choice by the defense that delayed the government's ability to put in its objections and predictably and significantly delayed the proceedings during the first day of cross-examination yesterday. The defendant should not now be afforded the opportunity to hold Cassie on cross-examination over the weekend. Offering Diddy an additional 2 days to review transcripts of her testimony, to prepare additional cross-examination questions, or to risk a mistrial if the witness goes into labor. The inefficiency of cross-examination yesterday raises the inference that the inefficiency of cross-examination yesterday, y'all, this is a lawyerly way of saying them bumbling around like buffoons yesterday, not getting done yesterday, them being not efficient at all, them literally wasting everybody's freaking time yesterday, raises the inference that Diddy hopes to accomplish precisely this outcome. Who remembers? Put mistrial in the chat if y'all remember me making this prediction. Either was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday when Mark Agnifilo was saying, "Oh, we'll do our best, Your Honor, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to do it. We're gonna do our best. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do it. I don't know how to." Oh. Okay, that. And then let's make it this. Okay. So what the prosecutors are saying is precisely what I said 2 days ago or a day ago, yesterday. This is on purpose, I think, right? This is the inference. It's an inference. Put a 333 in the chat if they watching my videos. No, I'm just kidding. This is not legal advice. I'm not licensed to practice law. Cassie on cross-examination over the weekend offered additional... Okay. Oh, no. Diddy should not now be afforded an opportunity to hold Cassie on cross-examination over the weekend, offering him an additional 2 days to review transcripts of Cassie's testimony or prepare additionally, but however, also risk a mistrial. So people were asking yesterday what would happen if Cassie doesn't finish. And I said, I think they're going for mistrial. I think they're trying to angle for a mistrial because they've been trying to get a mistrial this whole time since the beginning of the case, since September. The inefficiency of cross-examination yesterday, also, Your Honor, the fact they were just bumbling around like buffoons, like idiots, like fools, making her read texts. Yeah, it raises the inference that Diddy and them are just trying to play us all. They are trying to accomplish, quote, precisely that outcome, meaning a mistrial. During the first day of cross-examination, which lasted the entire day, the counsel cross-examined Cassie in a highly inefficient manner, including, number one, asking questions that appeared to be solely related to numerous civil lawsuits against the defendant and not related to allegations in this case. Footnote 2, for example, Diddy, his lawyer, asked Cassie about whether the baby oil used during freak-offs contained illegal substances. No part of this case alleges this claim. This is all from civil lawsuits. So the prosecutors are saying Diddy and his lawyers are using this as an opportunity to gather testimony and evidence for civil lawsuits. We're here for a criminal trial. They are wasting time. They also wasted time by retreading multiple subjects. They also wasted time by asking Cassie to read out long text message exchanges, some dozens of pages long and already in evidence, before asking few, if any, actual substantive questions about this evidence. So they just wanted Cassie to have to sit up there and read out all this embarrassing and humiliating stuff, traumatizing stuff. That's what the prosecutors are saying. Then, for the first time ever, yesterday, Your Honor, this is the feds. They sent this filing in after midnight last night. Then, Your Honor, as if all of that's not bad enough, for the first time ever yesterday, Diddy and them informed the court that cross-examination might continue through Monday? No. The court should simply not permit that. Given ample time, this defendant and the defense counsel has had to prepare for this cross-examination. Also, on top of the fact that they were utterly inefficient yesterday. That was, or quote, appears to have been a filibuster. It's where you just talk in just to waste time. Even when the witness was not required to sit silently and read multiple pages on the stand, cross-examination consisted largely of reading exhibits into the record with little substantive questioning or inquiry. Like there was not that much questions. As the court noted before the lunch break, there are numerous other ways for the lawyers to efficiently examine this witness on the topics relevant to the defense without wasting the jury and the witness's time. There's ample time for Diddy to complete a highly effective cross-examination by the end of the week, totaling 2 full days. Limiting additional cross-examination of Cassie falls well into the limits permitted to the court. In addition, it's proper to limit them because we have to protect Cassie from undue harassment, okay? They're also saying they're harassing Cassie at this point and undue embarrassment, okay? Especially given the fact she's pregnant. For example, when Diddy's counsel insisted on displaying and reading cumulative sexually explicit text messages while on the witness stand, that is especially so where the cross-examination has already included broad, wide-ranging questions and admission and discussion of lengthy, only slightly relevant text message exchanges between Cassie and Diddy. A restriction of the length of this would not run afoul to any constitutional rights that Diddy has. The Confrontation Clause does guarantee that the defendant has a right to cross-examine Cassie. The court can impose reasonable limits on cross-examination based on concerns about, among other things, harassment, prejudice, confusion of the issues, and the witness's safety, or interrogation that is only marginally relevant. Diddy has not articulated a good faith basis to assert that he needs any additional cross-examination time after this weekend. They only offered vague, general characterizations of cross-examination, sometimes lasting longer than expected. Given that they cannot even give a good faith reason for extensive additional cross-examination, and in light of the fact they already took so damn long, and the topics they covered are just the same thing over and over, the court is well within its rights and its discretion to limit the cross-examination. Moreover, they're asking the court to give significant weight to the government's repeatedly articulated concerns regarding Cassie's health and safety, which we did forecast and predict and discussed extensively months in advance of this trial. Cross-examination that lasts multiple hours longer than direct examination is more than enough to vindicate defendants' confrontation rights and satisfy any relevant defense strategy. Nothing else is required. Okay, so that is the filing. I'm glad we did have a chance to read that. Let's go back to Inner City Press to see what's going on down there in the courtroom in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Okay, so the last tweet we read was this one. Why did you go to Sedona? Was the question. Cassie said, I went to Arizona to get away from the drugs. Okay, fine. I'm going to a new topic. Diddy told you to go get the video you heard about. What did you write? Cassie said, I wrote, you keep putting me down. I'm going to play you some audio. Okay, here's the audio. Quote, 11 minutes ago. If you saw a video of someone effing me, who was effing me? You have it. Why didn't you show me? Somebody then says, because I'm not disrespectful, bro. Cassie says, if you don't show me, I will unalive you, cut you up. I will effing unalive you. I've never unalived anyone in my life. I'm going to F you up. It's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Tell me. Estevallo said, that was you, right? Cassie said, yep. Ooh. Why they didn't come out the gate with this yesterday instead of wasting time. The escort Jonathan. Oh my God, y'all. This is crazy. Oh my God. Is this Jonathan Audie? Is this all happening right now? So they're saying there's apparently a text message where Cassie, okay, so just to piece this together for y'all. Remember Cassie testified she found out somebody had seen a video of her in a freak off. She thought Diddy shared that video. She confronted him. But then according to the testimony today, it looks like Diddy told Cassie, go get the video because I didn't put it out. Go get it. What did you write? Cassie said, I wrote, you keep putting me down to Diddy. All right, now I'm going to play you some audio. If you saw a video of someone effing me, who was effing me? This is audio. Audio. You have it. Why didn't you show me? I guess someone says back, because I'm not disrespectful, bro. Cassie then says, on this audio being played in court, if you don't show me, I'm going to unalive you, cut you up. Audio is still being played. I will effing unalive you. I never unalived anybody in my life, but I am going to F you up. It's not going to be blood on my hands, though. It's somebody else going to do it. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Tell me. That was you, right? Cassie said, yeah, that was me. Did Diddy express concern about these videos being released? Cassie said, when? The lawyer said, ever. Did he ever express concern? Cassie said, yeah. The escort, Jonathan, you thought he took a video? Jonathan freaking Audie. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's all happening. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Did he spend a lot of money to make sure the video didn't get released? Oh my God. The escort, Jonathan. The question is, the escort, Jonathan. Cassie, you thought he took a video? She said, yep, I did. Diddy spent a lot of money to make sure that video didn't get released, right? Cassie said, I don't know. You had a conversation with Jonathan Audie that was transcribed. Remember I told y'all Jonathan Audie said he had stuff transcribed? You had a conversation with Jonathan Audie that was transcribed? Cassie said, I'm not sure. Was he volatile? Cassie said, I did not trust him. What did Diddy say when you told him you thought Mr. Audie was recording? Diddy said he would take care of it. Oh my gosh. Are you aware of an escort leaving comments on Diddy's Instagram page? She said, I'm not. Oh my gosh. I gotta retweet this. Wow. Jonathan Audie. Wow, 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 wow. Let's go see if there's any updates on here, and then I want to read the other. What did Mr. Combs say when you told him? Wow, I just got to read this through again. My head is spinning. This is like almost surreal. This is almost surreal to see. Diddy told you to go get the video you heard about? What did you write? I wrote, you keep putting me down. Now I'm going to play you some audio. Cassie says, quote, if you saw a video of someone effing me, who was it? She's talking to somebody named Sujit. You have it. Why didn't you show me? And Sujit, I guess, says, because I'm not disrespectful, bro. Cassie said, if you don't show me, I'm going to cut you up. I'm going to unalive you. I never unalive nobody. I will effing unalive you. I've never unalived anybody in my life. I'm going to you up. It's not going to be blood on my hands. Somebody else is going to do it, and I'm not playing with you. That was you, right? Cassie said, yes. Diddy said, oh, the question, did Diddy express concern about these videos being released ever? Cassie said, yeah. The escort, Jonathan, you thought he took a video? Yes. Cassie did believe Jonathan Audie took a video. Diddy spent a lot of money to make sure the video didn't get released. Cassie said, I don't know. You had a conversation with Jonathan Oddie that was transcribed? I'm not sure. He was volatile? Cassie said, I didn't trust him. What did Diddy say when you told him you thought Jonathan Oddie was recording? He said he was going to take care of it. Are you aware of an escort leaving comments on Diddy's Instagram? Cassie said, I am not. Okay, let's go to CNN. Wow. 4 minutes ago, CNN, jury hears recording of Cassie threatening a man who said he had an sexually explicit video of her. The jury just heard a recording that Cassie captured of a conversation she had with a man in Atlantic City in March 2014, after he said he had seen an sexually explicit video of her. Oh my gosh. She addressed the incident in her direct testimony, telling the jury that Diddy pushed her to get to the bottom of the situation. I'm going to unalive you, and then he's going to unalive you again, Cassie is heard saying in the recording. Whether there is actually a video or how the situation was resolved was not established in Cassie's testimony already. She had testified she believed a man had secretly taken a video of her and Combs during a freak-off. And remember, I was like, is this Jonathan Oddie? She was concerned about it, and she said she told Diddy, who then said he would, quote, take care of it. She confirmed that Diddy was also concerned about sexually explicit videos of himself getting out. So Diddy, yes, was concerned about videos of him getting out. Diddy and Cassie used an escort service that was featured on a TV show. An escort service that Diddy and Cassie used, called Cowboys for Angels, was featured on a Showtime TV show called Gigolos. I think that's how it's said. I thought I would have a J. Cassie had been concerned that the escorts she and Diddy used might end up on the show and reveal their relationship. She confirmed. So she was asked, were you concerned that some of the escorts you used from Cowboys for Angels were going to end up on the Showtime show? Were you and Diddy concerned? And she said yes. She apparently testified to that. The defense attorney also suggested that some of the escorts involved in the freak-offs were on the show. Cassie said she never saw the show, so she wasn't sure. She doesn't know because she didn't watch the show. Let's go look at New York Post. Okay. This must have been from the first couple days. Yeah, it was the first day. Okay, the daughters aren't in court again. Okay, so nothing new there. Let's see. We have, who is this? NBC. No, let's see. Oh, it was New York Times. Let me get them up too, because they're fast. Are they not live today? Yeah, they are. Okay. Let's see if they have anything here. No. All right. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Wow. I can't believe Jonathan Oddie's getting brought up. Okay, I'm just trying to get to the most recent tweet, Inner City Press. Now the tweet is gone. The thread is disappeared. Shout out 10K in the chat. Okay. All right, y'all. We just now found out Confirmation, inner city press reporting from inside the courtroom. Yes, it was Cassie. It was Jonathan Oddie. Jonathan Oddie, his name, his first name, his last name, they suspected he was taking a video. Now, if you remember this Jonathan Oddie guy, he is the person who, pew-pewed the Trump hotel. And he was saying that he was Cassie and Diddy's slave and all this stuff. This was 2018. He still hasn't gone to trial. He still hasn't been convicted, charged, whatever. He's just been in jail for like 7 years. He was demanding to speak to the Secret Service. There was a plot on, a lot of the stuff he was saying seemed just so preposterous. But just now in court, like literally moments ago, why is this thread not? It's like glitching. Like the thread, it like disappears. Okay, hold on. I think I know how to get to it. If I go to my own and I click on this, okay, here. I got it. As soon as he started talking about Audie. Okay, what did Diddy do when you told him you thought Audie was recording? Diddy, breaking. I guess it's not that breaking anymore, 15 minutes ago. Diddy, and nobody's tweeting about this. Everybody's just too stunned to speak or what? Not tweeting, but like updating. Diddy said he would, quote, take care of Jonathan Oddie after Cassie and Diddy suspected Oddie of recording a video of them in a freak off. Okay, I don't want to lose this thread. The whole thread is gone. He starts talking about Jonathan Oddie and the thread disappears. Thank God I retweeted one of the things from it, because then you can find it. But I don't have to keep doing it that way. That is crazy. Stallioness said it's over. It is over, y'all. It's pretty crazy that this is happening. I'm certainly shocked, surprised. Okay, we do have some other updates. NBC 3 minutes ago. Jury hears of Cassie's intense fear. So I think the defense is going to now try to bring Cassie into it and say like she was like one of the henchmen, I guess. I don't know. Jury hears of Cassie's intense fear about freak-off video being released. The jury hears an audio recording of Cassie angrily asking a man if he had a S-tape depicting her in a freak-off. I want to effing see that. Okay, here's a quote. I want to see that. It's my effing life and I will unalive you, she said. If you have it, pull it up or I will unalive you. He will unalive you again. I'm tired of you talking beep. You said you have it. You're playing games. Who is Shajit? Here's who'll take the stand. Dawn Richard. Danny Kane, someone known as Jane. Okay, that we already know. I don't know what to do with this. Because y'all see it's like glitching, right? And then they had escorts 1 minute ago. Let's talk about rehab. You still on Suboxone? Cassie said something like that. Maybe it's buprenorphine. No, that is Suboxone, right? What does it treat? Cassie said opioid addiction. The prosecutor objected, but it was overruled. You wrote a book in rehab? The place treats sexual compulsion. Remember they were trying to get the versions of her book? The Do you remember whenever it was being argued over sorry, I had to ban someone from the chat. Remember when they were arguing over, yeah, hold the beads. I got them. Remember when they were arguing over whether or not Cassie had to turn over versions of her book? Cassie had written some type of memoir and in rehab, and she was told that she had to turn over the draft versions of the memoir. This was maybe last month. So apparently that was written in a rehab, maybe. You wrote this book in rehab. The place treats sexual compulsion. So they're going to try to make it seem like Cassie is like a S fiend. So the hold on one second. Okay. You wrote so that book, apparently she wrote it in a rehab, and then the rehab, I guess, apparently treats sexual compulsion. But like, so what? Like, that doesn't mean she was in there for that. Like, do they treat other stuff too? Like, rehabs treat a lot of stuff. They like to make money. I don't know if y'all heard. So they'll treat anything. They'll treat, oh, you got addiction. You're addicted to looking at pictures of dogs and cats online. Oh, we got a place for you right here. We got a bed open just up right now. All right. So the government's like, what are you talking about? You asking about sexual compulsion? No. Objection, objection. The judge is like, can y'all come up to the sidebar? So now they're, doing their little over to the sidebar. New York Post appears to have posted an update. 2. All right. Okay, so we get another iteration of this story. This is New York Post, Jack Morfett and Priscilla DeGregory. Cassie heard an audio recording screaming at man who claimed he saw sexually explicit video of her. Jurors just heard a clip of an audio recording from 2014 when Cassie was screaming and threatening to unalive a man. So this is from 11 years ago. She was screaming and threatening to unalive a man who claimed he had seen an sexually explicit video of her. She could be heard attempting to get more information out of the man about the alleged video he viewed. But when he wouldn't divulge helpful details, she went off the rails. I will unalive you if you don't show me right now, she could be heard yelling in the recording. I will cut you up and put you in the effing dirt right now. Put that up right now, the recording continued. I'm tired of you talking right now. It's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. As Cassie listened from the witness stand, she leaned back in her chair very nonchalantly. What a boss. The girl has been prepped. I guess they're still on the sidebar. We got a new update from the New York Times. One minute ago, we have Joe Coscarelli from New York Times. Cassie said on the stand that she attended a 45-day inpatient treatment in 2023. The Willow House. I got to write that one down for my web, because you know who else went to Willow House? She went in 2023 to the Willow House in Arizona where she stayed. She describes it Oh, sorry. It describes itself as an online program for women. Oh, it does. It is like a, okay, no. So it's all this stuff. It describes itself online as a program for women that focuses on healing from intimacy and relationship issues, love and sex addiction, emotional trauma, and dual diagnosis. So it's a program that focuses on all of these things. And, right? So it could be any of these reasons. She could have just been in there for relationship issue, emotional trauma, dual diagnosis, and she's not addicted to sex or something like that, but they're trying to make it seem like she was. The defense asked if Cassie was treated for or love addiction, for sex or love addiction. Cassie goes, nope. She's like, that ain't me. That might be somebody else might be addicted to love. That ain't me. Somebody else might be addicted to sex, but it ain't me. No, that's not why I went there. I didn't get treated for that. And remember, that's where she, okay, we got another tweet. That is where she did write, apparently, the book. And remember, she testified earlier this week. She sent that book, a transcript, a copy of it, whatever, to Christina Karam and Diddy, one of them, and then asked, well, she sent it to Diddy or maybe whatever. And then she asked Christina Karam if he read it. And he was like, no, we didn't take it seriously. Okay, they came back. Did you get neurofeedback therapy? Oh my God, did they give her aura? Oh my God, y'all. The web is webbing. She got, is this an Amen clinic? This is how they ended up finding out, saying Wendy Williams had dementia. This is where they hook up the things to you. Oh, I got to look this up. They hook something up to your head and show you things. They see how you react. Were you told the effects of it? Cassie was like something about helping her with her trauma. Oh my God. Did you participate in EMDR? EMDR? She said, yeah. What does that do? Cassie said, memories and processing them. The lawyer said, the idea is you recall prior traumatic memories, like for PTSD. You were being treated for PTSD? Cassie said, yes. Wow. It's all gonna come out. It's all gonna come out. This is laying the groundwork for something way, way, way bigger, y'all. This is laying the groundwork for like the next 10 years of stuff that's gonna start being like stuff that I know, stuff that I suspect is gonna start coming out. And it's the web is gonna be webbed. We got one new update. She sought inpatient treatment. This is CNN.com. She testified she went to an inpatient treatment center early 2023 for mental health problems. It was a 45-day program, and she said she began writing her book while she was there. She confirmed, buprenorphine. She confirmed, that's what I figured. It's not, it is Suboxone. No, buprenorphine has two things in it. Suboxone and something else. But she confirmed she's been taking that since 2022, and it's to help treat opioid dependence. Like your body can become like chemically dependent or whatever, like where you like take medical assisted sobriety or something like that. Okay. No, I don't care about that. Screaming at the man. Okay, so there's not actually anything new. Let's go to Inner City Press. So she said she did neurofeedback therapy. She did EMDR. These things also, by the way, y'all can work. I know some of y'all have said you use these therapies under a clinical setting and they did work and they helped you. And I do encourage people to consult with doctors if they're having medical problems. Don't take anything I'm saying as if I'm trying to say like don't seek treatment, but there's ways that some people, Hollywood handlers, they use this neurofeedback and I have a lot of videos on it. I don't feel like getting into it right now, but Cassie said she was treated at Willow House, the rehab. This is Joe Coscarelli from the New York Times. She said she was treated at the Willow House rehab center she attended in 2023 with neurofeedback. Biofeedback, where it lets you see how the brain is responding to trauma. And Amanda's going to be a case study. Yeah, and her dad's a veteran, and she was doing it Apparently at like a VA looking building with like rocket ships on the wall. Just remember that. She said, quote, they hook your brain up to a machine. You watch something. If everybody got a brain scan, they would see that they're not okay because the brain machine, the scanner knows more than you. Okay, remember all that? Yeah, just keep that in mind. It's going to come up somehow. I just freaking know it. Buzz, Mingen, Dr. Amen. Oh my God, I just freaking know it. So Cassie testified they hook your brain up to a machine and you watch something and it just kind of regulates your brain waves. She said, I don't know, I can't really explain the specifics. Another treatment known as EMDR helps you recount memories as part of trauma therapy. I think they're bringing this up because they're going to have their expert come in and say these are false memories that were implanted. I think they're going to have their expert do that. That's what I suspect. This says that it's like 3 new updates, but it's not updating. Okay, let's go back to Inner City Press. 1 minute ago. The idea is you recall. Okay, so then Cassie says, I was still physically developing. I don't know what the question was, but the last thing that we see from Inner City Press's tweets is the lawyer asking Cassie, did you participate in EMDR? She said yes. What does it do? Memories and processing them. And then the lawyer's like, the idea is that you recall prior traumatic memories, like for PTSD, you were being treated for PTSD. Cassie said yes. She said, I was still physically developing, but this. Might as well ask her what she had for breakfast. Exactly. I'm not exactly sure what this exchange is. Maybe we will get a little bit more detail whenever the other sources do post about this, but there's just missing context here. We just get a question seemingly out of nowhere or a statement seemingly out of nowhere. I was still physically developing. The lawyer said, you were 22. Cassie said, women keep developing after 22, don't you think? The lawyer said, but you're not suggesting you were still physically developing after 22. She said, no, I'm not. But it seems like, I mean, yeah, you do, but you do keep physically developing after 22. Like aging is physical development. Like not everything has to be sexual all the damn time. My God. Okay, I guess this is just like a useless site. Like this one just never really works. They need to get a new host. Okay, let's go to Washington Post. The defense is questioning Cassie about a 2013 birthday party for her brother, where she allegedly got into a physical altercation with a woman and told Diddy she tried to unalive that B word. The lawyers just broke for a sidebar to discuss more evidentiary issues, which has been happening a lot Friday morning. Because Diddy and his team try to sneak a bunch of evidence in. So that's just what happens. You're just going to run out of time. The defense is playing audio 27 minutes ago from 2014. This is Washington Post, Wesley Parnell. The defense is playing audio from 2014 in which Cassie threatens to unalive a man who seems to have a lurid video of her having relations. Cassie first asks politely to see the video before shouting, "It's my effing life and I will unalive you. I will unalive you. I'll cut you up. I'll hide you," she is heard saying. "I've never unalived anybody in my life, but I will unalive you, and it's not going to be my hand. And it's not going to be my hands. There's not going to be blood on my hands. It's going to be someone else." So she's the mastermind. I guess they're trying to say she's the one who was the leader of the RICO. I'm just getting off the New York Post because every time I click over there, they say they have an update. I refresh it. It's no update and it aggravates me. Okay. Let's see Inner City Press. That's still the most down the rabbit hole news. I want to know what was said here because it just jumps from, did you participate in EMDR? Yes. What does it do? Memories and processing. The idea is you recall prior traumatic memories like PTSD. You were treated for PTSD. And then the next thing is I was still physically developing. You were 22. Women keep developing after 22, don't you think? But you're not suggesting you were still physically developing after 22. I would say yes. Everybody alive, if you're alive, you're physically developing. Your cells are regenerating. Gravity starts to take over. Men, for example, with the male pattern baldness, when their hair starts to fall out, that is physical development. It's not, you don't stop developing physically after you hit puberty or something. It's like all of that is physical development. Like you're developing physically. It doesn't mean that you're, I don't see what's so preposterous about even saying, yes, I am suggesting that. Okay. No new tweets here. I guess they're just taking their sweet time. I mean, maybe we could look up the Willow House. Am I interested in that? All right, here we are. We're on the Willow House. This is apparently where Cassie wrote her book. Willow House at the Meadows. Our inpatient program is focused on healing from intimacy and relationship issues, love addiction, sexual compulsivity, emotional trauma, and dual diagnosis issues faced by women. So they have like a lot of different things. A program of the Meadows. Who owns the Meadows? About us, what we treat, HIPAA, privacy policy. So this is where Cassie. I want to see where, oh yeah, therapies and services. Brain Center. Oh boy, here's the neurofeedback. Oh my freaking. Is it virtual reality? I hope not. Oh my Lord, look at it. Looks like Lima sitting right over there. It's not her, y'all. I just said it looks like. This is how it works. Cassie said she got this treatment at this place. We apply electrodes to the scalp to observe brainwave activity. It sounds like Scientology a little bit. Sorry. The signal is processed by a computer so we can see information about certain key brainwave frequencies. This information is presented to the person in the form of a visual display / video. It's like a video game. The person controls the video game with their brain. Oh, good. This is great. This is DARPA technology, allowing them to view the ebb and flow of activity in real time. This is done from the feedback process, rewarding the brain for producing more of the desired levels of the activity. The goal is to learn to shape the brainwave activity to a more regulated pattern. This is what they did to Justin Bieber too. And I think with that havening, the frequencies we target and the specific location on the scalp are specific to the conditions we're trying to address. Now, importantly, there have been doctors who have said this is a crock of beep. Okay. There's been doctors who have said this is electrical impulses on the scalp can literally not tell you anything about how the person is. You have to have a lot more information. It's not this one size fits all thing. Now, of course, obviously there's people who do believe it. I don't know. I've never tried it and I probably never will. I personally don't need to hook stuff up to I don't need to hook stuff up to my brain to regulate. I can hook up to my imagination or something else. However, I would never judge somebody. If this works, please go do it. Please. I'm not trying to say any type of anything. This, especially addiction, you have to figure out what works for you. And it's very individualized. Okay. Let's go back over here. Are they serious? The most recent tweet is this physically developing bullcrap? What is going on in this courtroom? Like no updates are coming out. They must be sidebar. Huh. Alumni. Alumni events. Aaliyah Johnson. I gotta be honest, y'all. Rehabs, I have such a bad like taste in my mouth just from like what I know about, like especially like celebrity rehabs and stuff. I hope it's working. I hope it's good and stuff. But all right, look. Wesley Parnell said Cassie. Uh-oh. Cassie is normally, this is Wesley Parnell from the Washington Post. Wow. Cassie is normally unflappable on the stand, but you can hear her voice shrink as the defense asks her about her mental health and her drug abuse. Attorney asked what medications Cassie is taking, mentioning Suboxone and buprenorphine, drugs for opioid treatment. The rehab center she went to has services for sex addiction and S compulsion, the lawyer noted. It also treats something called love addiction. Were you treated for any of these things? Cassie said, nope. Prosecutors have objected twice during this sensitive line of questioning. While the judge allowed the defense to carry on, he has now called for a brief sidebar. We have another update from CNN. We're in a short break. This is something weird's going on in here. They tried to sneak some evidence in, and it makes me wonder why they didn't just try to get it in the fair way. Cassie says she was being treated. Okay, so this might give us a little more context of that conversation. Yeah. Yes. Okay, we do. We have more details. Cassie says she was treated for PTSD. She's testifying about her time at a treatment center where she was seen for post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. She confirmed that she participated in different types of therapy at the facility Willow House to treat her for PTSD. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, that's the long form name for EMDR, and somatic experiencing were among the therapies she received, she testified. She said, quote, it helps recount memories and process them. She described some of the treatment, saying if there was a time you were getting beat up in a room and couldn't walk out, you would reimagine it in a way where you were actually able to leave the room. Yes, and you can do all of this. It's called neuro-linguistic programming. You can do it to yourself without anybody collecting your data by putting stickers on your scalp, just in case y'all wanted to try it out. I'm not a doctor going, whatever, but you don't need to have a sticker on your scalp and have somebody take your data and know exactly what makes your brain tick in order to do this, okay? And I'm not judging Cassie. I'm glad she got the treatment that she needed. Totally. But I personally am very leery because, like, think about there's this period tracking app. The data from that app just got released, last year or something, just like had a data leak. And it's like people's like body and biological information just for sale now. The ancestry.com, that stuff goes up for sale. It's like, I don't want somebody having my brain waves up for sale and what parts of my brain does some certain things. Okay. I just don't. That's just me. Okay. But this is called neural linguistic programming, where you imagine or go back in time and you reprogram the memory yourself in your own brain. It's very simple. It seems like too easy too simple to actually work, but it is. But some people like to be able to see this on the screen. These little, areas lighten up. Neurofeedback treatment was another therapy she experienced. They hook your brain up to a machine and you watch something and it kind of regulates your brain waves. She said, adding that she got the treatment 5 or 6 times. I don't know who owns it. Is Lou Taylor involved? I just have questions. 3 minutes ago, we get another tweet from Inner City Press. Okay, wait, there's 2. Okay. This message, Cassie, this one's about having a freak off without the K substance, right? The lawyer said, the prosecutor goes, can I confer with counsel? Meaning, like, can I talk to the other side's lawyer? Can the prosecutors and Diddy's lawyers talk? Because this is not going to work. The judge said no, but we can take a break. The jury leaves. Okay, woo, y'all. It's like nothing. It's like 11 in the morning. They've been doing this for over an hour and a half. And like, I guess some stuff has come out, the Jonathan Oddie thing, but they just keep coming into all these issues. the messages about having a freak off without drugs, right? The prosecutor's like, Your Honor, can I talk to them? Because they're acting a fool. The judge said no, but we can take a break. The jury leaves. Jury leaves out. The judge tells everybody the witness list is due Sunday. Ooh, we're getting the witness list. And then Inner City Press says, but will this and other filings, which are clearly judicial documents, be in the docket? Judge says, as for these long text messages, use binders so we can save time. I don't know what that means. So I guess they gave him like a little 5-10 minute break. 10-minute recess 4 minutes ago. So we're halfway into the 10-minute recess already. There have been a lot of down moments so far this morning. As the defense cross-examination of Cassie stops and starts while they attempt to decide which text messages to focus on, and the prosecutors object to certain evidence. Ooh, the judge is mad. The defense is jumping around the timeline, sometimes pulling up messages, then taking them down without asking any questions. The judge said, quote, "We are not going to proceed in this fashion." He said that during the break. We're not going to proceed in this fashion. Stop it. Okay, so we already read that analysis about whether she should be compelled to testify or whatever. I don't think the judge is going to make her come back. I think the judge is going to say, y'all had so long to prepare this defense, and you came into my courtroom with this freaking circus. Okay, now the real break. Okay, so they went on a 10-minute break. We have an update from CNN. Jury sees messages from Diddy that references having freak off without drug. Oh, this is what they saw. Let me take a picture of this. Because people inside the courtroom are saying, what's up there? Hold on. Okay. Less than a minute ago, we get this from CNN. Jury sees message from Diddy that references having a freak off without substance. You know, DRUG, that kind of substance. The jury was again shown a text message Diddy sent to Cassie in January 2016 that was brought up previously. Cassie Okay, hold on. This is confusing to me. We do have some quotes from this alleged text message exchange. Cassie previously testified that the K referenced is ketamine. I hate K. So you let me know when. This is Diddy. Diddy had a text message that said, quote, I hate K. So you let me know when. Please don't be mad and think that's all I want to do. Then Diddy said, a successful FO is when we remember and we don't be fiending to do it the right way. I don't get it. I don't know what this means. I don't get it. I need a translator. I do want to show y'all. Inner City Press has it's another great resource. His Twitter is really where he, he does get a lot of views and he gets a lot of subscribers and followers. But I want to show y'all his YouTube channel because he does all these little lives and vlogs from outside the courthouse. And he doesn't only cover Diddy, like he covers a lot of high profile stuff. So let's see. The most recent one right here, it has 200. Oh, I'm not even subscribed. I'm subscribed on BJ Investigates. I'm going to drop this link. Everybody go like this video. I want to see how many likes we can get. No, Adi was not supposed to testify today. No one said that. That's not true. That's not. Okay, y'all go like this video. I just copied the link. I'm not seeing the likes go up yet. I'm disappointed.
Okay, here we are.
This man is the whole reason. This man is the whole reason we can do this. Well, I mean, now there's other, but he's the one I trust the most. And he's the reason that we've been able to follow this case so far. So if y'all could please, 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 please go subscribe to him, like his stuff. He's really out here working hard. He's filing court cases. He's filing filings to unsealed dockets. I mean, he is working. He is up every day. Y'all go like that man's video. I'm gonna check later and make sure y'all liked it. Okay. Let's see. They're on a short break. I think it should last probably another 5 minutes or so. Thank you, Linda, for the $1.99 super sticker. Thank you, Linda, for becoming a member. Shout out to Brittany becoming a member. Thank you, Joe Thompson, for the $10 super sticker. Thank you, Sassy Lassie. May you be protected from frivolous lawsuits and that baby be protected from courtroom vibes. Amen. Babies are blessings, new beginnings for a soul. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Anna. Thanks for your coverage. It's my fave. Thank you for the $19.99 super chat. Thank you, Artemisinin, for the $2 super chat. Every move he makes is performative, sociopathic. Thank you, Lisa, for the $20 super chat. Love your commentary and live updates this week. Made planting my garden easier all week. First time commenter. Thank you. Taking a much needed break today. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Cree Speaks, for the $10 super chat. Thank you. Good morning, BJ. Thank you. And mods, don't forget to hit the like. Anyone, the baby oil wasn't laced, so I'm holding out hope that it could come from business funds to draw in the devil, Lou Taylor. Ooh, maybe so. Maybe so. Let's see. I'm trying not to get my hopes too high, but I do think her number has been pulled. Now, how long does it take, for the number to get to the front pulled? Who knows? And thank you again for the $10 super chat. Shout out to Boy Mama X3 becoming a member. Thank you, Lex, for the 99 cents super sticker. Thank you, Callie. Thank you for the 19.99 super sticker. Inner City Press tweeting about Audie now. Yes, Hollis. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Yes, we did. I remember those fateful, 1 hour ago, 49 minutes ago. Whew. Thank you to Mads for the $1.99 super chat. Said, being 6 months pregnant myself, I just know Cassie is. Whew, I can't imagine. Thank you for the $1.99 and congratulations. Thank you, M. Strads, for the $20 super sticker. Shout out to you. Looks like we need new conspiracy theories again, Mads has said. Exactly. All the old ones came true. Thank you for that $1.99 again. Thank you to Aussie Mel for the $10 super chat. Congrats, 10K in the chat. Now we got 11K. Thank you. Shout out to Sour Girl for the $1.99 super chat. Thanks for your coverage on this case. Shout out to Julie becoming a new member. Shout out to Anna. Is KK Mia? That's what I've been wondering. People are saying it's Capricorn. People are saying it's different people. I don't know. I don't know who it is. Thank you, though, Anna, for the $1.99 super chat. Could be KK. There's a version of Suboxone for pregnancy. Oh, I gotcha. Cool. Good to know. Thank you, JR, for that information. The $1.99 super chat. There's this. Okay, I didn't even think about that. You can't even eat a piece of ham when you're pregnant. Yeah, it's like certain things that are like you can't do. Making the band more like making the witness. There you go. There it is, witty lady. Thank you for the £2 super chat. Thank you, Celestial Essence, for the $5 super chat. Daily appreciation for BJ and mods' hard work. Yes, mods, drop your links in the chat. Y'all help the mods out with a coffee or something if you feel so inclined. So glad to be here with y'all through this crazy trial. Much love, everyone. Have a great weekend. Yes, love you, mean it. Oh my goodness, Lizzie Kellogg, shout out to you. Thank you for the $49.99 super sticker. Hate somebody. I know you ain't talking to me. Thank you for the $1.99 super sticker. Thank you, Sheena, for the $4.99. I understand her wanting help, but the tech is very sus and questionable. Yeah, I don't blame anybody that seeks it out as help, but it's kind of like, what's it being used for? What's doing with the data? Who's getting the data? Who's the doctor? I mean, we heard testimony that Diddy did have his own special doctors that would write, prescriptions. I don't know if that's true. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thanks for $4.99 super chat. Kate, why did the FBI get a green light to investigate him? Because local law is bought? Who okayed this? I'm wondering. Because it's like all this stuff happens. A lot of this stuff happened so many years ago. And it's like, what happened that finally they decided to do something about it? I don't know. I mean, I can only speculate. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat, Kate. Thank you, Edie, for the $4.99 super chat. Oh my God, I just got here. I'm freaking out. Jonathan Oddie, this is huge. Definitely think he's going to testify. So glad we've been attending his hearings. Yes, Edie has been going to the hearings. Peanut Lee has been going to the hearings on Twitter. Y'all can check her out. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Is it Shari or Sherry? Gotta be Shari for the £5 super sticker. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to Constance Stills Brown becoming a member. Shout out to Jules Z Bob Unicorn for becoming a member. Mr. Bob, thank you for the $5 super chat. Super chat. I started watching yesterday and I think your commentary is too funny, Mr. 305. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the super chat. Make sure you hit that notification. Make sure you come check in because sometimes, mine don't always give the notifications out. It just happens like that sometimes. Thank you, hey Lana, for the €2. I read Lou Taylor got dismissed without prejudice. Yes, Lou Taylor's had gotten sued by Dawn Richard, who is set to take the stand now, I guess probably Monday. Dawn Richard for making the band. Lou Taylor was sued by her. However, as of a few days ago, earlier this week, that lawsuit was dropped. Okay, are they back from the break yet? Let's check. Looks like no. No. Aubrey O'Day apparently got subpoenaed. I don't know the truth or veracity of that, but apparently she may be until I see somebody called up to the stand and I see it on a transcript or like on the docket, I'm just going to be like, oh, I heard. Like, I don't even know, but I heard Aubrey O'Day is also going to be testifying. Thank you to Elizabeth for the £2 super sticker. Thanks to Lisa for the $10 super chat. Two women laying out the facts, BJ and Whitney Webb. Whitney Webb has an excellent article called One Nation Under Blackmail. She said it's a part of a series. I don't know what else she could possibly going to be adding. But it's very good. Y'all should go read it. Thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Interview on Piers Morgan with Celebrity Bodyguard yesterday. He talks about being poisoned and getting pneumonia multiple times as a result. He also talks about Kim Porter. Thank you for letting me know. He talked about that. I did see big homie CC had gone on Piers Morgan yesterday, but I didn't watch it yet. Thank you for that, for letting me know. I will check that out. Thank you to Amelie. Yes, indeed. I know you. Yes, another fellow Acadian. I knew it just from your name, Amelie. My grandpa's name, I think, was something like that. Amil, or something like that. Yes, obviously my cousin. Obviously my cousin. I got cousins all over the place. Thank you so much for the $2.79. Canadian. Hello, cousin from Acadia. That's how y'all say it. Keep going. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. There's no way he was not selling these videos. Mate mine said, thank you for the 20 DKK. Where's that? What currency is that? I need a shortcut list. Okay, let's see. Are they back? It's been more than 10 minutes. Okay, we have an update from NBC. A new update. 10 minutes ago? Cassie said she once spent 45 days being treated for traumatic memories, but not for anything connected to an addiction to love or sex. She was at Willow House in Arizona, where therapists help you recount memories. It's part of trauma therapy. She said during the cross-examination, it helps you process them and helps you recount the memories. They hook you up to a machine and it regulates your brain waves. It lets you complete a trauma that I cut off. But Cassie said she wasn't treated for any addiction to love or sex, which would presumably be behind her staying in an abusive relationship with Diddy. Okay. That's still the most recent. Who said I was pregnant? I'm blocking this person from the chat. Bye. I'm not freaking pregnant, stupid. My nose just itches. Thank you. Anne has subscribed. KK is Christina Karam. Yeah, that's who I think it was. Why did Lou Taylor get dismissed from the lawsuit with Dawn Richards? I don't know. I do not know. I know it's a very long break. I plead the fifth is laughing. She's like, oh my God. Tell y'all, I blocked him from the chat. I don't even care. I don't even care if it was an innocent mistake. Blocked. Wait, Acadian grandma was Ari Lee Guidry. Yep, there it is, cousin. Yes, indeed. Look, coffee, wine, and water. I knew it. See, I got cousins everywhere. I got cousins everywhere. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. She said my grandma was Ari Lee Guidry. Mine was, I had one, Amika Meal. Amika Meal Richard. I think Don Richard is a Richard. You know, that's like Richard is how they say it, you know, here or whatever. But it's spelled like that in the Cajun country. That's a Richard. Girl, that's Don Richard. Okay. Anyway, okay. Thank you, Charlene, for the $1.99. Cat Black, good points, good reminder. Jonathan Oddie said Mark Garagos was the one who negotiated the settlement agreement with him. Remember, Jonathan Oddie has now come up by name a couple times. This is Pillow Talk Fair. Some of y'all were asking. The lip liner too. Wait, somebody said that is actually how you pronounce. Is Richard? Is it Dawn Richard? She's my cousin too. The Richards really are my cousin. That was my great grandpa and my great grandma. That was the Richards. So Irene Richard and Amik Richard. That's my great grandparents. And my granny was a Richard, but then she got married to the Corvilles, and that's what I am. That is how Dawn pronounces her last name. Y'all are funny. Shout out to the Pascal show. You not live? Shout out to the Pascal show. He's been going live every single day. We did have people are saying that is how she pronounced her last name. Well, now I know. When you read comment, it sounded like you were saying you were pregnant. Oh my God. Okay. Diddy Docket in the house too, y'all. DiddyDocket.com. This is a team meeting. What are we doing in here for this break? We all just waiting. Shout out to Diddy Docket. When you read the comment, it did sound like you were saying you were pregnant. I had to rewind. Okay. All right. Fine. I don't think I actually deleted that person for life. Oh, somebody was saying it did. Kathy, go away. You're banned. The sarcasm is not allowed. You forgot this was the Queen Court. Bye. I think that drinks were laced. The civil cases claim getting bad after the drinks. Yeah, the civil cases do seem to be, am I related to the Pope and Beyonce? I mean, look, listen, it could be. I've said it before. It could be. I could be related to them. I could be a little spinoff, you know. I wouldn't. I'm telling y'all, I got cousins everywhere. And Beyonce's mama, I think, is from Louisiana. Which one is mama or daddy? One of them's from over there. My family's been in Louisiana like 13 generations, 12 generations, something. So I mean, I'm by you. You know, I'm down there. So it's possible. It is possible that I'm related to the Pope and Beyonce, but I don't know them. They didn't call me and tell me I was in the club or anything, if that's what you're trying to ask. I'm not one of the ones allowed to be in the club, if that's what you're trying to ask, because nobody called and told me. Yeah, shout out to Pascal. Y'all, I'm just waiting for the thing to start back up. Adi also talked about the DRUG trafficking. Ooh, I don't remember that. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Homa, shout out to Homa in the building. Shout out to Homa. Homa is one of the places in Louisiana still named after the indigenous people that was there. I mean, there's still a Homas tribe and everything. Homas. They got their own language. It's still alive. Shout out to them. Shout out to Homa. Let's see. Are they back? Yes, they're back 20 seconds ago. Here we go. And we're back. Diddy wrote, "You're so predictable. You've said you were going to tell him you didn't want to do freak offs anymore, but you didn't say it, did you?" Cassie said, "I did not. And here you were suggesting freaking off with a girl." That's the most recent tweet 20 seconds ago. Oh, we got 4 tweets from New York Times. Now they on it. All right, they got them in the building now. All right. Okay. So 9 minutes ago, Anusha Baya from New York Times. We got another reporter from New York Times. Thank God. They got some more people in here so we can get some more updates. Shout out Anusha. She says Diddy seems engaged in the questioning of Cassie by his defense team, whispering to his lawyers often and passing notes that made their way down the table. Before the morning's testimony began, Diddy hugged Anna Estevallo, the lawyer conducting the cross-examination of Cassie. Once the questioning was underway, he popped on his black framed glasses on and off to review each piece of evidence seen by the jury. So Diddy is engaged. Diddy is actively engaged in his own defense. That is a constitutional right. He's allowed to do that. 8 minutes ago, Cassie back on the stand. Her eyes were downcast until the jurors returned, and she smiled at them slightly as they filed in. Here are the key players. We got the judge, Diddy, Cassie, and the lawyer who is doing the cross-examination of Cassie. 4 minutes ago, Cassie was asked to read another text message exchange about the FOs, this time from 2010. A marker of recent history has emerged. At first, as with this back and forth, the couple communicated via BlackBerry. Eventually, around 2012, Cassie seems to have switched to an iPhone. Starring her second day cross-examination on Friday, this is Ben Cicero, New York Times. She recounted the incident from 2016 when her relationship with Diddy was on a hiatus. While riding in a car with Diddy, she said he snatched her phone away and called a professional football player she was seeing, an example of the jealousy that existed between the two. When Cassie returned home without a phone, she said her mom called the police. Later, Cassie was asked about an incident that had been addressed briefly yesterday when she heard from a DJ. Okay, so this was a DJ, Sunjit, or something like that. She heard from a DJ that an explicit S video, including her, was said to be in circulation. An audio recording was played in court in which Ventura, enraged, grilled the man for information about the video and threatened him. I've never unalived anybody, but I will unalive you. The intensity of Cassie's anger seemed to surprise even her. So this is a different reporting because we did hear it reported from or see it reported somewhere else that she was nonchalant and she was leaning back. Said, yep, that was me. Throughout the cross-examination, there have been delays and confusion over the reams of text messages between Diddy and Cassie. The judge, sounding increasingly impatient, directed the lawyers to follow the court's rules about handling these exhibits. We have 3 updates from CNN. 11 minutes ago, the jury, what it's like inside the courtroom right now. We got 18 minutes ago from CNN.com. As the jury was in a short break, Diddy's attorneys left the room to try to get their exhibits in order. Diddy sitting by himself at the defense table. He asked a junior member of his legal team to adjust the monitor on the table so he could see the screen better. Diddy's sons and his sister. He has a sister? Okay, that's news to me. I did not know Diddy had a sister. Maybe I did at one point. I mean, I don't remember everything I ever knew. And today, Cassie's wearing a pinstripe suit. She went full gangster today. The jury has returned. The jury is back inside the courtroom after a short break. Okay. 1 minute ago, CNN.com, defense brings up 2010 texts between Diddy and Cassie. The defense attorney brought up April 2010 text message exchange between Diddy and Cassie about the freak-offs. The conversation had already come up during Cassie's direct examination. She testified earlier this week she was going to tell Diddy she did not want to have freak-offs anymore. But then she didn't tell him because she saw how he reacted. I want to talk to you about something tomorrow, Cassie said. Going to sleep. Love you. Okay, so we're finally getting a little bit more into what that actual email did say. Remember, we heard pieces of it. We heard this. Now you don't want to do it anymore. Oh, I already know. You so predictable, right? We heard this before, but now we're getting a little bit expanded view of that exchange. Here's the exchange. Cassie, she says, this is, again, April 2010. I want to talk to you about something tomorrow. Going to sleep. Love you. Diddy said, is it going to stress me out? What is it about? Cassie said, freak off. It can wait. Not a big deal. Oh, Diddy says, now you don't want to do it anymore? Ugh, I already know. You so predictable. Cassie, really? Okay. Since that's definitely what it was, we'll leave it at that then, since I'm so predictable. Have a good night. Whatever, baby. I'm not going to play no games with you, says Diddy, and you ain't going to keep shutting me down. Cassie said, I'm not shutting you down. I never do. If anything, it's always the other way around. I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to say I didn't want to do it anymore. So I actually think this helps Cassie's case even more. Right? I want to talk to you about something tomorrow. Going to sleep. Is it going to stress me out? What? Freak off. It can wait. Not a big deal. Oh, now you don't want to do it and we already know. You're so predictable. Yeah, you already know because who would? You already know because who would? I mean, even for the freakiest of the freakiest of the freakiest people, maybe a couple times you would want to do. You want to do this all the time? Every single week? Who would want to do this? Cassie said, really? Okay, anyway, you just keep shutting me down. No, Diddy said that. Whatever, baby. I'm not gonna play no games with you, and you ain't gonna keep shutting me down. Again, that's open to interpretation what that could really mean. We have 2 updates from the New York Times. There's Dawn Richard. I'm so glad y'all told me her last name is Richard. I'm so glad y'all told me her last name is Richard because it just feels weird to say Richard, to be honest. And now that I know, she might be my cousin. She might be my cousin. I better not do 23 in me because it might show up third cousins with Dawn Richard because my grandparents is the Richards. Okay, so just saying. Might be related to the Pope. I didn't do a DNA test. I don't know him. They did not invite me to the club, okay? But if I ever get invited to the Vatican or something and I get to go underneath, I will tell y'all. I will tell y'all that I'm going. I'll tell y'all what I see, okay? Pope, if you my cousin, shout out to you. I would like to see underneath the Vatican. Thank you. Okay. There, just wanted to make sure that was public. So we have another update from the New York Times. The defense asked Cassie about a time in 2010 where she suggested a freak off with a girl. Not long after the couple was discussing problems in their relationship. What makes you want to do that? Diddy messaged her back. They did not linger on the exchange. So we got another update from Diddy. Diddy saying, what makes you want to do a freak off with a girl? But then they didn't linger on the exchange. We have an update from NBC 4 minutes ago. The judge is fussing. That's what we say in Louisiana. That means you getting scolded. For my UK listeners. The judge, again, 4 minutes ago, this is NBC News, Adam Rice and David K. Lee. Judge, again, chastises the lawyers for not picking up the pace. Yet again, the judge let both sides know his displeasure. Both sides. He's fussing now not only at Diddy, but he's also fussing at the prosecution. He voiced... Interesting. Okay. I just wanted to read ahead to see what they were saying. Okay. We are not going to proceed in this fashion. Oh, wait, hold on. I'll just start over. Yet again, Judge Aaron Subramanian has let both sides know his displeasure with continuing objections voiced by the prosecutors and the disjointed presentation by the defense's lawyers that is keeping the 8-month pregnant Cassie Ventura on the stand. The judge says, we're not going to proceed in this fashion. Okay. You looks over to the feds. A few ground rules. You say objection, you have to say the grounds. You can't just say objection. You have to say objection, hearsay. Objection, no foundation. Objection, relevance. Objection, lead, whatever. He added, quote, in terms of admitting exhibits, why is there confusion among the parties about what is admitted and what is not admitted? What is the confusion? This is federal court. I want Cassie off my witness box today. We got an update from New York Times. Okay. The defense has now raised Cassie Ventura's testimony about the period of time in 2018 where Cassie has said she was dating her now husband, Alex Fine, and she was seeking closure in her relationship with Diddy. Cassie testified that Diddy R-word her in her home after the two had a pleasant dinner, at which he had asked her about attending Burning Man together, which they had done in the past. So they had a dinner in 2018 for closure, and then he was like, "Do you want to come with me to Burning Man?" Then afterwards, she goes home, and then he, I guess, somehow also ends up in her home, and he R-words her, according to her testimony. Let's check Inner City Press. Okay. Inner City Press, 11 minutes ago, they're back. The lawyer, Diddy's lawyer, starts asking, Diddy wrote, "You're so predictable. You've said you were going to tell him you didn't want to do freak-offs anymore, but you didn't say it, did you?" Cassie says, "I did not." "Here, you were suggesting a freak-off with a girl? You say you found a photo of Diddy with Gina while you were staying with your parents in Connecticut, right?" Cassie said, "Yep." "You decided to break up with him and he didn't threaten you, but he suggested couples counseling?" Cassie says, I don't remember." In August 2018, you called it a closure conversation. But Diddy was inviting you to Burning Man, right? Cassie, yes. I'll read Mr. Combs. Quote, "You have anger." Cassie says, "I wrote, my family knows I'm not running around telling our business." Okay, interesting. "My family knows, but I'm not running around telling our business." I wonder what the larger part of this exchange is. 24 seconds ago, Cassie wrote, "I don't need you." I don't know what this says. It says, "I wrote, I don't need you to be taking take of Kim and Gina. I needed you to put me first," Cassie wrote. Maybe taking care? It says taking take. "I don't need you to be taking take of Kim and Gina." Maybe taking care. "I need you to put me first," Cassie said. "Please read these," the lawyer asks Cassie. Cassie says, quote, "You lied to me. She never went away. It was the nail in the coffin." The lawyer says, "You meant Gina, the photo?" Cassie said, "Yes." Diddy and Cassie, Burning Man 2020? You sure? Oh, no, that's 2020. Because wasn't she married in 2020? Okay, nothing new here. Yeah, the judge fussing at him. The judge is admonishing all parties, y'all need to hurry it along. Why is this kindergarten in here? Acton. Yeah, they're getting in some type of argument. August 2018, you called it a closure conversation, but he invited you to Burning Man. I'll read Mr. Combs. "You have anger." Yeah, Cassie said, "I wrote, my family knows, but I'm not running around telling our business." I think that's how it was meant. "I wrote, I don't need you to be taking care of Kim and Gina. I needed you to put me first. I wrote, you lied to me. She never went away." And that was the nail in the coffin. Emily said, "Where are they going with this?" I mean, I would love to know. That's the most recent. Let me look up and see if there's any other live stream. Like not stream. People.com has a trial live. Oh, Slay, they got Cassie, look. That's what she looks like today, I guess. Cute. Look at her go. Okay, well, that was like not very topical. I'm looking for, oh, we got a New York Times update. Let's just go there. Okay. Okay, so we have a quote. Just now, Joe Coscarelli from the New York Times, just now, he tweeted he updated Diddy text in 2018. Okay, so this is the quote from the Diddy text. Quote, can I not get even just that? No, blocked. Can I not? Like, can I not? Like these negate questions. Can I not get a chance to make things right? I haven't taken care of you. Diddy texted Cassie in 2018. Cassie said, you took care of me materialistically, not where I needed it. I needed you to love me and put me first. And this is a woman scorned. I do believe Cassie, probably not anymore. I do think she's like over it. But like at this time, even probably like 2018, even probably like 2019, I think that she was hurt. I don't think she was still in love, but I think she just like, it's like when a friend betrays you or like a loved one. It's like, I can see it now. I just can see it I could just see it too much. I'm older. I'm wiser. I could just feel like that's what's going on. Of course, I don't know. I'm checking Inner City Press. This croaking. Here. In your civil lawsuit, the lawyer asks to Cassie, in your civil lawsuit, you say Diddy R-word you in September 2018 after you had dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, right? Yes. Did you meet with the feds, with the prosecutors on November 30th, 2023? Cassie said, yes, but not the exact date. She's like, yeah, I mean, sometime November 2023. Yes, I did meet with them. Are they going to try to make it seem like Cassie was the mastermind behind all this? Okay, that's the most recent from there. Let's see. The Independent. Oh my gosh, how can I possibly have been missing them? I knew we were missing one. I should just save these as tabs, but they start new ones each day. Diddy Trial Live. They got all this stuff here. Go away. No. Okay, 31 minutes ago, they said court on a short break. Court is on a short break. Diddy's defense team steps out to get their exhibits in order. Diddy remains inside of the defense table, his sons and sister. And meanwhile, Cassie is wearing a pinstripe suit as he testifies. Jury sees 8 minutes ago. This is the Independent. Jury sees April 2010 texts about freak-offs. Defense attorney Ana Estevallo showed the jury a series of April 2010 texts Cassie and Diddy had exchanged about a freak-off. I want to talk to you about something tomorrow. Going to sleep. Love you. Is it going to stress me out? Freak off. It can wait. Not a big deal. Oh, now you don't want to do it anymore. You so predictable. Really? Okay. Since that's definitely what it was, we'll leave it at that then, since I'm so predictable. Have a good night. This is such a manipulative like thing though of him. And like, yes, I do think Cassie could be characterized as if she's also being manipulative because she's like evading and stuff, but she has testified that she was afraid of him because he would turn violent. And there is evidence that he would turn violent. So it's like, you know, going to be hard to overcome, I think. Okay, this is the most recent. From Inner City Press. The most recent from Inner City Press is, and they're just jumping all over the place. It's like a MK nightmare, if you know what I mean. like, it's like this text from this year, that text from that year, this text from this year, that text from that year. Oh, did you file a lawsuit? Oh, what about the R word? Oh, what about your husband now? Like, all over the place. I don't need you to be taking care of Kim and Gina. I needed you to put me first. In your civil lawsuit, you say, Diddy, are you in September 2018 after you had dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, right? Yes. Did you meet with the U.S. on November 30th, 2023? She said, not that exact date, but yes, I did meet with them. That's the most recent. Let's go to Washington Post. Okay, 31 minutes ago, Wesley Parnell, the court was taking a brief break, but the judge had asked both legal teams to remain. Sidebars and discussions about evidence admissibility ate up 30 minutes this morning, clearly irritating the judge, who is eager to wrap up Cassie's cross-examination and move forward in a trial he expects that's supposed to last 2 months. We are not going to proceed in this fashion, the judge has said, admonishing both the defense and the prosecution lawyers. Why is there confusion between the parties about what is admitted and what is not? 3 key takeaways. Now I ain't watching a video. 12 minutes ago, we have returned to court and are picking up with an exchange of text messages between Diddy and Cassie from 2010. Previously, on the direct examination, Cassie testified that in the text messages, she wanted to tell Diddy she did not want to participate in freak-offs, but she was afraid he would be upset. The defense is bringing up text messages from around the period when Cassie asked to have a freak-off with a girl. They're most likely hoping to paint her as complicit in organizing freak-offs and not coerced. Note, these messages are on a BlackBerry phone. Okay, 1 minute ago. So in your meeting with the government, you said, and this is November 2023, that is whenever Cassie filed her lawsuit against Diddy. The civil lawsuit was November 2023. In this meeting, you said the R took place after Diddy returned from Burning Man. You said he was acting strange at that dinner. Cassie said, I don't remember that exact word. Did you meet with the U.S. on April 8th? 2025? She said, yeah, around then. So in the meeting where you talked to the feds, you said that Diddy R you right after he came back from Burning Man, he was acting weird at the dinner. She was like, I don't remember exactly using that word. Strangely. Did you meet the US on did you meet them again in April 2025? She said, yeah. Okay, that's the most recent. We got an update from NBC. 1 minute ago, Cassie admits she once suggested hiring a woman for an FO. This is Adam Rice and David K. Lee of NBC News. The defense showed Cassie a 2010 message, a text message, where she seemed to suggest to Diddy that they bring a woman instead of a man. Yes, that is what I am suggesting, Cassie said on cross-examination. The defense has conceded that Diddy is prone to violent behavior, but his lawyers insist Cassie and other alleged victims were consensual adults with agency to make their own decisions, and thus they were not ficked or forced. They were not ficked forced, as the government claims. Okay. Let's see. Oh, maybe it was the Independent that... No, the Independent was one of them, yeah. Okay. What is this? Washington Post. Let's check for an update here. No, let's go to CBS. We haven't been there in a while. Whoa, breaking news 30 minutes ago. The courthouse was locked down today. And I did see some extremely aggressive agitators in the front of the courthouse this morning on the live feed. I was watching like the Law and Crime live feed or whatever, one of those like channels, and could have been I don't know, whatever. It just came up on YouTube. I just clicked it and it was live, and there was like, oh, it was Sylvia. It was infamous Sylvia. She had a live stream from yesterday, or maybe it was this morning. I think it was yesterday. And there was a guy out there. He's holding his phone. He's being very aggressive. I retweeted it. It was like pandemonium out there. He was like terrorizing people in the line. It was very scary, in my opinion. And look, 35 minutes ago, the courthouse was locked down. The defense spoke about the place. This is CBS News by Alice Gaynor. Courthouse locked down? The defense spoke about the place where Cassie went for treatment, saying it treats sex addiction and something called love addiction. They asked if Cassie was treated for either of those, and she said no. Meanwhile, outside the courtroom, the courthouse itself was placed on a brief lockdown. No mention of it was made inside the courtroom, and the trial continued unaffected. The lockdown was lifted after 10 minutes. Apparently, U.S. Marshals had to track someone down, and they did. 18 minutes ago, questions about therapy. This is CBS News. Again, Alice Gaynor. Questions return to Cassie's treatment, whether she understood it was for PTSD. She said she did not do a lot of the somatic experiencing therapy, but from what she recalled, it lets people compare a trauma that's been cut off as if you're getting beaten up and couldn't walk out of the room, so you could walk out of the room. She was asked if that meant reimagining traumatic experiences, and she said yes. When she was asked what she meant by her testimony about still physically developing, she said she meant everything, including her brain and her body. Every woman continues to develop after they're 22 years old. True. I mean, it's a fact. 5 minutes ago, the judge asked both sides why there is confusion. Okay, the judge asked the jury to leave 5 minutes ago, according to CBS News. Again, Alice Gaynor of CBS News. Judge asked the jury to step out. With the jury out of the room, the judge asked both sides why there was still confusion about what is and isn't admitted into evidence. And the defense said that its exhibits were provided to the government by 7 p.m. the day before trial at the latest. The judge also asks, the messages used in the trial be shown to witnesses in the binders, so they don't have to look up at a screen to see them, which has been taking up a lot of time. The judge said he wants the government's witness list and anticipated order of witnesses by 5 p.m. on Sunday. But will that be public? I do not know. Okay, that was the most recent there. CNN has an update. There's a tense atmosphere outside of the courtroom. Y'all, it's going down out there. I saw it on infamous Sylvia. I saw it. Let me pull it up. I want to show y'all. I want to show it to y'all because I had a strange feeling when I saw it. I had a strange feeling of danger. Like, I was like, actually, I don't want to go. Because I was kind of going back and forth, like, maybe I'll go. I had a strange feeling when I saw this guy with the camera. And it reminded me of whenever Chloe freaking Malos, had her bodyguard out there in front of the Stanley Moss courthouse doing a similar thing to me. It just reminded me of it. Let me show it to y'all. I got distracted by the home page. Okay, here. So I shared it this morning. Oh my God, the pandemonium. Hold on. The pandemonium of the pro Diddy lunatics. Y'all, they're bullying people on camera, just like Chloe Malos's bodyguard did to me in front of Stanley Moss. Look at him.
I'm not against you. I'm going to interject when you say something stupid.
Look, what you talking about? You got something to say? They're like bullying. Okay, and look, note down here. This is the credential press. This is the media. What is this guy doing? Aren't you a member of the press? Now, are you allowed to film the press? Absolutely. Are you allowed to film outside a public building? Absolutely. Is he within his rights to be filming? Yes, absolutely. But just look at the demeanor and the aggression. And he's like These people are not engaging with him at all. They said all this is run by the mob. Then you had Tisa Tells asking to meet with the Nation of Islam yesterday. Y'all, it's getting a little too close for comfort. I might stay in my house. I might not be going to that trial. Okay, let me show y'all. There is a tense atmosphere outside the courthouse where crowds of media and onlooker have gathered. A tense scene has been unfolding this week outside the downtown Manhattan courthouse where Diddy is standing trial on S trafficking. Now, remember, this comes about 30 minutes after it was reported elsewhere, I think it was CBS, that they locked the courtroom down. They locked it down, the courthouse. CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister, who has been reporting from the courthouse throughout the first week of the trial, said Friday that some fans of Diddy have gathered outside to support him. And they're terrorists, in my opinion, terrorizing. They're terrorizing people. We just saw, 20 seconds. They're out here with the phones in people's faces. They're antagonizing. It isn't just simply with a phone. You are allowed to record. People can record. It's everything else that's the issue. Some Diddy fans have gathered outside. They're very passionate and they are very loud, she said, noting that a supporter of Diddy's and someone from, quote, the other side of the aisle were loudly arguing nearby, as she reported on air today. That's what's been happening at this courthouse because it's really a madhouse, both from the public and from the media. Wow, it is going down. It is going down. I'm probably not going to be going to that trial. Okay. We have another inner city press tweet. This message to FB. Who's that? Frank Black. It's a name he used. He wrote, I'm in an investor conference. We'll get back to this. You still have love for him? Cassie said, I have love. Oh, wait, hold on, guys. No. Cassie said, I have love for the past and what it was. I think that's probably true. All right, let's see. Inner City Press. Okay, let me go to YouTube. I'm going to see if I can get... No, I don't have any Reynolds. No, I'm not. I don't think I'm related to any Reynolds. Black Sheep Unite. I know. I've had run-ins. Nicole Harris. We might be cousins too. Aren't you the one that asked me if I'm related to the Pope? If we related, you might be related to the Pope because my other grandma is a Harris. My daddy's mama's mama is a Harris. So maybe you my cousin too, girl. Nicole Harris said they official security for the hood, athletes, entertainers. They know what they're doing and they're not as expensive. Did he do it? I'm going to look up on YouTube, like outside the courthouse, and see if it's getting wild out there. Diddy trial live. Diddy trial live feed. Diddy trial, Diddy courthouse lockdown. I mean, it just did get reported 1 minute ago. No, I don't see anything. Here's Elizabeth Wagmeister, though. I'll show y'all. This is the one who just made that reporting, and it did say new. Oh, this is day one. So no, that's day one. All right, let's go to Inner City Press. It's pandemonium out there, though. That's what we're hearing. Most recent tweet from Inner City Press was 6 minutes ago. "26 minutes ago for Washington Post. We have a new update from CBS. Again, or... Hold on. I'm trying to make sure this is updating. It's just like sometimes glitches. AP News has also live updates. Let me do that. AP live Diddy update. Because like sometimes stuff gets mentioned and then only one. Okay, yeah, 4 minutes ago. Okay, we got the AP too. So far right now, the sources are Inner City Press, the New York Times, NBC, CNN, CBS, Washington Post, Independent, and the AP, Associated Press. 4 minutes ago. 42 minutes ago, they said there's time, then there's trial time. By now, the jury has realized that time estimates are rarely right during a trial. A 10-minute break is likely to be 20 to 25 minutes, and a half-hour lunch is usually going to last 45 minutes to an hour. After 20 minutes, this morning break has ended, and the jury has returned to the courtroom. Okay, 4 minutes ago, Cassie's breakup text, quote, "The nail in the coffin." Cassie testified. This is Michael R. Sisak from AP News. Cassie testified she broke up with Diddy for good in August 2018 after she saw a photo of him and another woman he had been dating for the last few years of their decade-long relationship. She said, "I don't trust anymore. That last shot put the nail in the coffin," Cassie texted. So this is 2018. She had finally just had it. Also, I think she had met Alex fine. And she like also was like, okay, I think I would rather this. Like, I think I'd rather be with like this kind of guy, like a real man that doesn't like keep me hidden away, that like maybe wants to have a family with me and stuff like that. So that probably also did help her to finally just move on from Diddy. But I am sure she was completely and thoroughly done with him at this point as well. She said, "I just don't trust anymore. That last shot put the nail in the coffin," referring to the photo she saw with Gina. I quote, "I promised myself I would I promised myself I wouldn't be with you anymore if you did that to me again. You lied to me. She never went away." Soon after, Cassie said, she started dating her now husband, Alex Fine. And remember, she met him because Diddy was paying him to train Cassie, like a personal trainer. Let's go to Inner City Press. Nothing new here. Nothing new here. We got a new update from NBC 7 minutes ago. Cassie says Combs R-word her after dinner. Cassie said Diddy invited her to Burning Man in 2018 after they broke up. She was now dating her soon-to-be husband, Alex Fine, but joined Diddy for dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, after which Cassie alleges Diddy took her home, went inside her apartment, and R-worded her. He was acting strangely. Yes. Said during the dinner, Diddy did seem different and he was acting weird. And quote, strangely. This was 2018. We got another update 6 minutes ago, CNN. Cassie says she doesn't hate Diddy now. Even now, she's like, I don't hate him. I have love for the past. I don't hate him. The lawyer, do you still have love for him? She said, I have love for the past and what it was. And someone pointed this out earlier. I just want to also reiterate and point it out. This is not Cassie versus P. Diddy. I mean, some witnesses, for example, don't even want to testify against Diddy and they're statutory victims. Like, does a victim have to say they're a victim? I mean, these are questions. Now, Cassie does seem perfectly happy to just testify matter-of-factly about stuff, but she's not saying, I hate him so much. She's like, no, I mean, yeah, like I have love for what it was in the past. We got an update from the New York Times. Okay. Okay. 3 minutes ago, Joe Coscarelli of the New York Times says the defense is trying to point out inconsistencies in Cassie's account of her alleged 2018 RAPE by Diddy. In her November 2023 lawsuit, she said the attack took place in September 2018, which Cassie then repeated when she first met with government agents about 2 weeks after she filed her lawsuit. But the defense offered that Cassie may have changed her story slightly in a prep meeting with the government last month. When she said the RAPE occurred in August, around then, Diddy had texted her, "I know I look bad to you. I could tell I didn't turn you on yesterday. I fell off." Okay, so I guess they're trying to say, no, it wasn't August. It was September or whatever. Like, somebody can't forget the month when it was 1 month away and apart. Like, shut up. It shows me I don't think they have a very strong case. 1 minute ago, we get another update from Inner City Press. You wrote, okay, this is the lawyer. The Inner City Press is like, after yet another sidebar, you wrote, the lawyer asks, "I didn't mean to be a beep. I just don't get the time." He writes, "You just need to be positive, correct?" Cassie said, "Yeah." Okay, the lawyer says, "Put up defense exhibit 1309. This is about a yoga instructor." Cassie said, "Yup." Somebody said, "Oh, see, I ain't gonna read that out loud, but I am wondering. I'm wondering if he's just simply just jealous because he would rather be a woman. Like, is he jealous of women because he secretly desires to be a woman?" I mean, I've wondered this. I don't know what would make me wonder that, but I did wonder it. Okay, now we're looking at NBC. Now we're looking at CNN. Nothing new there. Now we're looking at CBS. Updated 2 minutes ago. Wait, let's see if there was anything else. We already read that part. Okay. Defense accused of dragging out Cassie's testimony to trigger a mistrial. Prosecutor submitted a letter. Government respectfully submits this letter requesting the court cut them off today by 4:30. Strategic choice by the defense that delayed the government's ability to lodge objections and predictably and significantly delayed the proceedings during the first day of cross-examination. We did read this letter earlier in the stream. Let's look at Washington Post. Okay. The defense is asking Cassie about a weedy series of dates, texts, and meetings with prosecutors that seems confusing even to her. There have been multiple objections and a sidebar, and very little coherent testimony. The defense is currently bouncing between an incident in 2018 where Cassie claimed Sean Combs R-word her in Malibu, and her account of that incident to federal prosecutors in 2023, after she filed her sexual assault lawsuit against Combs. The defense has also asked her to recall meetings with prosecutors this year, 2025. Okay, we got 2 new updates from The Independent. Oh, look. Look at the courtroom sketches. Oh, girl, are you serious? We got the courtroom sketches. Look, Diddy hugging his attorney. Why they made his teeth so yellow? They like intentionally had to color his teeth yellow and color that hairline on that lawyer. That is funny. They are funny. This woman must be bald headed. They are not giving her no hairline. Look at Cassie on the stand. Slay. Look at Diddy looking at her. Look at her looking at the screens. Interesting. New courtroom sketches from Friday morning show Cassie undergoing a cross-examination from defense attorney Ana Estevallo. Another sketch shows Diddy hugging the lawyer Estevallo as he entered the courtroom. 9 minutes ago, The Independent, this is Katie Hawkinson. Cassie doesn't hate Diddy. The defense attorney, Anna Estevayo, asked Cassie if she hates Diddy after their relationship. I don't hate him. I have love for the past and what was. Cassie broke up with Diddy after seeing a photo of him with another woman 2 minutes ago. Again, Katie Hawkinson. This was the nail in the coffin. So we have a little bit more of a quote here, a little bit more extended quote. Cassie broke up with Diddy after seeing a photo of him with another woman. Nail in the coffin. Cassie broke up with him August 2018 after she saw the photo of him with Gina. Quote, I just don't trust anymore. That last shot put the nail in the coffin. Quote, I promised myself I wouldn't be with you anymore if you did that to me again. Oh, I guess we did read that. Ventura says Diddy was dating Gina for the last few years of their relationship. And then we have AP. Let's check on the AP. Okay, I think we already read that too. New York Times has 2 more updates. One interesting tidbit. This is from Joe Coscarelli 2 minutes ago on New York Times. One interesting tidbit from the exchange between Cassie and Diddy about the alleged. One interesting tidbit about the exchange between Cassie and the lawyer, Diddy's lawyer, about the alleged R word. The lawyer raised the fact that Cassie told investigators initially that Diddy was acting strangely at the dinner before the incident. According to Estevayo, Cassie wondered if the attack was linked to Diddy's bipolar disorder. Okay, this is the second time I've seen bipolar disorder come up. I've also seen bipolar disorder come up with Jonathan Oddie. He seems to be going to be pleading not guilty by reason of insanity and showing that he has time served 7 years and he has bipolar and he was having a bipolar episode that day. So now we're hearing for the first time Diddy has a bipolar disorder diagnosis. This is being reported again 3 minutes ago. Joe Coscarelli, New York Times. According to Estevayo, the lawyer, Cassie wondered if the attack was linked to Diddy's bipolar disorder. So they're going to say he's bipolar? He had been acting strangely, nice, but strangely, Cassie confirmed on the stand. She did not respond. And he did not respond when Cassie told him to stop. The defense had never before mentioned a potential bipolar disorder diagnosis at trial. Is Diddy going to bring in like his defense, like, oh, he was actually the victim and he himself has PTSD and blacks out? Like, are they going to say, oh no, bring in Janet. She's the real, like, I don't know where they're going. I can't know where they're going with this. Okay, we have a few more texts, tweets from Inner City Press. What did you write? Okay, so, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. All right, so there's some exhibit about a yoga instructor. Look here, this was a few minutes ago. We read this one, but just to refresh your recollection, Cassie had written, quote, I didn't mean to be a bitch. I just don't get the time. He writes, you just need to be positive, correct? Cassie said, yes. Is this about okay, so then they pass over a new defense exhibit 1309. She said, is this about a yoga instructor? Cassie goes, yup. What did you write? Cassie said, I wrote, I've stopped even caring. Estevayo goes, but you still did care, didn't you? Cassie said, yeah, I still did care. So he said you could date other people. Let's just talk about it, correct? Cassie said, yeah. What did you write? Cassie said, I wrote, I do love you. I would just prefer not being one of your girlfriends. Let's hang out tomorrow night. I'll do studio from 6 to 9. He writes, can I hold you or are you just going to break up with me? Oh my God, pathetic. I think we all know the type. Oh. So this is like around the time of that alleged breakup, right? She's like, I don't even care anymore, whatever. Diddy said, you can date other people. Let's just talk about it. And then what did you write? She said, I do love you. But truthfully, I would just prefer not being one of your girlfriends. So she knew she was one of many girlfriends, one of your girlfriends. Let's get up tomorrow night. Maybe catch up, hang out. I'll do studio from 6 to 9. He says, can I hold you or are you just going to break up with me? Yeah, she's definitely breaking up with you, buddy. All right, we're just cycling through NBC. Unsurprisingly, I'm moving them down to the end. They don't even update. CNN? They have been doing updates and then they just 18 minutes ago. Maybe they went outside to cover what's happening out there. Tense atmosphere outside the courthouse. They're just fighting out there. Okay, we do have new updates from CBS. Oh, we already saw that. Okay, updated 1 minute ago. CBS, Cassie's testimony continues. The defense questioning her continues as Diddy's team asks about her continuing to communicate regularly with him. She says, yes, she did continue telling him the relationship was over. By that time, she was seeing her now husband, she said. Cassie said from her perspective, she and Diddy were not together anymore, but she had dinner with him and went to her house with him. She then asked about her lawsuit, accusing Diddy of R in 2018. This is Alice Gaynor of CBS News. Now, if anything, to me, this kind of helps Cassie's testimony because it shows she did tell him, I don't want to be one of your girlfriends. Let's meet up tonight, studio 6 to 9 or whatever. And then he's like, are you going to break up with me? Hold me, hold you, hold you. Can I hold you? Shut up. Can I freaking hold you? All she wanted him to do was hold her and care about her during this relationship. And according to her, he just wanted to F it. She said, this is all we ever do. Back to Inner City Press. Okay. New York Times, no. CNN, also no. Cassie said from her perspective, she and not together anymore. Okay, we already read that. Washington Post. Let's see if they've said anything. No. What the hell? What? They haven't said anything in a while. See, update the Independent. Nope. Let's go to the AP. Look at Mark Agnifilo flying. It's flying. Oh. Oh, that's so loud. I want to see Mark Agnifilo walking. There he is. Look at him go.
Some of those messages that she was made to read aloud in court were explicit and lurid, talking about...
Diddy Docket wants to know what even is this cross-examination. How many times can we ask how is this helping him? Or to say this helps. Yeah, I mean, how many times is he just going to keep helping our case? Seems like the defense doesn't have anything and just keeps scrambling. No wonder Diddy cussed them out. I did hear that they got cussed out. They're not on a break, but it's just all these sidebars. They keep having to go up. This cross-examination is a joke. Sidebars hold things up. Y'all get the likes up, right? She wanted to be his girlfriend in the beginning, and he drug her along, sometimes literally to be his toy. It is evil, Meg Sal says. Look at him go. All mental disorders should be accepted and validated, not used as an excuse. I mean, I don't know, girl. You know, some of the stuff they call in mental disorders these days, I don't think are valid. Like, you know, they calling it mental, what is it? Minor attracted person. I mean, they used to call that PDF. Okay, so isn't PDF Elia a mental disorder? Because I'm not accepting that one. You know what I mean? Like, if you're acting on it, no, get out of here. Banished. Okay, let's go to Inner City Press. We do have an update from New York Times, at the very least. 2 minutes. Okay, we got a new tweet. And you write back. The lawyer goes, and you write back, we can embrace, LOL. And you wanted to hug him, right? Cassie said, that's what I said. Did you have sexual intercourse with him that night? She said, I did. And during that, your now husband FaceTimed you? Not Cassie FaceTiming her man while she was with Diddy and doing the Diddy. Oh my word. Hold on, I need clarification. The thing is too, like somebody was live yesterday, somebody that I strongly suspect is a plant being paid to do PR and pretend to be a YouTuber. There's a lot of those, so the list is broad, all right? But they were saying that like Alex was like so infuriated, so mad. He was pissed. He's going to divorce Cassie over it. Y'all are absolutely out of your freaking mind if you don't think Cassie prepared her husband, who is the father of her 8-month-old in her belly baby. He probably knows way more than we'll ever know. Okay. I guarantee you there's no way she's so calm and cool on this stand with us still having a secret. Okay. I think he is very prepared. He probably did some of that EMDR himself. We got an update from the New York Times. Joe Coscarelli 3 minutes ago, while going through emotional breakup texts between Diddy and Cassie from late September 2018, after the alleged RAPE, the defense lawyer, Ana Estevallo, noted that Cassie did not bring up the attack to Diddy when they discussed the last time they had seen each other. Cassie said, yeah, no, I didn't. I didn't bring it up. What am I going to bring it up for? We have another update from CNN. Let's see what they're telling us. They texted about possibly dating other people in September 2018. The defense attorney was now going through the text messages saying Cassie and Diddy exchanged. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Rumors Cassie had heard. So we're getting some more context here. Cassie apparently had heard some rumors that Diddy was dating his yoga instructor. She texted, quote, I hear you're dating. I didn't know. He denied it. He said, I'm not dating. Dating who? I'm not dating. Cassie responded, maybe you've been going on dates all along. I actually need to stop even caring. He asked her, do you want to start dating? Do you want to start dating like other people? If you are, let's just talk about it. At this point, Cassie was already dating her now husband. Cassie also testified yesterday that a month earlier, she went to dinner with Diddy for what she thought was a closure conversation. After the dinner, Diddy drove by her home and Cassie said he R'd her. How do you R somebody if you driving? So he drove by her home? Oh, drove her home. Sorry, excuse me. I read that wrong. After the dinner, Diddy drove her home and she says he came in and R-word her. She FaceTimed the husband during the encounter, y'all. I think. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is bad. This is bad. But again, y'all, I think he knows. I don't think this is a big gotcha. I think she knew this was going to be said. I think she's known for over a year this would be said, and she knows. Your now husband didn't know you were with Mr. Combs at the time. She said, I don't know what he knew. He later discovered it. Objection, Your Honor, objection. New question. You didn't tell your husband you were R-word by Diddy, right? She said, not that evening. We got an update from the New York Times. Maybe they'll give us some more context. After Cassie seemed to request a break, the judge asked if she could hang on for 10 minutes more. She agreed. Cassie then confirmed that she did get a FaceTime call from her now husband during the last time she had relations with Diddy, not long after their breakup and the alleged 2018 R word. Your now husband didn't know you were with Diddy at the time, correct? The lawyer asked. Cassie said that he did eventually find out about her having relations with Diddy, as well as the alleged R word. He punched a wall. Her man punched a wall when he found out, y'all. I bet you he also just feels like there's such a heavy, like, Diddy, like, shadow hanging over him in his life, and he just wants this freaking guy put away. It is clear Diddy had a very strong psychological hold on Cassie. You know, what else is clear? I'm not really sure. 9 minutes ago, we get another update from Wesley Parnell. You know, Parnell is like an old fancy name. That James Parnell Spears. Parnell is Britney Spears' dad's middle name. It's like a family name. The defense is zeroing in. This is Washington Post. The defense is zeroing in on a series of text messages from September 2018 between Cassie and Diddy, a month after the incident where she claimed that Diddy R'd her. Attorneys are dissecting every message, potentially laying out an argument that the couple was still enjoyed and friendlier than Cassie previously conveyed. Quote, okay, Diddy. Diddy says, quote, we're getting a quote from the conversations. I don't want to have a conversation where you break up with me again. I want you to love me. I need you to love me, Diddy said. The couple agreed to see each other and, quote, embrace. Checking in on the Independent. Nope. Let's see. Checking in AP. Doesn't hate Diddy. NBC News, most recent was 30 minutes ago. Okay, let's see Inner City Press. Uh-oh, we got Kim Porter's funeral. Breaking news. Kim Porter's funeral enters the chat. After Kim's memorial service, you wrote to him that you were going home. Why had he called Kim his soulmate? What was the 11 years all about? Cassie said, yep, I sure did write that. Yes, I did. And that was hurtful, wasn't it, Cassie? She said, at the time, yes. Because, see, Kim Porter died, and Cassie, very mysteriously, and Cassie went to Atlanta to take care of Diddy. This is November 2018. Now, at the time, Diddy called Kim Porter his soulmate. He had, I think, posted an Instagram post calling Kim Porter his soulmate, and it really pissed Cassie off. I think that was truly the final nail in the coffin, because maybe she thought now that Kim Porter was dead, that she would maybe be able to move, you know, become number one, because it does seem like Kim Porter was like the number one, and always, because she's the one that had Diddy's kids. Miss Porter's memorial service, after Kim Porter's memorial service, you wrote to Diddy you were going home. Why had he called Kim his soulmate? What was the whole 11 years all about? Cassie said, yes. Yes, I did. I was pissed. New update from CBS News. This is Alice Gaynor. Defense asks Cassie about our allegation 2 minutes ago. This is CBS News. The defense asked Cassie about her recollection of the lawsuit. Oh my God, it's thundering again. The whole floor just shook. Asked her about a recollection of a lawsuit and if she remembers stating Diddy forced himself into her apartment and tried to kiss her after dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu. She didn't remember the exact wording of the statement. I don't remember the word forced, but maybe I said that. She then is asked about meeting with investigators in November 2023, and this was shortly after she filed her own lawsuit alleging RAPE. Cassie said Diddy was acting strangely at dinner, but she didn't remember telling investigators he later seemed anxious. Okay, so she said, yeah, I do remember saying he was acting weird. I don't remember saying he seemed anxious. I also don't remember saying that I don't think he was in his right mind. The defense showed an August 2018 text message allegedly from Cassie to Diddy saying, quote, hit me when you can, heart emoji. But she said she did not recognize that. Okay. This Washington Post. Let's see what they have going on. They must have just left. Oh, okay. The defense is zeroing in month after the incident, potentially laying an argument, still enjoyed, friendlier. She don't have a conversation when you break up again. Okay, we already read that. Let's go to the Independent. Nope. Let's go to, what is this? AP. Okay, and now they went on their lunch break. CNN's got 2 updates. Aw, this is sad. Because she found out she was dating. She thought that he wasn't dating anybody else in 2018. She thought he still had some type of relationship of some sort with Kim Porter because that was his kid's mom. But I think she really did not know he was still dating other people. And then that's whenever she was just like, I'm so freaking finished with you. But of course, when you get cheated on over and over and over and over again, you're still upset. You're still hurt by the person. Cassie texted Diddy, quote, I'm lost without you in October 2018. So this was right around the time that they finally did like break up. In messages from early 2018, Diddy told Cassie he was going to fall back and call him when she needed something. Cassie responded that she wasn't sure how to handle things. And she said in part, quote, I'm lost without you. But that just also, again, to Diddy Dockett's point, bolsters Cassie's point that she was so dependent upon him because he was in such control of every aspect of her life that she did not know how to function when he just withdrew. I'm a fall back. Jury heard more messages about the relationship. The jury heard further messages from 2018 in which Diddy says, I want you to love me. I need you to love you. What? I think it's me. I do love you, Cassie said. I would just prefer not being one of your girlfriends anymore. This is September 2018, but the next month she was like, I'm lost without you, which does make sense. I mean, people do go back and forth before they break up for final a lot of times. The next day, she and Diddy saw each other and had relations. Oh, in the messages they said they both can't wait to see each other. The next day, she saw Diddy and had relations. Her now husband called her on FaceTime while she was with Diddy. She confirms. The defense attorney suggested that she told her husband that this encounter was actually when Cassie said Diddy R-worded her. She said that wasn't the evening when I was R-worded. So, no. New York Times has 2 more updates. Cassie testified she attended the memorial service in Georgia for Kim Porter, the mother of 3 of Diddy's kids, in November 2018. It was the last time she saw Diddy. A few days later, she texted him that a social media post of his calling Kim Porter his soulmate was hurtful. What was the last 11 years all about? She wrote to him. From there, he let you go, right? The defense lawyer asked. Cassie said, I don't know about letting me go. Oh, that's the last thing we got before the lunch break, which is scheduled to be back at 1:10. I think I'm just going to stay on through the lunch break today because I got to leave around 3 today. So I'm just going to stay on. The cross-examination will come back at 1:10. Okay, I'm going to keep reading updates though because look, there's another update right here. Let's go CBS. Okay, we read that one. Let's go Washington Post. All right. They're just trying to break up. I did see like a tarot card reading or something of someone saying that if Diddy realizes that he's going to lose or he's going to look bad anyway, he's going to want to take Cassie down with him. And a big part of that is going to be isolating her, trying to isolate her from her man. And so it could be a big gotcha to make Cassie look like she lied to her man. But we do have an update from Wesley Parnell, Washington Post 4 minutes ago. The defense is probing the events of September 27th, 2018, when Cassie and Diddy met and had relations, weeks after he allegedly R-worded her. In previous testimony, Cassie said she had had consensual relations with him once after the R-word. Quote, "We had been together for 10 years. You don't just turn feelings off that way." She was being cross-examined about a missed video call she received. So she didn't answer the phone. She got a video call from Alex, her boyfriend, her current husband, but then was boyfriend. And she testified that upon learning that Cassie had hooked up with Diddy that night, Alex punched a wall. He punched a wall. We have a supposedly update from... They just be putting a little one over there to make you click it. Defense attorneys have tried to portray Cassie as a loving partner to Diddy, who willingly participated in the FOs. Nick, you said that's when he started to obsess over Kim Porter. Oh, because they broke up. Yeah, well, she was still on and off with him, though, because she was still on and off with him because she went to Kim Porter's funeral. I don't think it was Aphrodite, no, maybe. Paloma said the defense wants the people to blame her for cheating on Alex or getting back with Diddy after all that horror without telling the DV context. Martha's Beauty Life said she was his punching bag. Oh, he became super obsessed after she died. Yeah, it was probably to put all her intellectual property into CE Opco, if I had to guess. Thank you, Charlene, for the $1.99 super chat. And again, Charlene, for the $1.99 super chat again. Thank you, Edie, for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Call of Dreams. Hey, BJ. Yes, we are. Call of Dreams said, "I'm in Chicago, but we are totally cousins via the Acadians in New Brunswick. Had a few great grandfathers born in Louisiana." Oh, we definitely cousins. Thanks so much for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Sarah Be Creative, for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, the Ravioli Kid, for the $4.99 super chat. Dawn dated a member of Day 26 for making the band. In a recent interview, all 5 of them broke down crying, remembering something involving Diddy. Wow, that's very interesting. The Day 26. Wow, I gotta look that up. Somebody send me a link. Thanks so much to Emily for the 444 super chat. Thanks so much, Fan Fiction, for the $1.99 super chat. KK is Christina Karam, Diddy's chief of staff. Thanks so much for that. Thanks so much, Aussie Mel. Which details? Oh yeah, I have them up. The detail queens are not really detailing today. They must have Fridays off. They must have took it off for Lent or something. I really don't know. Thank you, Matrix God, for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, B, for the $4.99 super chat. Like the stream, or Diddy will make you fill a pool with baby oil. Ooh, no. Thanks so much for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Marie, for the $4.99 super chat. My 4-year-old and I are sick today. I'm glad I found your channel. And you are hilarious and helping me feel better. Oh, good. Feel better soon. Hello. Shout out to the 4-year-old too. Thank you. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. You're working hard for us. Thank you. I hope you're eating in between videos and breaks. Allow me to help you with your lunch today. Oh, thank you, Trish. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Kate, for the $4.99 super chat. I think Diddy had a government handler who kept him out of trouble and must have retired. It gotta be. I mean, something's going on, Kate. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Girl, rewatch, Edie says. Rewatch Adi's interview. He goes in depth about how Diddy's rug ficking operation works. Liquid coke in the bottles of Ciroc on private jets to avoid customs. His testimony would play perfectly into the RICO charges. Ooh. Thank you for the $19.99 super chat. I am going to listen to Adi's interview again. It's just like, oh, I'm so sick of like Diddy news by the end of each day, but I will. They must have found Gina, Hudson Saint and Co. said. She was skipping out on her subpoena. Did you watch her interview from last year? She was, yes. Is she the one that got pregnant and Diddy made her do something or something with that type of thing? Is that? Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. And then Edie adds another comment and says, Diddy told the first escort that testified, that was Daniel Phillip, that he was in the importing and exporting industry for work. Do you think it could be rug ficking? It could be. Thanks for the $4.99 super chat. Let's see. Matrix Goth, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Wang Chi, do you remember what Natalia Rubin said? They did the same thing to her during her case, or the same thing during her case against Diddy. Yeah, where like witnesses like dropped off and it was just shenanigans in a circus and he ended up getting off. Thank you for the 50 knock. Thank you, Katie Lee, for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you for your detailed coverage. You've been doing awesome, BJ. I know doing this every day is exhausting. You look adorable today. Thank you, Katie Lee. Thank you, Just Hendricks, for the $4.99 super chat. My thought is 50 mil paid by Diddy, but someone higher paid more. Defense is throwing this case. That is interesting, Just Hendricks. Now, to hear some of these streamers, some of these bloggers say it, Diddy's defense was doing a great job yesterday and Cassie got. From reading the, 6-7 sources that we read, I don't really see how. No one really seemed to have implied that. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Mental disorders are overdiagnosed, Shannon Walters said. Half of them don't even exist. They were created to make Big Pharma rich and give people excuses to behave like lunatics. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Shannon. Thank you, Alyssa, for the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you, Missai H, for the $9.99 super sticker. Thank you, Selma, for the 119 knock. This sick man is pandering to the misogynistic part of the public court and doing nothing to defend his case in the real world of legal court. Basically, he's just making the headlines for TMZ. He is done. I think that could come out true. Thank you so much, AJ, for the $4.99 super chat. Shout out to AK Emerson, member for 10 months. Thanks for the coverage, BJ. Shout out to Miss I, $9.99 super sticker. And Carmen asked if I could recap. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. This was over an hour ago too. So, I mean, I really honestly know I can't really though, because like not that much has truly transpired. The only thing that's really happened today that I'm like, okay, there's something is Jonathan Oddie, was confirmed. It was confirmed. Cassie and Diddy suspected Jonathan Oddie of taking a video of an FO. And then Cassie threatened to unalive somebody. over it. Very interesting. Did they really just say they wanted to play a video about him walking in nature? Yes, Tiffany. Yes, Tiffany. Did they really just say they wanted to play a video about him walking in nature, talking about God? Because he did that part doesn't mean he was actually in rehab. It's totally. Livy said, don't worry. We told him a recap would be kind of hard at this point. It is difficult. Diddy's team is asking questions. Miss Infamous said, Diddy's team is asking questions for his civil cases, like about the baby oil not being laced, him being bipolar, many excuses for later since Cassie is a key witness. Totally. I do think they are doing that. And I do think a big reason that they wanted to have her on the stand so long was to get, it's called like evidence fishing or whatever. Try to think of the big picture of this case and how it all connects to the people. It has religious cult. Oh, I think about it, Sheena. But the thing is, you can't say too much stuff without getting called names out here. You got to just let it play out. All right. I took today off. Erica said I took off today to hang with my best friends. Shout out to you. Top dog right here. Woof, woof. Did became more active on social media and godly after Kim Porter died. So that video proves nothing. Some guy named Combs, totally, definitely not biased. Totally not biased. Somebody named Combs said, I think they're doing a good job of challenging and dismantling her claim she was forced. Yesterday portrayed Cassie as a drug addict who willingly engaged in nasty behavior while high. I think that is what they tried to do, Combs. But I mean, I have my own opinion of it. I don't think they did. And look, listen, when I came into this case, I had an open mind. Nobody could say I came into this case without having an open mind. I mean, Tiffany freaking Red herself commented on my comments talking about she's disappointed in me because I was having an open mind. I was saying, I don't know the facts. I don't know what happened. I shed tears over the fact thinking about freaking stupid Diddy having to have 5 shirts in prison. Okay. So I had not had my mind made up, Combs. I had not had my mind made up. By the end of the second day of Cassie on the stand, it was going to be hard to convince me that there wasn't, because what y'all have to remember, Combs, what everybody got to remember, Cassie could have had 99 encounters with this man, and only one encounter had to be the non-consensual one. Only one encounter. Now, for the prostitution charge, that doesn't have to be coerced. The transporting somebody for the purposes of prostitution, that does not have to be non-consenting. You can be transporting a totally consenting person. So there's all of these elements. I think that they may have, Combs, to your point and to your credit, I will agree to some extent, they may have shown that there was at least one freak off or some freak offs where Cassie did willingly participate. That doesn't mean that they dismantled her claim that she was indeed forced into freak offs. It just means not every freak off was forced. Think about that a little longer. It might help you. A therapist won't diagnose you with bipolar if you're ingesting copious amounts of drugs on a daily basis. Anyone doing this would look bipolar. Good point. Good point. Are the security guards part of the RICO charge? I don't know. I don't think so. Kat Harvey, thank you for the $25 super chat. Loving your coverage. I just sent you an Instagram with a clip I think you might be interested in. It's the day 26 interview about Diddy. Keep kicking butt. Okay, I'll go check it. Let me see. Oh, we do have some updates too from NBC. Am I signed into Instagram? I might not be signed in. I'm not signed in on this computer. I'll look at it in a second. Let me show y'all. Thank you for the $25 super chat. Yeah, they saying Aubrey O'Day. I don't know, Chef Matt, if she is for sure. This is what the rumor mill is saying. So let's just see. But Mob Figure's boss man said, I don't think I've ever been so addicted to a YouTube channel like I am to this one. We love you. Thank you. Late woke here. You're the best person covering this. Girl power. You're funny. Cassie being compliant doesn't make him innocent. Exactly, Yo-Yo. She has immunity. I did not know that. I didn't know she had immunity. People are starting to discredit Cassie, but what they have to realize is this is only week 1. What tactics do you think the prosecution has up their sleeve? I cannot wait. That preppy girl said, well, hold on. Bipolar doesn't make you violent. You can be abusive and have bipolar. You could also be perfectly normal and experience mania. I hate that as a plea. If someone under the influence, they cannot consent. Besides the fact that consent can be revoked at any time. I wonder if Cassie could be on the spectrum. I don't know what would give you that impression, but maybe. Not sure. Yeah. Been watching for several days, and I definitely have the alerts for you. Thank you, Maria. You are amazing, Jessica said. Glued to my phone during work. Y'all are funny. I've spent my entire work shift since Tuesday with you, Livy said. Wasn't Cassie planning the FOs so Diddy wouldn't make her successful moments about him? That's literally a fawning response, Bronze Angel said. I think so. I do think so. What are the chances they bring up Young Miami? No idea. This is the only social media I do these days. I agree, he's done. And Jessica said 400 freak off sounds questionable to me that he forced her. Jessica, first of all, I don't know where you're getting that number from because she did not say 400. She said it's impossible for her to know. She said under oath. And this is, y'all got to stop. Y'all got to stop getting the fake news. I read like 5 to 7 sources, okay, and put them all together, and I try to do my best. But there are literally and legitimately actors and liars who are going to this court, and they are lying, and they are this is not my first rodeo, okay? I've seen this done many times before. In the Free Britney movement this happened, in the BAM movement this happened. People lie, people infiltrate, and then they oh, I was in court all day, and they lying to your face, and they telling you stuff that did not happen. So to my knowledge, nobody said 400. To my knowledge, she said she has no idea how many. She said hundreds, but that could be 200. So I don't know where you're getting that number from. So you just did what the logical fallacy called a straw man argument. You built something up, didn't even freaking exist, just to tear it down or whatever. No. Anyway, so again, did he force her at every single turn, at every single freak off? That is not what he is being charged with. He only has to have forced her in the freak off once. So y'all need to remember that. But I think you might be a bot. So anyway, moving on. Cassie Sussex Sandra said, shout out to you. She's been in the chat all week too. I'm just reading y'all stuff. Cassie willingly participated in freak offs to please Diddy. She would do anything to please Diddy. That is grooming and pure control. Rico 101. Well, I don't know if that is maybe something else. Sussex Sandra, I think what the grooming goes to is the coercion. But the Rico is that he was working with a whole enterprise. He was working with an enterprise full of people. Combs, that's fair. Combs said, it is true it only takes one piece of evidence, but in his opinion, he has not seen or heard anything that could make him say, I think you mean he is guilty of the charges he faces. Fair. You're allowed to have that opinion. You're allowed to have that opinion. Do you think TMZ Bieber documentary saying he is broke is trying to discredit him if he testifies or sues Diddy? Like he just wants to jump on the train and get money? No, I think there's a divide, a Game of Thrones of sorts going on over Justin Bieber right now. I think, I don't know who's on what side. It's hard to know. I don't even know if they know, but it's like Hailey Bieber, Justin, Stephen Baldwin, the dad, Lou Taylor, Scooter Braun, some other people, and I think they're all just throwing dirt to see what sticks, truly. Thank you, Letitia. They blew their load with the J.O. revelation. Yeah, that was the whole thing. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Who kid? The person that told Cassie. Okay, so AJ said, who kid? The person who told Cassie about the S tape is 50 Cent's DJ. That explains how 50 Cent saw Cassie's tape before these charges hit. Okay, AJ. Thank you for the super chat. That is a very good piece of information. Who kid, the person that told Cassie about the tape, is a 50 Cent's DJ. That explains how 50 Cent would have seen the tape. That explains the rivalry too, because you think about it, there's a tape going around. Diddy finds out it's 50 Cent's DJ that has it. How did he get it? Somehow from that, they were able to figure out it was Jonathan Oddie. This is in 2018 too. Remember, Kim Porter died in 2018. Cassie breaks up with Diddy and starts dating Alex Fine in 2018. 2018 is whenever what else happened? 2018, Britney Spears was supposed to start another residency and she didn't do it. She came out, they forced her out on the stage. She didn't want to do a residency. She said she needed a break. She testified about this in court. And when she said she didn't want to do it, they put her immediately on lithium. They started to drug her and they locked her up in a rehab, a supposed rehab that was really just a big mansion, like right in Diddy's neighborhood with those other big mansions. Wow. Shout out Sour Girl. Thank you for the 199 super chat. Y'all, we do have 11 more minutes. In 10 minutes, the jury is to return from lunch. They're probably washing their hands right now, taking their last little sips of juice box. 10 minutes, they're supposed to have their butts back in the stands, back in the witness box. Thank you to a cat for the $25 super chat. Loving your coverage. Just sent you an Instagram clip. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go get that Instagram clip on my phone. This is so Dawn Richard had apparently dated a guy from Make 26. Ooh, who has Justin Bieber high records internal audits? Who sent me this? Mitchell Adams. Shout out to you on Instagram. Somebody just sent me something that says Lou Taylor is mentioned twice in Justin Bieber's financial records. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. What's your name on Twitter? You said you just sent? I mean, Instagram. So we're going to look at some people crying over a deal or something happened with Diddy. I don't see it. Who sent me this? Which Instagram did you send it to? I don't see it. Is it Kara? That was 3 hours ago. Okay. I don't know. I don't guess it came through. You sure you sent it to me? Okay. Totally enjoying your play-by-play. Not a reader. This is so fantastic. You're fantastic. Thank you, Patty, for the $20 super chat. Issue I'm having. Cassie is one of many, Nicole Harris said. Female and male entertainers who have experienced this. No one coming to her defense. By the way, watching Audie. Yeah, let me know if he says what he says and stuff. I need to put more pieces together on that. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Teriyaki Yaki said, I do not understand how her having a baby could cause a mistrial. Well, this is why. This is how it could. It wouldn't necessarily. This is how it could. Let's say there really truly was. Let's say like she went into labor like at where it wasn't so obvious that they're just stalling. Let's say she went into labor on the witness stand on the first day. They would have to pause the trial at minimum because you can't just call up people out of order. There's a very specific order that you have to go in order to make your case. First of all, you got to say who was there. What's the crime? The crime allegedly involves Diddy and Cassie specifically and other people once you get into the RICO of it all. So since it involves Diddy and Cassie and it involves an incident, including one at the at the Intercontinental Hotel, then you have all this evidence. First evidence you have is their testimony. So let's say they had to pause the trial because Cassie is such an important witness. What are they going to do with the jurors? They're just going to say, okay, go away indefinitely. That would probably, they might look up the case. Like there's just all kinds of things that could come up that could happen. And it would mess up like Diddy's quote, right to a fair trial. Yes. Nick Ugrad, good. Put together a very good short key here. Paying for SEX equals illegal taking someone across state lines equals trafficking is having an assistant call and arrange equals RICO. Okay, so see how it builds up? So paying for SEX is the institution charge. Then taking that person across state lines raises it to trafficking at the federal level. And then having your people arrange it shows that it's an enterprise. Now you're using if you're using fraud, coercion, or violence. Nick, you almost like law grad. How you were able to put that in a line, ding, 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 ding. That's how I understand it. According to ChatGPT, there is no public indication that Cassie has been. Thank you, Aisha Loya. That is a really pretty name. I still do not understand how having the baby. Oh, I already answered that one. Okay. Oklahoma Outlaw is back. Shout out to Oklahoma Outlaw in the chat. Nobody said anything about 400. They just make stuff up. Beating somebody every time she tried to leave doesn't show force to y'all. Moonflower Speaks is a good point. This is one of the reasons why I am a little bit convinced. This is one of the reasons why I do believe she was forced at least some instances, because when she tried to go away, James Cruz hunted her down. Now, we probably gonna hear from James Cruz. So let's see, what he says. Oh, Chicken Slug, you lying. No, you not. This is freaking Keefe D, right? Keefe D, the one who's being alleged to be have unalived Tupac, right? Or is that Biggie? It's Tupac. I wonder if new evidence is Diddy involvement for the Tupac unaliving. Yeah, because they keep bringing up the Suge Knight situation. Y'all, I have poured through the FBI files of the Tupac and the Biggie, and I did it all at the same time, and I was going back and forth, and a lot of the details and people overlap, so I get them confused. Thank you so much, Patty, for the $20 super chat. Patty Welton, I think I already said that, but thank you again. And in 10 years, she said they had them almost every week. 400 doesn't seem that unrealistic, Yulina said. Yep, I was in Liz's space last night. Stopped through there at the beginning. But y'all, I go to sleep at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. Like, I'm not up. I can't stay up late like that. Questions say they better go get Tupac out of Cuba. What if Tupac turns up? Stop. Because listen, I am joking a little bit, but at the same time, Jonathan Oddie did say a lot of stuff that seemed preposterous at the time. Some of it was literally proven in court today, or not proven, was confirmed in court today. So I don't know. The government has a ton of witnesses. Miss Jess Adventure said the government has a ton of witnesses and a ton of people that have been subpoenaed in the opening. They said that it will be chronologically out of order at times, but the jury will still understand. Rumor says Diddy and Tupac were a thing, and that's why Diddy had a weird looking tattoo over his heart that looks like a picture of Tupac. Let me go look up Diddy's tattoos. Diddy chest tattoo. Okay. HD. Let me go HD. It's really not very visible. Let me do images. Oh my Lord. Oh, there's so much Diddy I didn't want to see. Sheena said there's rumors that stars pay to get out of Eyes Wide Shut. I don't know what that means. Out of? I know, right? Ayanna Thompson said, nah. No, people are like, no. Search all the times Eminem mentions Diddy. Apparently, he paid Keefe D. One of my comments has a red bar. Search all the time. If you're on the phone, double tap. Yeah. Look up. Oh, the back tattoo. Priceless Des. The protector of women goddess or whatever. Let me look that up. Diddy back tattoo. Yeah, it's a beautiful tattoo. Is that real? That's a gorgeous tattoo. No, it don't look like that no more. But yeah, y'all, there's like a whole entire shout out to Haiti, shout out to Voodoo, shout out to all that. I want nothing to do with it. I mean no harm. I come in peace. I'm scared of it. I grew up in Louisiana. I know that's real. I don't want nobody's chicken feet on my porch. I come in peace. Okay. Diddy tattooed Erzulie Dantor, the Haitian goddess that protects women and children, on his back in 2017. Shout out to her and shout out to the little baby she got. This is the year before Kim Porter died. The year before he got kicked, broke up with. The year before Cassie went and moved on and got another man. So, you know, Haitian streets are saying, voodoo streets are saying, Diddy asking for it. Because why would you get the protector of women and children tattooed on your back acting stupid whenever whenever that deity protects women and children and you hurting women and children? April said, no. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. I don't think Pac would be into that. Shannon said, no. Diddy is behind both. Ashley said it's both of them. Day 26. Day 26 entire interview is an officer, Vlad TV channel. Is on. Oh, official Vlad TV channel? Let me see. Day 26. Interesting name. Day 26. Crying.
If you look at what's happening now, as we're sitting here having
I can't stand DJ Vlad. I'm so sorry. I can't.
Diddy is sitting in a federal holding facility, possibly facing life in prison. Right. That's sad in itself as well. I didn't see this coming. No one could have predicted it, 5 years ago that Diddy would be.
I got it on the 1.5 times the speed because jury is supposed to be taking the stand back. I mean, they're supposed to be coming back right now. Let me go. I'm gonna just play 1 second. I gotta go get my little something to drink. Hold on.
Facing life, no bail. Yeah.
I needed to get my beverage. So what am I watching here? I heard he like strikes for copyright too. So let me make it like more like, which I wish a bitch would try me, but just because I don't feel like dealing with this lunatic who does not understand how things work.
Being held right now under RICO. But I've said this publicly, I don't quite understand how one person could be a RICO. And I understand the freakiness and,
that I don't understand either. How can one person be a... I'm just waiting on the judgment day. They're all sitting here. Apparently this is a Diddy band. You can't go to jail for baby oil. Why is this even a part? Where's the most replayed? Because I just don't feel like dealing with his stupid copyright. Oh, here they are. All right, let me slow it down. Oh, Lord, I done got it tripping. Oh.
I want you guys to know facts and I don't want to sound like I'm a conspiracy person too. You know what I mean? Because I'm not.
They really got us good, huh? Nobody wants to sound like they a conspiracy person. I kind of don't care now. I am. They keep coming true, so I'm not sorry about it.
But when you're under a power, man, it's just you. I can't go into details now. But
wow, his voice is cracking.
I'll tell you, it felt like some sacrificial stuff was.
It felt like some sacrificial stuff, and Cassie did say that his eyes like turned black in the middle of the attack.
Going on, man, like it felt very scary and weird to where I ran to get help. I ran to my doctor. I spoke up with my family, and I spoke up to people around me because I was like,
he told people,
if this is true, and I've come missing or dead or something, I want you guys.
He said it felt sacrificial.
No facts and the truth of what I'm going through and experiencing.
Did
you have this conversation with the rest of the group? Yeah, they know.
He talked to everybody.
So you guys heard this. We was in tears. Like
they were in tears too.
Oh, yeah. Wow. In tears.
What happened? Oh, I'm gonna have to watch this full interview.
What's going on, tears?
Let me see what else is we do have some updates from our usual suspects. So I have reason to believe they're back from lunch. Let me see. Let me just check. Because they're supposed to have been back at 1:10 from lunch. Okay, they're back. They are back. Okay. Who's ready? Okay, the judge is like, all right, let's get this done before the jury comes back. I'm not in the mood for you people. Diddy's lawyer said, we still think it's appropriate for this message to come in. Prosecutor said, we still have issues with phrases like, I'd like to reconnect. The prosecutor said, what state of mind is this being offered for? The judge said there's portions that are properly admissible. So this needs to be redacted if it's going to be admitted into evidence. For example, in the 5th paragraph, I've been getting my life together. No, it can't come in. We can get that in through other exhibits. The judge said, you can redact it right now. She said, I will do it right now. So there, yeah, another set of boring texts, space, Miss Space X, saw. 2 new updates we have from New York Times. Ooh, okay. We got another one from our girl, Anusha. She is giving us some details that the Washington Post is leaving off today. Usually they're the details queens. Now Anusha is the details queen over here at New York Times. She says, Diddy has seemed restless during this cross-examination, bobbing his head at times. As the defense questioned Cassie about the attack in 2018, in which she said Diddy R'd her, he was nodding along to his lawyer's questions and sometimes shaking his head at Cassie's answers. Cassie testified at times about her husband, Alex Fine, who Diddy's lawyer said punched a wall after Cassie told him she had been R-worded. Fine has been watching his wife's testimony, but he did leave the room during that portion of the questioning because the defense has indicated it may call him as a witness. 4 minutes ago, we have Ben Cesario from the New York Times saying in the continuing cross-examination of Cassie, a lawyer for Diddy turned to Cassie's accusation that Diddy R'd her in 2018, challenging her timeline. The defense noted that in her civil lawsuit filed in late 2023, Cassie said the incident took place in September of that year, but she changed her story in a meeting with the government in preparation for trial, now saying it had actually happened in August. So she forgot by 1 month. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Can you believe Cassie? Liar Ventura got the month wrong from some traumatic thing that happened like 7 years ago. Oh, case dismissed. That was sarcasm. Okay. She changed her story. Now saying it happened in August. Around that same time, Diddy had texted her, I know I look bad to you. I could tell I didn't turn you on yesterday. I fell off. Cassie testified that not long after the incident, she had consensual relations with Diddy one more time and received a FaceTime call from the man she's now her husband, Alex. He did not know she was with Diddy at the time, but he did later find out about the 2 encounters. His lawyer said that in response, Alex had punched a wall. Cassie, when asked whether she still loved Diddy, she said, I don't hate him. I have love for the past and what it was. Okay, let's go back to Inner City Press. Okay, the most recent tweet was that. We have 3 updates from NBC, allegedly. Okay, so NBC said 41 minutes ago, Diddy was heavily involved with the cross-examination of Cassie, and he was very Oh, and he was leaning in to read the transcripts on the monitor, passing notes down the line to be handed to his lawyers, specifically to Anna Estevallo, and whispering with attorney Mark Agnifilo. Y'all know Diddy is sitting there coming out of his skin. He is probably freaking crawling out of his own skin. You know, he wants to stand up and holler. He wants to slam. He wants to act crazy like that. I just keep seeing that scene of him in the breakdown, the meltdown he was having that one time. And there's phones flying and stuff. You know what I mean? So you know he's like, oh, you know, he wants to be the one hollering and screaming. That's not true. He cannot even contain himself. He's shaking his head. Okay, that's not new. Court went in recess 36 minutes ago, but they did come back about 10 minutes ago. She will remain on the witness stand as the judge hopes to have her cut loose by the end of today. All right, let's get Inner City Press. I guess they're redacting some exhibit. They did a little chat GPT style. Here's what we've learned from Cassie today. Physical abuse, more freak-offs, mental health treatment, current feelings towards Diddy, and the timeline surrounding the R accusation. We have a new update from CBS News. Oh, do we? Oh, it did say there was one, but let's go to the Washington Post. Oh, we got some more pictures. Okay. We do have some details from the Details Queens. They finally started updating us 41 minutes ago. A long morning of questions. This is Wesley Parnell from Washington Post. Long morning of questions seems to have had an effect on Cassie. She is fidgeting in her chair, leaning forward to read on a screen, leaning back, appearing tired and dazed. On Friday alone, she's been asked about her stint in rehab, an R allegation, and whether her current husband was aware of the extent of her relationship with Diddy. She has been asked to read dozens of messages over the course of 15 years, and she is also 8 months pregnant. Court is recessed for lunch 34 minutes ago, so they're back now. Attorneys said that they were going to work through the lunch break to introduce any new evidence they might have. Quote, I think we'll finish sooner than expected, the lawyer said. As members of the gallery exited the courtroom, Diddy's children tapped their fist to their chest, a sign of solidarity that the family has been performing in the courtroom this week. I guess they're doing Wakanda Forever, girl. Too bad she was cheating on him with Michael B. Jordan. Okay. We got another sketch. Diddy's trial isn't broadcast, and the sketches are the only visuals the public has of him and the other witnesses in the courtroom. An illustration captured his lawyer questioning Cassie. She's maintained her composure on the stand all week, but her voice was markedly lower as she was asked about going to rehab. That sucks. No shame in going to rehab either. Janae Kingsbury gives us this photograph of a Quincy King, which King, please. And Justin. That one's Justin, that one's Quincy, that one's Diddy Jr. I mean, that one right there has got the full Diddy gene. That it could be a carbon copy. Okay. So I guess they're still fidgeting through exhibits. On NBC, updated 41 minutes ago. Look, y'all look at this one. Pop, pop. I really miss you. That was Cassie's text to Diddy. Pop, pop. It's 1:23. They were supposed to be back. The jury was supposed to be back 13 minutes ago. Although the most recent, the lawyers apparently worked through the lunch break to try and get their exhibits sorted out. New updates from CBS, allegedly. FaceTime call from Ventura's now husband. This is CBS News 1 minute ago. The defense asked Cassie if she saw Diddy again on September 27, 2018. She said she didn't remember, but she said sure when asked if a document refreshed her memory. The defense asked Cassie if she had intercourse with Diddy that night. She said, I did. After she received a FaceTime call while having relations with Diddy. She said, I did. She said she did not answer that call, and the caller ID showed that it was her now husband calling. She also said she didn't know if her husband knew she was with Combs that night. She later told her, she testified she didn't know if her husband knew that night that she was with Diddy, but she testified that her husband did later find out she was with Diddy that night. So I guess they're going to try to get him on the stand and and ask him if he did know, maybe to embarrass her. I think it's all just to embarrass her. I mean, I certainly don't think that this is going to like get them very far with the jury. What? So she cheated on her boyfriend with Diddy. So what? That means he can't be a trafficker. Okay, whatever. I mean, I guess they're trying to maybe impeach her credibility. Like if she lied to him, how do you know she's not lying to you? But you don't really only have to take Cassie's word. There's like a lot of other evidence and these other people who are going to come in and testify. I think we're in for a long 7 weeks to go, y'all. I think that's going to be a lot happening. I truly do. Just waiting for some more updates. I mean, they're supposedly back from the lunch break. Okay, so 7 minutes ago, Wesley Parnell said of the Washington Post, much of the defense's cross-examination of Cassie the past 2 days has used text messages to try to suggest that she was actually more sexually mature and enthusiastic than she expressed in her testimony. And this was to cast doubt on her recollections of Diddy. But the big moment of the morning was actually an audio recording in which Cassie threatened to unalive a DJ who said he had seen a video of her having relations with Diddy. On the stand, Cassie appeared taken aback by the recording, but also amused. She has occasionally smiled at the defense when answering questions. Okay, let's go to AP. Seven minutes ago, Michael R. Sisak from AP News says Cassie acknowledges a consensual sexual encounter weeks after alleged R. Cassie acknowledged their consensual S act as, and again, y'all, this again is kind of like one of those, like, tell me something I don't know. She already told you this on the direct examination. It wasn't like it was a secret. She already said it. So if they didn't say it and this was just a big gotcha, that would be bad. I mean, I expect that we're about to see a big gotcha. The unaliving, the voicemail screaming about unaliving the DJ. I think a big, whatever they have is about to drop in the next like 2 hours, I think. 1:28 p.m. Eastern time right now. The judge has indicated, by all indications, the judge is not going to have Cassie come back on Monday. He's been fussing and arguing and not arguing, but admonishing these lawyers literally all day. Sorry, I have to respond to a text message. Okay, let's see. We already saw this. I do love you. I would just prefer not being one of your girlfriends anymore. So that indicates to me that it's a breakup. She's breaking up with him. She's like, I don't want to date you. I don't want to be in your harem anymore. Harem? What's it called? You know, when a girlfriend? Harem? I don't want to be in your group of wives anymore. Your 6-pack of women world anymore. A few weeks after the alleged R word. Oh, we got another. This is interesting. Breaking news. We get a quote. This is from AP News. Diddy replied to her, I respect your sanity. It's best we keep it moving. I'm not a stalker. Cassie also acknowledged that these messages made no mention of the alleged R word. So they're going to try to use that to say she wasn't stopped, but something happened in 2018. I want to know, when was the Audie thing? When did Audie do his attack? Because this all lines up. Audie attack Trump 2018. May. Look at this, y'all. This is something. Something's up with this, okay? Jonathan Audie has been repeatedly mentioned since Cassie took the stand. Man shot after confrontation with police at Trump Resort in Miami. Audie, who did it? Look at this. May 18th, 2018. May 18th, 2018, Jonathan Audie accuses Diddy of being a trafficker, both drugs and people. Accuses Cassie and Diddy of keeping him as a S slave. May. By August, Cassie's trying to break up with Diddy. September, October, November, they kind of go back and forth. He R-word her, apparently, allegedly. He R-word her, apparently, allegedly, but then she also hooked up with him again. Consensually. I don't know why I couldn't think that word. But then, okay, so that happens in May. And then August, they're like breaking up. And then November, Kim Porter becomes no longer alive, like very unexpectedly. Don't forget, Al B. Sure also had some issues with his lungs and stuff. People start dropping like flies and disappearing. We have a new update from the New York Times. Hopefully she's back on the stand. Yeah, she is. Cassie's back on the stand 2 minutes ago, as reported by Julia Jacobs of the New York Times. She returned to the witness stand after a lunch break. She's likely on her final 3 hours of cross-examination based on the expectations that the judge outlined. So I'm wondering if the thing with Jonathan Audie somehow in 2018 was the reason why Diddy finally did just let Cassie just go. Because it does not appear that over the other rest of the course of the relationship that they had, that he was willing to just let her go. He was saying things like, "You gonna stop shutting me down? You can't leave me." Stuff like that. According to testimony. Okay. Oh my God. Y'all, they are moving slow as freaking molasses. Okay. So Diddy's lawyer said, I do want to say, Your Honor, we are going to finish with the cross-examination faster than we originally thought. Probably before the next break. Mark Agnifilo said, can I speak with the government for 1 minute? And then the judge just goes, bring the jury back. So I don't know if he allowed the speaking to happen. We have an update from the New York Times. Oh, nice. Okay, so the lawyer approaches, doesn't approach. The lawyer asks Cassie, or tells Cassie, she looks at Cassie, she's like, quote, we're almost finished here. Cassie goes, thank you. 3 updates from CNN. Court is back from lunch break 2 minutes ago. We do have a little bit of an analysis why the defense may be asking about Cassie's mental health treatment. try to cast doubt on her recollection of the events, but it's a slippery slope. She testified she went to a treatment center in 2023 where she was seen for post-traumatic stress disorder relating to the trauma. She said she participated in different types of therapy, including eye movement desensitization. In cross-examination today, the defense is trying to paint her out as somebody who may not be remembering all the details exactly as they occurred. Maybe somebody whose memory isn't all that great. These questions about her treatment go to her credibility. And Diddy's attorney, his attorneys will then be able to argue in closing arguments that the jury cannot rely on a retelling of events. But the lawyer, the analyst, said this is a very slippery slope in this line of questioning because, quote, the defense needs to be really careful what they're doing here because she is a victim. On redirect, the prosecution is likely to revisit this testimony and argue, had she not been so brutally traumatized, she wouldn't have had to seek therapy. And then the redirect would say, but you didn't go for love and S addiction, did you? Okay, let's see. Let's go to Intercity Press. Okay, nothing new there. Let's see. Cassie's back on the stand. 2 minutes ago, we also got it reported from CNN. Defense tells Cassie her cross-examination is nearly finished. Defense attorney Ana Estevallo greeted Cassie on the stand and told her the team is almost done with the cross-examination. New updates from CBS News about the Kim Porter Memorial. Cassie said she continued communicating with Diddy after having relations with him in September 2018. She said the last time she saw him was at a memorial for Kim Porter, who died unexpectedly in November 2018. The defense showed another text exchange between Cassie and another text message exchange between Cassie and Diddy about her leaving the service. She left the service. She told Diddy she had to get her grandma and that she was hurt, that he posted that Porter was his soulmate. She said she didn't see Diddy again after that, but he has tried to get in touch in various ways. And she said, I'm not sure if Diddy ever let me go. Then the court broke for lunch. Let's go to the Independent. I'm just trying to see when the most recent update was. 3 hours ago. Let's go to AP. Okay. This is from AP News, Michael Sisak. The lawyer has sought to discredit Cassie's R allegation. She noted that Cassie's trial testimony differs in some ways from what she told investigators in 2023. Cassie contends Diddy R'd her in Los Angeles after they had dinner in Malibu to discuss the end of their decade-long relationship, either in August or September 2018. On his demeanor, her testimony is that Diddy was just being really nice at the dinner, playful, laughing, and giving off kind of romantic vibes. To the investigators, she said that he had been acting strangely that night. He was anxious and, quote, not in his right mind and possibly experiencing signs of bipolar disorder. And then on cross-examination, she said he was nice, but acting strangely. Yeah. And then they tried to discredit her on her recollection of the timing of this incident. At the dinner, Diddy was trying to get her to go to the Burning Man festival in Nevada. To the investigators, the dinner and the R happened after Diddy got back from that festival. So is it before the festival, after the festival? On cross-examination, Cassie reaffirms that Diddy was trying to get her to go to Burning Man while acknowledging that she told investigators So he was trying to get her to go to Burning Man at some point, and she did acknowledge that she did tell investigators he did it after the festival. So before Burning Man, after Burning Man, I don't think that really goes to her credibility like that much. It may go to the fact that she doesn't have a super solid memory on exactly what month something happened 7 years ago, which, I mean, if that is the standard to get justice, wow, can you imagine? But I mean, look, listen, they do have to try to put on a defense. They do. So, okay, jury entering 1 minute ago. We're almost done here, the lawyer says. Thank you. Cassie says, I will read Diddy's messages. You're going to make a beautiful mother. God bless. Cassie said, I said thank you. God bless. Poor Kim Porter. I don't feel like she was ever able to really escape Diddy. Okay, that's the most recent from Inner City Press. We do have a notification over here on NBC News. 1 minute ago, court is back in session. Diddy's defense team has been told it has 3 hours to wrap up its cross-examination of Cassie. So 3 hours would be 4:40 there. Yeah. So that was 1 minute ago. Yeah. So they got to be done by 4:30. Yeah. He said that this morning. The prosecution would then have another chance to question Cassie as the judge seeks to cut her loose by the day's end. We're almost finished, the lawyer told Cassie. Thank you, said Cassie. Okay, so the most recent thing from Inner City Press is some type of text message exchange. I do think it's about to happen. I think it's about to go down right now. This is happening soon. I will read Diddy's text messages, the lawyer said. You're going to make a beautiful mother. God bless. Cassie just said, thank you. God bless. That's the most recent tweet. This is New York Times. This is CNN. Nothing new here. This is CBS. Let me refresh. Nope, nothing new there. Let's do Washington Post. Okay. 12 minutes ago, Washington Post, we get a little more details, a little more context. Court is back in session. Before Cassie and the jury came back from lunch, the defense said it expects to wrap up its cross-examination before the middle of the afternoon and that the prosecution should get ready to ask their final questions. Okay? That opens the door for prosecutors to call a new witness today who would have indicated... Who they've indicated is former Danity Kane singer Dawn Richard. Y'all told me today that's her last name. Who was signed to Diddy's Bad Boy record label and has sued him. You know who else she also sued? TriStar. TriStar Sports and Entertainment. However, she also, through her attorney, Lisa Bloom, recently, I think last week, dropped the lawsuit against TriStar, but she kept it going against Diddy. Okay, 8 minutes ago, Anne Brannigan from the Washington Post said, the jury is back in the room and Cassie is back on the witness stand. The defense and prosecution have also reached an agreement to redact certain portions of certain text exchanges that they want to put in. Going back to Inner City Press. Okay. Cassie says, I wrote, we should talk and have closure. Diddy sent back a tear face emoji. He said, "You were always my ride or die." Cassie said, "I thought it was nice." "You had been craving that, hadn't you, Cassie?" the lawyer asked. She said, "Before. I don't think I was craving it now." Again, I guess she had just gotten pregnant. You will make a beautiful mother. God bless. Thank you. God bless. When did Cassie have her first baby? Let me look that up. December 2019. Okay, so she married Alex Fine September 2019, and the first one was born December 2019. So she must have had gotten pregnant in the spring of 2019 with Alex Fine. Okay, we have a new update. Let me show y'all. Just now, new update from Julia Jacobs at New York Times. Cassie testified that even after her final breakup with Diddy, he sometimes did reach out to her. The jury is seeing affectionate, even gushing texts that he sent over the past 6 years. Yeah, I mean, if he, again, it doesn't really help him. It makes it seem like any person in Cassie's position would have felt like they were like, didn't know what to believe, didn't know, should I report him? Is he being nice? What, like, second guessing yourself? He congratulated her on her first pregnancy. So this must have been sometime in 2019. He's still texting her. Told her he had a dream about her. And in 2020, he said, "You're one of the greatest women in the world. Don't ever forget that." Yeah, you got to keep sweet talking your people, because what if they're going to testify to the feds? This is 2020. Cassie agreed with the lawyer that these were, in fact, the kind of sentiments that she wanted to hear from him when they were together. Okay, let's go to Inner City Press. Okay, I don't know what this question is. She said, I don't know if it's a typo or what. It just says the question is, "You shaped you over 11 years. And then there was just silence. "You shaped each other?" Cassie said, "Yes." "Your husband is a physical trainer?" Cassie said, "Yes." "The house you grew up in Connecticut was," oh, okay. All right. I know what they're doing. They're gearing up, moment you've been waiting for. They're gearing up to ask Cassie about the $20 million settlement she got. I think they're about to start trying to make it seem like Cassie and Alex teamed up because they had a vindictive vendetta against Diddy. And they teamed up to extort Diddy for $20 million. I think that is what is about to happen. "You shaped each other over 11 years, didn't you?" Cassie said, "Yep." "Your husband's a physical trainer?" "Yep." "The house you grew up in Connecticut, it was relatively modest, right? Compared to mansions?" Cassie said, "Yep." She didn't say yep. It says yes. So I don't know, but I'm just kind of going along with, the nonchalant mood. Okay. After fears Cassie's testimony could spill over to next week, the lawyer said she's going to finish questioning much sooner than expected, before even the next break. The defense may have been speeded because Cassie has been a cooperative witness throughout her 4 days on the witness stand, and she hasn't challenged the lawyer or claimed often that she can't remember what happened during a period of her life when she concedes she was addicted to drugs. Much of the key testimony before lunch traced the end of the relationship and the role jealousy played in it. The final straw, as Cassie acknowledged, came in November 2018 when she learned that Diddy considered a woman he had dated for several years during his time with Cassie to be his soulmate. "I didn't see him again after that." There's another update from the New York Times. Okay. Julia Jacobs just now, the defense has shifted to a period before Cassie filed her bombshell lawsuit against Diddy. The lawyer suggested that the month before the suit was filed, Cassie and her family moved into her parents' house in Connecticut because of financial issues. Cassie rejects that idea. She said that they moved because they wanted to be on the East Coast. So Cassie, Diddy's lawyer is asking Cassie, isn't it true, Cassie, you moved in with your parents in Connecticut just one single month before you filed your lawsuit against Diddy? Isn't that true? You were struggling financially with your broke ass husband, who's just a measly, lowly personal trainer compared to the billionaire that is Diddy. Isn't it true, Cassie, that you were just broke and needing money, so you moved into your parents' house? Cassie's like, no. I wanted to live on the East Coast, so we moved to the East Coast. Stupid. Okay, we have CNN.com reporting, here's what we know about the next steps in the trial. Here's what we know about the next steps. Before the jury re-entered the courtroom, attorneys for the prosecution and defense discussed a few outstanding evidentiary issues with the judge. In discussing text message exchanges the defense wants to bring in during the very last bit of Cassie's cross-examination, attorney Teeny Garagos, who is the daughter of the person who Jonathan Oddie says negotiated the settlement deal with him. Okay, so this is his daughter, Teeny. She said she expects Cassie's former best friend, Carrie Morgan, to, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Cassie's former best friend, Carrie Morgan, is going to testify. And it looks like she's going to testify against Cassie. Teeny Garagos said she expects Cassie's former best friend, Carrie Morgan, to testify, quote, very soon. Cassie testified that she hasn't spoken to Carrie Morgan since their falling out over an incident with Diddy in 2018. Again, Diddy, that whole incident with her happened in 2018. Everything hit the fan the same year Jonathan Oddie shot up the Trump Hotel. Okay, I will say that. That's when Diddy allegedly struck this woman with a wooden hanger. Diddy and Cassie both paid Carrie Morgan a sum of money over it, and the incident was also referenced in Cassie's lawsuit. Where things stand in the trial, the prosecution is currently presenting its case and evidence. The defense will then follow and present its evidence. The prosecution noted yesterday in court that its next two witnesses, okay, y'all, we got 3, is Diddy docket in here? Girl, you got to update your thing. 3 witnesses have been named. This is breaking the last 1 minute, but apparently was said in court yesterday. Next people coming in are going to be Dawn Richard, Carrie Morgan, and somebody named Yassine Binda, but they didn't specify who was going to go first. Both the prosecution and the defense have said that they slimmed down what they have left to do with Ventura, and there's a chance another witness gets started today. We got an update from the New York Times just now. Cassie agreed with Diddy's lawyer that she canceled a planned music tour after she settled a lawsuit with Diddy. As soon as you saw, this is a quote, as soon as you saw you were going to get the $20 million, you canceled the tour because you didn't need it anymore, right? Cassie said that wasn't the reason why. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute ago, we got another tweet. 4 minutes ago. You were preparing to tour with Matt Testa? Cassie said, yeah, he's an engineer. But once you settled your lawsuit, you canceled that tour, right? Yep. Was that because you no longer needed the money? That wasn't the reason, no. So after the hotel video came out, you posted on Instagram that domestic violence is the issue, right? Cassie said, yep, and I still feel that way. I would like to offer into evidence Defense Exhibit 1015. Okay, this is the last 54 seconds, the last question on cross-examination. We finally get it. 1:52 p.m. Eastern. In Defense Exhibit 1015, Diddy wrote, "Want to freak off one last time?" What did you write back? Cassie said, "I don't want it to be the last time. I want to freak off for the first time." No further questions. The judge goes, "Okay, redirect. What in the hell was this?" Hopefully we get some more context because this is the big final shoe they dropping. Uchi said, "Where is the defense going with this?" Insinuating she wanted the lifestyle, irrelevant. A minion going blah, blah, blah. She was never, basically saying she was with a broke man after Puff, came from humble means, and they're going to try to connect her, coming back demanding money. Oh, they just saying a whole bunch of nothing. Is this relevant? People are saying they went there. Relevancy. Who was his FO partner before Cassie? I think it might have been Kim. She moved to Connecticut with her husband. They lived in her family home. Then he moved on to Carisha. Interesting. Okay, so the judge has asked for a redirect. Okay, I'm just trying to get to like Inner City Press. All right. So they're on redirect. The prosecutor is now asking Cassie questions. The prosecutor says, "Cassie, you were shown this message where you ended, 'I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives.' What did you say after that?" Cassie said, "Yes, I'm aroused. Just got over a UTI." Where are they going with this? I think they don't really have a case, y'all. I mean, the defense. I just don't get it. CNN has an update. Maybe they can fill in some context here for us. The defense cross-examination of Cassie is over. The defense is done with its cross-examination of Cassie. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson is now questioning Ventura on direct examination for the prosecution. New York Times has another update. Let's see what they have to say. This is Julia Jacobs reporting for New York Times. Sean Combs' lawyer just abruptly ended her cross-examination after showing an exchange of text messages between Cassie and Diddy from 2012 in which he asked if she wanted to have a freak-off for the last time. Cassie responded, no, she wanted to have a freak-off for the first time for the rest of our lives. What? Are they just trying to make... Yesterday, they were trying to bore us to death, and I think today they might just be trying to induce some type of schizophrenic break, okay? Because what are they even talking about? That was it? What was the cross-examination even? What? They had months to prepare for this. Like they said, I mean, she is one of the most important witnesses, not the most important. We got an update from CBS. More disturbances outside the court. 6 minutes ago, the parties were discussing a man throwing eggs at photographers outside the courthouse. The judge and attorneys for both sides were going over the issue. Okay, so they did talk about this. It did come up in court that there was disturbances going on outside the courthouse, and there was someone outside throwing eggs at the press, okay? I ain't going. I ain't going over there. But Alice Gaynor from CBS News did say that they talked about it, both sides, the prosecutors and the defense. CNN has a new update. Diddy reached out to Cassie less than 1 minute ago. Ooh, we got a lot. We got a lot of quotes in here, y'all. Less than 1 minute ago, breaking news. Diddy reached out to Cassie after they broke up, texting that he missed her and hoped she forgave him. The jury is seeing some messages between Diddy and Cassie from different points in 2019 and 2020. So she was already married with a baby by now. In a message from March in in messages from March and May 2019. And this is where when Brittany was in Bridges to Recovery in P. Diddy's neighborhood at Bridges to Recovery, being held against her will, Homely Hills. Diddy texted Cassie in part, quote, "Sending you love. Congratulations, Cass. I'm truly happy for you. You're going to make a beautiful mother. God bless." Diddy texted her according to messages read out loud in court. She testified she was indeed pregnant at that time. "Thank you. God bless," Cassie responded. In March 2020, Diddy texted her in part, quote, "Miss my best friend. Hope you're well." Cassie responded that she hopes he was taking care of himself and hoped his family was well. "Thank you so much for responding. It really means a lot more than you know," Diddy responded. "Sending you nothing but love and light always." Well, baby, you can't send something to somebody that you don't have. You can't send love and light if you are hate and dark. Please. His eyes go black. He turns into a demon monster. My God. Thank you so much for responding to that. "Send you nothing but love and light always. Please know I'm always here if you need me," Diddy said to her. In later messages, Diddy told her that things had, quote, "definitely been rough without your friendship, and he has nothing but love for her always." Cassie responded that she never hated him and she wouldn't be at this beautiful point in her life without him. Diddy responded in another lengthy response. So he's just text. "Tears of joy. I don't even know what to say. I hope you can forgive me. We're honestly lucky to be alive. God was watching over us. We went so hard." Diddy also said he was happy Cassie found someone to love and respect her the way she deserved. He asked to set up a time for them to meet, adding, quote, "I send this message with all respect for your marriage." The two never met after that conversation. Okay. So we have another text 34 seconds ago from Inner City Press. "You were shown text messages today." This is now Diddy's done. Diddy's lawyers are done questioning the cross-examination. They were thinking it was going to go on till Monday. But now all of a sudden at 1:45 p.m., they're done. They're done. "You were shown text messages today in which you and Diddy were kind and loving." Cassie said, "Yup." "Did those periods ever last?" "Objection, Your Honor, objection." Cassie said, "No, it never lasted. There was always a downswing." The downswing, they're going to use that terminology for the bipolar for sure. No, I mean, look, this person right here, Emily, said he is a master manipulator. I do feel like this text message evidence that was offered up by Diddy's lawyers could possibly be evidence of like just he's good at manipulating. But it could be, I don't know, something else. 2 minutes ago, Julia Jacobs of the New York Times provides an update. "The sudden end of Cassie's cross-examination is surprising. The defense had told the judge that it could not assure him that it would be done by the end of the week. That led to the prosecution suggesting that Diddy's team was trying to stall the testimony, potentially leading to a mistrial if Ventura, nearing her 9th month of pregnancy, went into labor. Now, we're on to the government's redirect much sooner than expected." Just now, Julia Jacobs for the New York Times, less than 1 minute ago, Emily Johnson is questioning Cassie about periods of time when when Diddy was, quote, "kind and loving," which the defense highlighted multiple times through messages entered into evidence. "Did those periods ever last?" The prosecutor asked. Cassie said no, never lasted. There was always a downswing. He just make you think he was going to change, and then he just didn't. Okay, that was the most recent from that. Let's go to Washington Post. 12 minutes ago from Anne Brannigan, Cassie said she never met up with Diddy after seeing him at Kim Porter's funeral in 2018. When asked whether Diddy had, quote, let her go since then, Cassie said, I don't know about letting me go. I don't think he had let her go. I mean, he still kept pestering her with these stupid emotional text messages, just more energy sucking. He just, ugh. Meanwhile, in DC, Angel was sentenced today to 35 years in prison for 3R he committed in 2018 involving 3 victims who were strangers to him. Oh my Lord. See, I told y'all he follows all these cases. I'm trying to get to see if he's got any new tweets. I mean, we're coming down in the final stretch of Cassie Ventura testimony. All right. Inner City Press has gained 40,000 Twitter followers, which he deserves this week. Let's go to CBS and see. Well, yeah, we got a new update from CBS. Had a dream about you last night, Diddy sent in a text. The defense, this is Diddy. Again, this just shows he's pestering her and won't leave her alone. Had a dream about you last night. Diddy's lawyers showed the jury text messages between Cassie and Diddy after she was married. Sending you love and light. Had a dream about you last night. What a difference a year makes. Cassie just said, have a blessed day. She was so completely and totally freaking over it by this point. Cassie told the lawyer, Diddy's lawyer, she was pregnant at that time. And in another text, Diddy said, quote, I miss my best friend. She said, miss you too, thank you, adding she hoped he was taking care of himself and his family as well. He texted Ventura that her response meant a lot and his kids and mom were both okay. The defense, that's Diddy's lawyers, then asked Cassie if it was true that throughout the relationship with Diddy that they were friends and she didn't always consider him a romantic partner. Cassie said, correct. Again, that helps her. Because it's like, okay, they weren't even, that wasn't necessarily a loving relationship. They weren't romantic partners and they were still doing freak offs. She said it was like a job. So we have 11 minutes. Hold on, let me just see. All right, we already read that one. Okay. 9 minutes ago, we have the AP News, Michael R. Sisak, reporting Cassie and Diddy exchanged warm messages even after their breakup. Cassie and Diddy kept exchanging warm messages after their breakup, even after she married her husband. In one message, Diddy described Cassie as ride or die always and one of the greatest women in the world. She told Diddy that the messages blew her mind a little bit. And she's like, I don't hate you. I never have. In another message, she told him, I wouldn't be at this beautiful point in my life if I hadn't been with you. 7 minutes ago, she denies financial troubles before suing. Cassie denied a defense suggestion that she was having financial trouble before suing Diddy in November 2023 and securing a $20 million settlement. Diddy's lawyer noted that Cassie, her husband, and her children had moved in with her parents in Connecticut prior to the lawsuit. But Cassie said they were relocating to the East Coast and that the move had nothing to do with money. Cassie, an R&B singer, was also planning to go on a concert tour to Australia and New Zealand in 2024. But she ended up canceling after Combs settled her lawsuit. But Cassie said that wasn't the reason I canceled. "29 seconds ago, we got another tweet. What did Diddy open up? What world? Whoo, this is good. This is a good headline, Cassie. What world did Diddy open up to you? She said a world of chaos. The prosecutor asks, okay, Cassie, in your 11-year relationship, who did you want to have relations with? She said only him at that time. When Diddy wrote, seduce me all day, What did you do? She said, I would write about freak offs. CNN has a new update. Cassie says she did not cancel her tour because of $20 million settlement. Before the cross-examination ended, Cassie confirmed to the defense that she, her husband, and their kids did move into her parents' Connecticut home in October 2023. The defense attorney asked if they did that for financial reasons, and Cassie said they had just decided to move out of LA and they were transitioning to live in the East Coast. She confirmed that she was preparing for a tour at the time. Estevallo, the lawyer, Diddy's lawyer, mentioned the civil lawsuit filed against Diddy in 2023 and the settlement she received. When you saw that you were going to get that $20 million, you canceled the tour. She said that was not the reason why. We got two new updates from NBC News. 10 minutes ago, they did report also cross-examination defense of Cassie was over. Combs' defense finished its cross-examination of Cassie, bringing her a step closer to leaving court. She's now subject to redirect examination by prosecutors and then another possible round of questions by the defense. But it's fair to say she's closing in on the end of her testimony. 2 minutes ago, Adam Rice and Dion J. Hampton. Combs calls Cassie the greatest woman in the world in a 2019 email. Diddy congratulated Cassie on her pregnancy and described her as the greatest woman in the world. You will make a beautiful mother. God bless. Combs wrote this before wishing her a blessed day. His defense attorney told the court that, you will make a beautiful mother. God bless. Combs wrote before wishing her a blessed day. His defense attorney told the court as they concluded their cross-examination. Cassie thanked Diddy, told him she missed him, and hoped he was taking care of himself. Means a lot, Diddy wrote. Means more than you know. Please know I'm always here if you need me. I pray for the day we can sit down and I can let you know all the things I am reflecting on. I thank God for the time we had together. You are the greatest woman in the world. And Ventura responded, I don't hate you. I never have. So we're at Inner City Press. So the most recent tweet that we do have from Inner City Press is this one right here, where the prosecutor says to Cassie, what world did Diddy open up to you? She said, a world of chaos. And in your 11-year relationship, who did you want to have relationships? She said, only him. And when he wrote seduce me all day, how did you seduce him? She said, I would write about FOs. Because she did say she knew that that would make him happy. And at one point, we did see email or text message from Cassie that was like, this is all we ever do. Oh my God, look at that. Game of Combs. Oh, have y'all never did something your boss has told you? Yes. I mean, not that specifically, but I do see, I think the prosecution did a good job laying out like the coercion. I do, in my opinion. I'm not a juror though, so. Okay, updated just now. We have a new update, New York Times. After a day and a half cross-examination, this is Julia Jacobs, New York Times. She says, after a day and a half of cross-examination in which the defense tried to establish that Diddy and Cassie had a passionate and consensual, if not tumultuous, sexual relationship, the prosecution is now reminding jurors of how Cassie sees it. Cassie testified that Diddy's moods impacted, quote, my whole life, my career, and how I felt about my self-worth. She said that she only wanted to have relations with him, despite his requests that she have relations with male escorts in front of him. And she testified that her music career was hindered by his sexual demands. If he was in the mood to have a freak off, my work would take a back seat, Cassie testified. CNN has another update less than 1 minute ago. Cassie testified there were times when Diddy was kind, but those periods didn't last. The prosecutor was asking Cassie about the messages the jury saw when she and Diddy expressed love for each other. The prosecutor, again, y'all remember, Diddy's lawyer is done with the cross-examination and now they're on redirect. So the prosecutor, the feds, the government is actually asking the current questions right now. Were there periods during which Diddy was kind and loving? The prosecutor asked. Yes, Cassie said there were. Did those periods ever last? No. We get another quote. Quote, Cassie says, when Sean wasn't happy anymore, it affected everyone around him. When asked how his moods affected her, she said they affected my whole life. If Diddy was in a mood for a freak off, my work would take a back seat or the back seat. My work would take the back seat. So that would mean my career not being paid attention to because I had to do other things like the freak offs. Let's go to Washington Post. Nothing new there. Let's go to the Independent. I don't know how to make that show up. Let's go to the AP. Okay, so we have two, I guess, kind of big updates from AP News. Defense highlights an Instagram post. They contend only points to domestic violence. This is Michael R. Sisak from the APnews.com. He says near the end of the cross-examination, so this is when Diddy's lawyer was still questioning. Diddy's lawyer highlighted a post Cassie made on Instagram in May 2024 after CNN broadcast previously unaired footage. The CNN, okay, highlighted a post. Okay, she said domestic violence is the issue. The lawyer was underscoring the defense's contention that while Diddy was abusive, his behavior did not warrant the ST or the racketeering charges. Okay, so that's not going to get them very far because if Cassie admits it or doesn't admit it, like I said earlier, somebody can even be a victim and never say, they can say, I don't like the word victim, I'm not a victim. That has nothing to do, literally not one single thing to do with whether or not you are in fact a victim. Under the law, all right? There's legal definitions for things, okay? So just because Cassie didn't come out on her Instagram and say trafficking and racketeering is the problem, and instead she said domestic violence, that doesn't mean anything. Doesn't help Diddy at all. They have no case. 1 minute ago, AP News gave another update about the cross-examination. That was when Diddy's lawyers were still up there, but they're just getting theirs in now. In an attempt to show jurors that Cassie was a willing participant in freak-offs, or the freak-off lifestyle, she read another text exchange. In the exchange in September 2012, Diddy told Cassie he wanted to FO one last time. What? Cassie said. You can't read? Diddy replied. I don't want to freak off one last time. I want it to be for the first time for the rest of our lives, Cassie told him. Estevao ended her questioning there, but prosecutor Emily Johnson, questioning Cassie in a phase of testimony known as a redirect, had Cassie read more of the messages to provide additional context. I want to see you, quote, but I'm emotional right now, Cassie told Diddy. I don't want to do one last time. I would rather not do it at all. Please. They are so stupid. Diddy's lawyers are dumb. Oh my God. Or corrupt. Maybe they're smart and corrupt. But look at this. All this was left out from the defense. Oh no. No, she did read this. You can't read, Diddy replied. Cassie then said, I don't want to. This is the last thing. This is where the defense left it. This was their final boom. This was their mic drop. They could have put anything as their mic drop moment. You know what they put? Cassie reading a 2012 text message where she says, I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives. Okay, she's like, nothing further, Your Honor. Case closed. Go sit down. Then the prosecutor's like, hi, thank you. Hi, Cassie, can you just continue, please? reading the rest? Can you just read the rest of the text message exchange? Yeah, sure, I can do that. And Cassie says, I want to see you, but I'm emotional right now. I don't want to do it one last time. I'd rather not do it at all. So, more evidence that Cassie was saying, I don't want to do a freak off. The evidence wouldn't even come in if Diddy didn't have, or Diddy's lawyers didn't have her read, I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives. And even that in and of itself, even that alone with no other context to me it's ambiguous. It could indicate that she's upset. She's being used as a sex toy instead of like a girlfriend or a wife material. Okay, CNN gave us an update. Let's see what they're talking about over there. Cassie says that Diddy's moods impacted how she viewed herself. Throughout the relationship, there's a quote, I really, really just hung on a lot of his words and everything he said, and I trusted his style. I trusted everything he was doing. So when he would put me down or make me feel lesser than, I was extra hard on myself. I was always on myself as it was. There was good, but there was a lot of negative too, Cassie said. We have 2 updates from the New York Times. 5 minutes ago, Julia Jacobs from New York Times says Cassie testified that she was told to cancel work obligations at times because of freak-offs. Breaking news. Cassie said she was, quote, basically an S worker. A statement that drew a swift objection from the defense. So she's like, I was basically a worker. And objection! The judge asked the jury to disregard Cassie's comment. 1 minute ago, Julia Jacobs from the New York Times said the prosecution is revisiting Cassie's testimony that at times, Diddy would not remember instances when he had physically abused her. When that happened, did you believe him? The prosecutor asked. Cassie said, no, not every time. I think he was lying, saying he didn't remember stuff when he definitely remembered it. Okay, let's refresh. We're on Inner City Press. Were you able, this is a question again from the prosecutors to Cassie, were you able to cancel work obligations for freak-offs? She said, yeah, if I was told to. When you were shooting the movie in South Africa and you blocked him, how did he contact you? Here we go. We're introducing this coming along. She said, through Mia. He said, Cassie, didn't he say he didn't remember hurting you? Did you believe him? She said, not always. Because I knew him. There were times he was pretty aware of what he was doing. It's just who he was. I've seen him be violent with other people too. That was 3 minutes ago. Let's see if anything else. Oh, let me like them so I know which ones I saw. Okay, let's see. Let's go to Washington Post. Okay. 2 minutes ago, the Washington Post, this is from Anne Brannigan, it says that Cassie Ventura asked about love bomb texts from Diddy. Now, I think they are setting up for Dr. Dawn Hughes to come in and testify about love bombing. Cassie asked about these texts. So Cassie said Diddy has reached out multiple times since 2018, the year she claimed he R'd her and she saw him for the last time. The defense showed Cassie, so this is the defense, showed Cassie a series of texts that Diddy sent her in 2019 and 2020, congratulating her on a pregnancy, telling her he misses her, and that he's sending her love and light. He had a dream about her. She mostly didn't answer the texts except to thank Diddy until March 2020 when the text that he misses his best friend, has definitely been rough without your friendship, Diddy continued after Ventura thanked him and said she misses him too. Quote, you were there where, so Diddy told you, we're getting more quotes from that text exchange. This is Diddy saying, you were there with me throughout everything. You were my ride or die. And then Cassie's like, yeah, I wouldn't be at this beautiful point in my life without you. And she said, the thing you said blew my mind a little bit. Those were all things I wanted to hear for a very long time, Cassie told Diddy's attorney when confronted with them. Just being recognized. She just wanted to be recognized. Like, you were my ride or die. You were there with me through everything. The defense had a brief exchange with Cassie about a tour she recently canceled. Diddy's attorney asked if she canceled the tour after she received the $20 million settlement. She smiled and answered, "That wasn't the reason why." Ooh, girl, tell me the reason. Okay, New York Times has a new update. Okay, so the prosecution brought that recording up of her threatening somebody over the Jonathan Audie tape. The prosecution, this is New York Times, Julia Jacobs. The prosecution revisited a recording of Cassie threatening a man who had alluded to seeing an sexually explicit video of her in 2014. The recording was played for the jurors, and Ventura repeatedly threatened to unalive the man. She said, "I was just sick about it, and I was feeling pressure from Diddy." And she noted that Diddy had directed her to speak with the man. "It was a weird day," she testified. But it also shows that people will do his bidding. Again, that helps the racketeering. 5 minutes ago, we get another update from NBC News. Prosecutors begin second round of questions for Cassie. After a day and a half of being questioned by Diddy, the government just began its second round of questions for Cassie. Right off the bat, they appear to be attempting to counter how the defense has painted Ventura as a willing participant in these freak-offs and content in their relationship. Cassie testified that while there certainly were times when Diddy was kind and loving, those periods, quote, didn't last. Quote, "I was opened up to a world of chaos and his lifestyle, and I wanted approval. It was a whole other world I did not know or understand at that time. It was a lot." Wow. Let's go back to Inner City Perez. Okay. We have another tweet. So if you just want to remind yourself where we were on the Inner City Press tweets, the last one was, he said he didn't, this is the prosecutor asking Cassie. He said he didn't remember hurting you. Did you believe him? She said, "Not always, because I knew him. There were times he was pretty aware of what he was doing." Because they're anticipating Diddy's going to say he was blacked out, having he was dissociated with his multiple personalities. And he was blacked out or something. She said there were times he was pretty aware of what he was doing. It's just who he was. I had seen him be violent with other people. On the way back from the film festival, what did Diddy do? He played a video of me having relations with an escort. What did he say he would do? Cassie said he said he would release it. When you got back to New York, what did Diddy ask for? A freak off, or else he would release the tape. When Diddy wrote, "Are you ready for tonight?" what did he mean? Cassie said, "A freak off." What were you afraid he would do if you did not do that freak off? Okay, so the judge cut her off. Huh. When Sean wrote, "Are you ready for tonight?" what did he mean? He meant freak off. What were you afraid he would do if you didn't do the freak off? Diddy's lawyer, "Objection, objection." The judge says, "Shut up," overruled. Cassie starts to answer the question. She says, "I don't know, that week." Beep. Next question, the judge interjects. Next question. So the judge didn't want her to answer something. Even though he overruled Diddy's lawyer's objection, but then he kind of stopped her from answering the question anyway. We have a new update from CBS News. Whew, okay, 6 minutes ago. "We're honestly lucky to be alive." Another message the defense said was from Cassie. Oh, wait, hold on. Another message the defense said was from Cassie, told Diddy she doesn't hate him and she wouldn't be at this point in her life if it wasn't for him. Diddy said, quote, "We're honestly lucky to be alive." saying, "You deserve the world. I'm glad you found someone. I'm glad you found someone. I send this with respect for your marriage." Cassie told Diddy's lawyers they didn't end up meeting. When asked what Diddy meant by lucky to be alive, like, what do you mean lucky to be alive? Cassie said, "We did a lot of drugs." Cassie then testified about struggling with addiction, going through treatment, moving with her husband, a physical trainer, to her parents' house in Connecticut. But she said the move was not for financial reasons. Okay. I don't know what this is about right here. New update from New York Times. Okay. 1 minute ago, the prosecution just addressed the defense's suggestion throughout the trial that Diddy's violence was connected to drug use. Did drugs ever make you get violent? The prosecutor asked Cassie. She said, "I feel like drinking more so than drugs." So she was saying, I would get violent if I was drinking, but not really drugs. Okay, that's the most recent. We got 2 updates from CNN. Prosecutor asked Cassie about instances when Diddy said he couldn't remember abuse. Prosecutor asked Cassie, and she said there were times he did black out, and she could tell that he was blacked out. She said, but there were also times he was pretty aware of what he was doing. It's just who he was. When asked what she meant by that, Cassie said she had seen him be violent with other people. She said, but I knew the difference because I'd been around it. We had another update. The prosecutor says, no, Cassie, less than 1 minute ago, CNN.com, Cassie said she felt like basically an S worker and her other job stunted her music career. Prosecutor Emily Johnson asking Cassie about her testimony that Diddy stunted her music career. Cassie recalled that she couldn't do many of the things she wanted to do because of her participation in the freak-off. She said, I had a whole other job. And when asked what that whole other job was, Cassie replied, basically a S worker. The judge granted the defense motion to strike that response from the record. So the judge was like, okay, the jury will disregard. The jury, okay, interesting. Okay. Oh, we got another piece of evidence. The jury was also shown a 2012 text thread between Cassie and someone else involved in her management team about an opportunity. Quote, is Puff okay with you doing a Common video, like a video with Common? The text reads, using a nickname for Diddy. Okay. I don't know. He'll probably say no, LOL, Cassie replied. She later followed up to confirm that Diddy did say no to the video. She had signed a 10-album deal with Diddy's record label, but only 1 album was ever released. We have another new update from CNN. Okay. Some attorney out here in the world said Diddy's defense cross-examination of Cassie went about as well as it could have gone. As for the cross-examination of Cassie is now complete, with the government now handed the opportunity to re-question Cassie during its redirect. As for how the defense may feel about its cross-examination, an attorney who's not affiliated with the case told CNN he thinks it went about as well as it could have. They did what they needed to do in terms of confronting her with text messages that undermine her claim that she has been coerced. But remember, the prosecution is going to clean a lot of that up right now on redirect. This lawyer added that the prosecution can go back over some of the text messages to let Cassie explain why at the time she's having these text exchanges that some are loving and about things that she did in terms of setting up encounters that she was nevertheless still being coerced. There are still challenges ahead for both the defense and the prosecution. In terms of the jury separating the testimony about beatings and abuse and threats from the charges that he's on trial for, which include ST, racketeering, and conspiracy and transportation to engage in blank institution. That is extremely difficult for the jury or for any human being to do. Okay. What is going on in this courtroom? The most recent tweet that we have from Inner City Press is, "You ready for tonight? What did he mean? He meant a freak off. What were you afraid he would do if you didn't go to the freak off? Objection, objection." And Cassie's like, I don't know, that week. And the judge is like, next question. So that's the most recent tweet. I mean, it happened like 10 minutes ago, 8 minutes ago, something. We do have an update from NBC News, which we don't get many of those. Okay, Ventura considered herself as an S worker for Diddy. Adam Rice and David K. Lee of NBC News. The government's key witness said she considered herself to be a S worker, serving Diddy in a dramatic, though officially stricken from the record, moment of the trial. She said that freak-offs with Diddy became so frequent it impacted her career as an aspiring singer and actor. "I had a whole other job, basically a S worker," she told the prosecutors. The defense objected to that answer, and the judge said, "Okay, yeah, jury, don't use that in your determination. Just disregard that. Thanks." Nine minutes ago. Okay, we got another new update from the New York Times. The prosecution underscored again, this is Julia Jacobs, the events of March 5th, 2016, when Diddy assaulted Cassie in a Los Angeles hotel, striking her, kicking her, and starting to drag her around the corner of a hallway. The government has been trying to show that Diddy was dragging her back to a freak-off in the hotel room, and this is the clearest that Cassie has been so far on this point. Just now, breaking news, quote, "He followed me into the hallway and tried to bring me back to the freak off." Most recent text from Inner City Press is 10 minutes ago. What on earth is going on in this courtroom? I gotta know. Let's go to CBS. Updated a minute ago, CBSnews.com, Alice Gaynor. Cassie canceled tour after settlement with Diddy. Cassie told the defense she was preparing for a music tour after moving to Connecticut. She was scheduled to go to Australia and New Zealand, but she canceled once she settled her lawsuit. The defense stated she was going to get $20 million in the settlement canceled because she no longer needed money. Cassie smiled and said, "That's not the reason why, stupid." Justin Bieber breaks silence on speculation he was a Diddy victim. Justin Bieber has broken his silence amid speculation on social media that he was a victim of Diddy. A representative for Bieber told TMZ Thursday, although Justin is not among Diddy's victims, there are individuals who were genuinely harmed by him. Shifting focus away from this reality detracts from the justice these victims rightfully deserve. Speculation swirled online as videos of joint appearances resurfaced when Bieber was still a teenager 15 years ago, and that included allegations or allusions to sexual acts. Sources told TMZ, who are the sources, girl? That these public appearances were performative and that there was no relationship with Diddy, though he was friends with the hip-hop mogul's sons. The outlet says the sources stated Diddy never sexually or otherwise abused Justin Bieber. Y'all believe it? "41 seconds ago. Do you have any doubt that Diddy R'd you?" Objection overruled. Cassie said, "I have no doubt." After Diddy R'd you on August 18th, did you later have consensual relations with him during which your now husband FaceTimed you? Cassie said, "Yup, sure did." Oh my God, the AstroTurf accounts, they are out. These people have so much money, they can just buy AstroTurf accounts. Thanks so much, Aaron, for the $7.99 super chat. That Australian dollars? Yeah. Melbourne. Dawn just arrived at the courthouse. Mar said, y'all, this is the one day I got to go early. I got to leave around 3 o'clock. They lied. Girl is Team Haley Baldwin. Who is Team Haley Baldwin and the Kardashians? Because I know for a fact you ain't talking about me. Do I think Allie Carter is in witness protection? Thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. No, I don't. I don't think she is. Thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. Let's see. "40 seconds ago, why did you cancel your tour?" Oh. Cassie said, after I filed my... Oh, hold on. Cassie said, after I filed my civil lawsuit, I was very overwhelmed. Addressing the past the way I chose to was overwhelming, and I did not want to go on tour. Do you plan on filing any more lawsuits, Cassie? She said, no. Okay. That was the most recent one on Inner City Press. Ooh, y'all, it's heating up out here, huh? It's happening, huh? I just need to look something up. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I just need to do something. When you're on live all day, sometimes you gotta take care of a little personal moment. There's no new text. Don't worry. There's no new tweets. Don't worry. Oh, I hit 175,000 subscribers. Slay. Let's see. I'm just doing something real quick. If you don't mind, thanks. Okay. Whew. Done with that. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Okay, we got another tweet 1 minute ago. Prosecutor said, would you give the $20 million back if you hadn't had to would you give the $20 million back, Cassie, if you didn't have had to have done those freak offs? Objection, objection, objection. Diddy's, the judge overruled. Shut up. Diddy's lawyers, be quiet. She said, I would give it back to get my agency back. Oh, Cassie's crying. Did he beat you during freak offs? Cassie said yes and started crying. Dang. Oh, thoughts and prayers. Poor Cassie. I'm not even saying she shouldn't cry. I totally understand. I'd be crying probably myself, but Diddy just wanted to break her down and look at her crying on that stand. He did. Okay, new update from the New York Times. The prosecution is addressing an inconsistency in Cassie's timeline of her R allegation against Diddy, which the defense did bring up during cross-examination. Do you have a clear memory of August 2018? She said, not super clear, but clear enough. Do you have any doubt that Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs R-word you? She said, no, I have no doubt. Maybe it was September, maybe it was August, maybe Burning Man was about to happen, maybe it just happened. I really don't know, but I know that he R-ed me. And then asked if she was beaten during the FOs. Cassie said yes and started to cry. 49 seconds ago, were you open to freak offs at the beginning? Cassie said, yeah, at the beginning, yes, I was. Did you tell him when you were no longer wanting to do them? Yes, I told him more than once. What concerns did you have about saying no to freak offs? She said safety, career, and love. She said, I thought that made him love me. And she was afraid that he would withdraw his love, his safety, that he would withdraw his love and that he would stop supporting her career. And maybe she would no longer be safe because she did see that he was violent. She did see that he was willing to beat people, including her. We have another new update from New York Times. Whew, Cassie testified. Oh, wait, 2 minutes ago. Okay, yeah. Julia Jacobs, New York Times. Cassie testified that she canceled a music tour after she settled her lawsuit because she was overwhelmed and did not want to be away from her kids. The defense tried to suggest that it was because she had secured a $20 million settlement and no longer had financial concerns. They stupid. They get on my nerves. Let's go to AP. Let's go to Washington Post. Wrapping up a nearly 2-day, this is Anne Brannigan from Washington Post. Wrapping up, it's a nearly 2-day long cross-examination of Cassie. The defense asked her about a reaction last year when CNN aired leaked security footage showing her in the hotel room. Oh, we already read that one, I think. Physically abused her, argued. Okay. No. We didn't read this one. Diddy's attorneys had asked Cassie about an Instagram post she made in which she said the issue is domestic violence, or domestic violence is the issue. Diddy's team has tacitly acknowledged that he did physically abuse her, but they argue that domestic abuse does not prove the government's ST and racketeering allegations. Then 14 minutes ago, the defense ended its cross-examination, raising a text exchange where Cassie wrote she wants to freak off one last time that evening. But the Diddy's attorney pointed to Cassie's reply further down the thread where she wrote she didn't want to freak off one last time. She wanted it to be for the first time for the rest of their lives. Cassie has finally finished her cross-examination 10 minutes ago, now giving her redirect testimony where prosecutors get a chance to ask her about issues defense lawyers have grilled her on over the past 2 days. They told the judge it won't take long. We have another update from the New York Times. Would you give that money back if it meant you never had to have freak-offs? She said, if I never had to have freak-offs, I would have agency and autonomy. I wouldn't have had to work so hard to get it back. Oh, she really, oh my God, she's handled this very well. 1 minute ago, we get an NBC News update from Adam Rice and David K. Lee. Ventura AR'd by Combs before having consensual relations. The witness testified that Combs AR'd her August 2018 before she had consensual relations with him. A short time later, the prosecutor asked if she had any doubts that Diddy sexually abused her, and nearly 7 years ago. And the witness said no doubts. Let's go to Inner City Press. "20 seconds ago, no further questions. So the redirect is done, and now they're going to do the recross, if anything. Yep, here comes Diddy's attorney back up. Y'all, Diddy's attorney is back up asking more questions. You knew Diddy's sexual preferences was these freak-offs, didn't you, Cassie? She said, I learned. It was part of being his girlfriend, wasn't it? Oh, they are just spilling all Diddy's secrets. I'm wondering, is everybody working against Diddy? It was part of being his girlfriend, wasn't it, Cassie? She said, yeah. And you kept your old device? Cassie said, yeah. That's all we have. From him right now, let's see. You kept your old phone, Diddy's lawyer asked. She's like, yeah. Okay, now we're looking at AP. Okay, new update from New York Times 1 minute ago. Julia Jacobs, New York Times, says the questions are moving quickly now in what seems to be the final stretch of Cassie's testimony. She broke down in tears when a prosecutor asked her about Diddy beating her during freak-offs. When a defense lawyer took over a moment ago to ask additional questions, Cassie faltered for a moment. My mind's a little all over the place. So she's getting tired. It's been brutal, I'm sure. It's been really hard. 1 minute ago, the defense is back up with new questions. Emily Johnson finished with redirect, and the defense attorney Anna Estevallo is up again for the recross. Cassie is still on the stand. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Nope. Nothing new here. Let's go to CNN. Yeah, let's go to CBS. New updates from CBS. Quote, let's see, updated about 5 minutes ago by Alice Gaynor of CBSNews.com. Quote, I had to do freak-offs. On redirect, Cassie told prosecutors there were times in the relationship with Diddy when he was kind and loving. She said Diddy's moods affected her whole life, her career, how she felt about herself, her self-worth. She said if Diddy wanted a freak-off, then her work would take a back seat. I had to do them. I had to prepare for a freak off. She said she would get herself ready from head to toe. She also had to get the room ready. She had to arrange the escorts. She said Diddy brought her into a world she did not know or understand at the time. Let's go to Washington Post. Prosecutor Emily Johnson, 3 minutes ago, and Brannigan. Prosecutor Emily Johnson started her redirect by asking Cassie about the volume of text messages she and Diddy had over the course of their decade-long relationship. The answer, a lot. Johnson, the prosecutor, also asked Cassie to revisit text messages in which she told Diddy she wanted to freak off for the rest of their lives, which the defense had just cross-examined Cassie about. In the same thread, the prosecutor noted Cassie told Diddy that she had a urinary tract infection and would rather not do the freak off at all. The defense had a brief exchange with Cassie about a tour she canceled. The attorney referred to the settlement money she referred to after she filed her ST lawsuit. Estevallo asked if she canceled the tour because she received the $20 million settlement. Cassie said that wasn't the reason. Why? We got another update from CNN. Bursting into tears, Cassie said she'd give back the $20 million settlement if she never had to do freak-offs. I'd give that money back if I never had to do freak-offs, Cassie said. If I never had to do freak-offs, I would have had agency and autonomy. Audibly upset, Cassie said, and I wouldn't have had to work so hard to get it back. Wow. Golly. Okay. We got another tweet 9 seconds ago. The most recent question that we read from Inner City Press was, you kept your old device, didn't you? And Cassie's like, yeah. Then Diddy's lawyer. And freak off videos. In this case, they were all on those devices you kept from 2012 to 2014. See, last night I was on Liz Crokin's Spaces, and some like very aggressive man like cut me off whenever I said that, to my understanding, all of the evidence, all of the freak off tapes were from Cassie Ventura's devices. That is my understanding. Put a yes in the chat, put a 1 or something in the chat if that's also your understanding, because they keep harping on that. And I just simply said it. And it's a very aggressive man, very rudely cut me off. I was like, okay, I gotta go bye. The freak off videos in this case, they were all on devices you kept, right? From 2012 and 2014. Cassie, I don't know what year it was, but you were able to stand at his side at the Met Gala, being his girlfriend, and it gave you access to producers, didn't it? And Cassie's like, yeah. We got a new update from CNN. Prosecution revisits Cassie's testimony to defense questions. On redirect, she testified she was feeling pressure from Diddy, who had directed her not to let the man with the video out of her sight. So Diddy's trying to keep the video secret. He just texted me quite a bit. He called me quite a bit about it, so I felt like I had to handle it. The prosecutor also revisited Diddy's lawyer's suggestion that Cassie was inconsistent in her accounts about when Diddy allegedly R'd her in 2018. Do you have any doubt that Sean R'd you? No, she said. And the prosecution asked Cassie about her testimony that she did not cancel a 2023 tour because of the monetary windfall from her civil lawsuit against Diddy. The defense earlier suggested the incoming money was the reason for Cassie canceling. When asked by the prosecution, she said the actual reason was because she felt too overwhelmed because she addressed the past the way she chose to. It was just quite overwhelming, and I didn't want to be away from my kids at the time. I just didn't want to go. Different Met Gala appearances. Good to know. I'm trying to figure out, is that Ethan Slater right there or what? Okay. I'm just waiting for some updates. I think this is probably going to be pretty much the last, few questions if I had to guess. For Cassie, but then they're going to call up Dawn Richard or what? What they going to do? Okay. We have another one 50 seconds ago. Diddy's lawyer says Kid Cudi. Beyond Kid Cudi. This is Diddy's lawyer. Uh-oh. Beyond Kid Cudi, what other musicians were you put in a studio with? Were you put in the studio with Nicki Minaj? Yes. And then here's Inner City Press. Note, this is the first and so far only reference to Nicki Minaj in this trial. See the below tweet. And y'all remember earlier this morning when this fake Inner City Press tweet went out with Nicki Minaj, Cassie, and it was like, I didn't reach out to a lot of people, too many loyal friends in the industry. Loyal friends like who? Well, I reached out to Nicki Minaj and she told me to stop complaining. It's part of the game. You are rich and famous. Girls will die to be in my shoes. This was fake. This was a fake post earlier today. Fake AstroTurf, fake post. Inner City Press said, I did not post. This is fake. I did not post. This is fake. This is a falsified post. It's been circulating. It's not from me, which is reporting right now inside the courthouse is not included the below. So then 4 hours later today, Nicki Minaj is brought up by the lawyer. So this makes me think that this is Diddy's AstroTurf or his goons that he has outside the courthouse. Just know I roll with them goons in case you start acting familiar. All right. We have one new update from the New York Times. Julia Jacobs. Okay, so the lawyer is asking, Diddy's lawyer is asking or suggesting that Cassie's relationship with the record executive gave her career opportunities, including chances to record with major artists, including Kid Cudi, Lil Wayne, trying to undercut the prosecution's assertion that her career floundered amid their relationship. You were given opportunities in terms of your ability to access contacts in the entertainment industry, weren't you? She said sometimes given, but earned as well. "46 seconds ago, Inner City Press tweets, you were put in a studio with Lil Wayne. She said yes. And Rick Ross and Pusha T. Am I forgetting any names? Cassie goes, you got a lot of names. You're self-conscious about your musical talent. Cassie goes, I wouldn't say that. You're self-conscious about your musical talent. Listen. She got at least every bit as much musical talent as Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, who cannot do a single freaking thing on his own without using somebody else's song as a sample, using somebody else's booty in the video, using somebody else's name to suck sympathy out of. I mean, what can Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs do that doesn't require sucking the energy and soul out of somebody else? I have yet to see personally. Lil Wayne, look, the name drops. Lil Wayne, Rick Ross, Pusha T. Crazy. Nicki Minaj. You're self-conscious about your own musical talent, aren't you? She's like, no. Okay, so we get a little bit more context on this whole basically an S worker thing. Cassie said her music career changed after she started dating Diddy. She said her music wasn't the same as when she started doing music. She said it's hard because I had to give him all my attention. Diddy told her to turn down opportunities and cancel obligations so that she could do freak offs. She said she couldn't do many of the things she wanted to because she had another job. I was basically a S worker, she said. She told prosecutors that Diddy continued making music, doing TV appearances, and traveling during this time, and he was on substances. After going over some text messages, Cassie told prosecutors she was trying to remove herself from the relationship. Prosecutors asked if she had any doubts that Combs R'd her, and she said no. She told prosecutors she did have consensual relations with him after she accused him of R. The FaceTime call from her now husband happened during that interaction. Let's go to Inner City Press and see if we can get any last minute updates. Okay, so now they're talking about, and also this was also implied a little bit earlier too, whenever Cassie was like, yeah, Britney Spears was at my birthday party yesterday or the day before, whatever. She's like, Britney Spears at my birthday party, but it's because Diddy invited her. I didn't know them people. Look, Lil Wayne, Cassie, Diddy right there. This would be such a cute picture if it didn't have Diddy in it. Okay, let's go back to Inner City Press. Okay. Whew. All right. Thank you, Mara, for the $4.99 a super chat. Did Cassie confirm it was Jonathan Oddie? Yes, that has been confirmed. Thank you, Verity, for the $5 super chat. Stephanie, based on what has been laid out, hasn't Rico racketeering been proven against him? This case has been verified? I don't know, but I do think they have laid down quite a bit of evidence. I'm excited and looking forward to the rest of the evidence to come out after this witness. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Lauren, for the $10 super chat. I feel like we need some of Lima's VR to make sense of what the defense dump cake we are eating right now. Also, Rachel Levis went to Willow House after Scandoval. Same timing too. I don't know about that, Lauren. I'll have to look into that. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Pure Beauty, for the $4.99 day 26 entire interview. Yes, we did see that earlier. Thanks so much. Letitia, thank you for the $5. So did Jonathan Oddie really have HER to the P? He said he sued Diddy for that. I don't know. I didn't run the lab test. Hope we find something out soon. And thank you for that $5 super chat. Thank you, Cheshire, for the $5 super chat. Always go back to Wendy. She's been trying to tell people about Diddy's sketch activities. Yes, she has. Thank you, Red Bunny, for the $4.99 super chat. Young Miami is victim 3. She's on the run from testifying, and she's the only one that fits the description, Red Bunny said. She's also in Lil Rod's lawsuit. Interesting. Thank you for that $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Batty Radio, for the $4.99. Someone needs to look into Alex Fine. Think about it. He was hired by Diddy. Could be similar to Sam. I thought this. He could be similar to Sam Asghari. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat, Batty Radio. Thank you, Ebony Alexander, for $10 super chat. The streets of New York have been talking about Diddy for years. The world is just catching up now. Well, good thing they're catching up. Thank you for that $10 super chat. Thank you, Raising Me, for the $5 super chat. Hey, bestie. Hello, Renee. Thank you. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Please watch Vlad TV, Roger Bonds, and Day 26 interviews. Will do, Angela. Batty Radio at ThatSurpriseWitness. Thanks so much for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Jordan, for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you to No Name. I'm bipolar. I have never beaten, kicked, drugged, or FO'd or trafficked anyone. What a joke of an excuse. Thank you for that $1.29 super chat. Thank you, Wicked Bree, for the 199 super chat. King looked like I was ready for Game of Thrones. Seriously. Thank you, Nicole Harris. DM you all the notes from Jonathan Audie videos, extensive, sent from comedy page. Okay, thank you. I made money off calls. Thank you, Nicole Harris. I did see White Lotus. Yes, I did. I was thinking about that when y'all said that earlier. Thank you for the 199 super chat. Thank you for the €2 super chat. Stephanie, let's see if Inner City Press has said anything else. They name dropping in here. What the hell? Okay, hold on. I forgot to do my thing where I like them. Okay. You had a performance on 106 in Park. Cassie said, yeah, early in my career. You did music videos. Were they successful? The judge said, can we have a brief sidebar? So the judge calls him up. He has freaking had it. Because remember, I mean, Cassie's like already broke down crying on the stand. So they're having a brief sidebar right now. Rebel with a cannon, thank you for the $10 super chat. I believe they will blame his actions on pressure to be big and larger than life and blame Andre Harrell's grooming, rugs, and mental health mixing with GHB, Shakir Stewart's unalive. I am wondering if they're setting up to pin this whole thing on Lou Taylor and Andre Harrell and the Davamos brothers and all that. Thanks so much for that $10 super chat. Thank you, Stephanie, for the €5 super chat. Diddler sent 50 Cent the S tape. He talked about it. Oh, Germany loving you. Let's see. What would I say? Hallo, wie geht's, Deutschland? Thank you, Wicked Bree, for the $4.99 super chat. Diddy text, I'm no stalker. Weird. He was already hip to the investigation in 2018. He was playing cleanup starting that year to now. Paranoid he was. Could have been. Thank you, Caleb, for the $5 super chat. I've been here all day, every day with you while I do daily life. Congratulations on all the new subscribers. I see your numbers go up each day. You deserve it. Thank you, Caleb. Thank you, Swim Blue Water, for the $4.99 super chat. Young Miami asked Diddy on her podcast why he didn't want to let Cassie go. He said he didn't know. He just didn't want to. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Danielle, for the £10 super chat. Been listening to this at work for the past few days. Everyone thinks I'm being antisocial, but I can't stop. You're doing an amazing job. Thank you for my daily distraction. You're welcome, Danielle. Thank you for the £10 super chat. Thank you, Adam Freeman, for the $5 super chat. Diddy and his team were hurrying this trial, too. Diddy's team didn't do anything. Thank you for all your hard work, BJ. Thank you, Adam, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Angel. Here's my cousin. Still listening while I pack to go to NOLA for the weekend. Oh, yeah, great job. Thank you for the $19.99 super chat. Thank you, 2 Cents Boxing. Fire emoji for the $2 super chat. Thank you, the comment queen, for the $5 super chat. BB Oil is his anointing oil, and FOs are his worship. This is a S magic religion. Stop. You lying. Ooh, I'm saying you lying, but watch us find this out in Albie Sure's book. I'm open to everything at this point. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Barzita, for the $5 super chat. Cassie modeling since 14, but can't find one picture. Alex Fine also trained Odell Beckham. Little nuggets for your web, sis. Something's afoot. I hear you. I hear that. Thank you, Angela, for the $4.99 super sticker. Angela Torres. Thank you, Daphne Johnson, for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Iris, for the €2 super chat. Thank you for the great work you're doing. SB, shout out to you, member, for 5 months. Thank you for translating Simple Folk. Also, Katie and all my cousins are in here. Thank you, Aaron, for the $7.99 super chat. Good morning from Melbourne. Saturday morning here. Shout out to Australia. We worldwide in the chat. Thank you, Edie, for the $4.99 super chat. I tagged you in an interesting X thread. I made with ChatGPT, updated analysis on the possibility of Audie testifying. Oh, I'm going to go check that out when I get off of here. Thank you. Thank you, Christina, for the $1.99 super sticker. Christina Erickson. Thank you, Mary, for the $4.99 super chat. You are a MS Teams GIF. You're awesome. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. That is funny. I'm a GIF. Which one is it? There's plenty. Thank you for the Czar 35, Delilah. Love you, Mina K. Bye. Thank you, Leah, for the $9.99. Oh my God, I'm just hearing the opening song, Lioness Call. Your diddler, that is AI, just so y'all know. Your diddler trial coverage is unmatched. Thank you. And shout out to all the mods in the chat. I've been holding it down. Thank you, Average Supreme, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, BJ, for covering this. I work at a cabinet shop. We design custom kitchens. Ooh, that's so cool. I've literally thrown my head back laughing at some of your commentary. Almost to my goal with the legal fund. Yes, y'all donate to the legal fund if you can. Let's see what else is going on in this trial. We got any more tweets from Inner City Press? Okay, come on. That seems to be the last one. We do have 2 updates from CNN. Defense asks, okay. Cassie says she was able to break ties with Bad Boy Records, but she said she had to fight to get out of the contract. She said, I had to fight my way out of the contract. But she did acknowledge that eventually she was able to break out of the contract with Bad Boy Records. The defense asked Cassie about high-level music industry contacts she made through Diddy, asking about the access she had to high-level industry contacts in the music industry because of her relationship with Diddy. The defense attorney asked her to confirm musical collaborations she did over the years with Nicki Minaj, Kid Cudi, Rick Ross, and Pusha T. Ventura has previously testified that her relationship with Diddy ultimately stunted her music career, with only one of her 10-album deal, one of the albums, the 10-album deal she signed being released, in part because her participation in the freak-offs became a whole nother job. I don't know what they doing now. It's like, can I get an update? Let me go to CBS. Again, they're not really saying too much. Let's go to our details, queens, even though none of them seems to be working today. They had enough. Who is that? Okay. Oh. Kaya Sokola from Weinstein's trial shows up to court. Seen arriving at the courthouse in the same complex Friday where Diddy's trial is taking place. An attorney for Cassie told the Mirror that this lady is a former client and he was there to... Oh, she's there to support Cassie. So this Weinstein victim is here to support Cassie. His defense team, she was questioned this week by Harvey Weinstein's defense team. Wow, that's interesting. Webs, I keep trying to tell y'all. 16 seconds ago, we talking about D-Rock. So I think they're just laying out like possible people that are going to be maybe come to testify, like this D-Rock. Diddy's lawyer said D-Rock was like a member of your family, wasn't he? Yeah, he was like a brother. The assistant, Mia, you also had a friendship with her? Yes. Okay, here you begin with an explicit message and Diddy responds with one. You are actively sexting. Like, I think we've like established pretty well that Cassie actively sexted Diddy. I don't think that's a secret. Thank you, Lisa, for the $5 super chat. Aubrey O'Day made a post on her Instagram saying no S services. What does that mean? What do you mean? Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Juniper, for the $4.99. Your dramatic reading of the transcript is amazing. Thank you for all your work. Thank you. Thank you, Kate, for the $5 super chat. Thank you for amazing coverage. BJ, we need more laws on coercive control. Thank you, Kelly, for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Anita. Shout out to you becoming a member. Shout out to Michelle D. Usher Little Freak Off FT Nikki. Nikki has a lyric. I'm plotting on how I can take Cassie away from Diddy. Michelle. Oh, it's all coming out, isn't it? Thank you for that $5 super chat. Unimpressed Lauren, thank you for the $4.99. Alex Fine's mom was dismissed from the Oxford High School shooting lawsuit just as a FYI. What? Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. That's things to think about. Your take is awesome, hilarious, all that. Thank you, A-Liners, for the $2 super chat. Speaking of White Lotus, have you ever heard of a TikTok series that doesn't say Schwarzenegger? If not, you need to look in this. No. TikTok series don't say Schwarzenegger? No, thank you for the $4.99 super chat, Jamie. I have not heard of that. Thank you, Nikki, for the $9.99 super chat. Is Lil Rod going to testify? He seems pretty important. I don't know. I don't know if he is or not. I've been wondering, Nikki. Thank you for that $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Laura, for the $5 super chat. The judge is so mad because all these questions are so redundant. They literally have nothing, Laura said. Ugh, I agree. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Be My Little Freak by Usher. Verse Hot to Steal Cassie by Usher. Everybody wanted Cassie, y'all. And everybody wanted Kim Porter, too. Thank you for the $2 super chat, that pretty girl. Thank you, Adam, for another $10 super chat. Sent you an interesting post on Instagram. Was curious if you see it. Hope it was okay to send you. To me, it was food for thought. I don't know where'd you send it to. Is my email? Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Sawyer, for the $4.99. As far as whether trafficking proved, Googling the legal definition, the key words I don't know is if they prove commercial S Act. Well, it's what they have to prove it for is the commercial S Act, the escort. They were paid. So they're going to have an escort. The escort came in and said, yeah, I was paid. And I was paid more than I would have been paid if I just did a little strip tease. So I think they did prove it, Sawyer. I don't know. I'm just talking. I don't really know. Thank you, SB, for the $5 super chat. Thank you for translating for us. Love you, mean it. Thank you, Adam Freeman, for $5 super chat. Did anyone see Brittany was going to New York City on May 4th? I'm still curious if that's Jane Doe. No, I didn't. On May 4th, Brittany was in New York. I did not know that. Thank you, Adam, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Sawyer, for the $4.99. As far as racketeering, going by legal definition, I don't know if they've proved it was for profit. That, I don't know. We'll have to see, Sawyer. I agree. Nothing comes directly to mind. Thank you for that $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Camille's Magical Moments, for the $8.99. Your colorful commentary makes this so easy to follow. I've been waking up at 3 or 4 a.m. to watch as much as possible from New Zealand. There's a lot of New Zealand in here. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Adam. We ever find out what happened to the adopted girl? No. What if she shows up? Thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Tina Bailey. Diddy driver says bad things happen to Ava. Oh, we're going to have to see. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Tina Bailey. Jamie, thank you for the $4.99. Yes, you said it right. Had to spell it wrong or it wouldn't post. Going to email you some more info. Definitely looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Jamie, for the $4.99 super chat. Let's see if there's anything else here, because it is right around the time I'm going to have to be starting to head out. But I understand Rabbit, Down the Rabbit Hole News, is covering this right this very second. So I do have y'all redirecting to her. She doesn't even know. There's another question here. The defense asked Cassie about Diddy's tendency to be controlling, suggesting she might not have received special treatment as a singer at Bad Boy. Were you aware of him controlling other artists on the label? Cassie said, oh, yeah, I was aware. All right, y'all. One more refresh on Inner City Press, and I'm going to have to bounce. But again, I do got y'all redirecting to somebody else. 43 seconds ago, one final tweet. I'll read it. You stated that you were feeling overwhelmed after your civil lawsuit, right? Yes. You recently received a settlement from the Intercontinental? No. Did you make a demand? She said, yeah. I did make a demand to the Intercontinental, but I did not receive a settlement. Woo, y'all. Head over to Down the Rabbit Hole News. Thank you, Kelly, for the $4.99 super chat. New here, off topic. Please tell me you'll be covering Coburger. I don't have any plans to so far. Thank you, Gwen, Miss Gwen Nelson, for the $5 super sticker. You definitely got some hood in you. Where you from? The real rebel, Eric said. Well, I am from Port Allen, okay, Port Allen, Louisiana. And it's so funny that you say that, because yesterday, right, I was getting off. I was talking about the same thing. Somebody was like, I thought you were Indian. I'm like, I have no idea how you thought I was Indian, girl. I am white. And somebody said, oh, my husband thought you were black. My husband thought I've been listening to a black lady this whole time. I was like, no. She said she told her husband, no, she's just from the South. I'm from Port Allen. There was, yeah, I mean, we were from that side of the tracks or whatever. But yes, thank you so much to the real Rebel Eric for the $2 super chat. All right, y'all. Things are popping off, but oh, Rabbit's not live. She's done for the day. Okay, let me send y'all over to Andy Popcorn Planet then. Hold on. She shouted me out too. She's like, okay, I've had enough. Go to BJ. Hold on. I'm gonna send y'all to Andy Popcorn Planet then. He said he was gonna be going live today. I wanted to send y'all to somebody that was like actually live right now. But if nobody is, I'll send y'all over there to Andy. He's been covering it every single day. He has lawyers on each and every day. Today he's gonna have lawyers on, and one of the lawyers that he's gonna have on is one of my friends. I like him, Christopher Melcher. He was one of Kanye West's divorce attorneys, believe it or not. Let's see, Popcorn. Okay. All right, I'm gonna send y'all over there, and I gotta go. I got plans today. I will see you. Oh my God, who gave me Adam Freeman $50 right at the last? Send it on Instagram. Thank you, Adam. Thank you for the $50 super chat. I really, really, really appreciate that. And I'll send y'all right over there. So yeah, it's just a deep south. It's just the dirty. Okay, it's just the Gulf Coast. Pascal is good too. Is he on right now? I got to go see who's on. I mean, who's on right now? Because I know y'all want to go right now. I just had y'all sending over there to Andy. Oh, he's live right now. All right, y'all go over there to Pascal. Tell him I sent you. And one more thing, homework assignment. Y'all go to Inner City Press's YouTube and like his videos and subscribe, please. He does all I am. I'm from that side of the tracks. Y'all already know. Anyway, that's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, if facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions. See y'all bright and early on Monday for some more testimony. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.